Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever it is, because I can't just say good evening because Luby's in. How are you, my darling? How are you, what? How are you, Luby? Nice to see you. Not seen you for a while. Kathy, how are you? Nice to see you. And Robin G, how are you, my darling? Right, as most of you know, I got two streams on the go today. One is day 3 of Nicholas Casotis trial. And then this one is a trial that finished yesterday. And I'm going to be doing, we take that banner down. I'm going to be doing the whole day today on this trial. It'll be days 1, days 2, closing statements and verdict, all on this stream at 1.25 speed. So don't look this trial up, Sheila Agee, because if you do, you spoil it for yourselves, because the verdict did come out yesterday. So, but I'm trying to play this in all in one hit if you've not seen it. So we'll see how that is. Lady Di, how are you, my darling? As you might know, Lady Di, I've got 2 streams on the go. Please make sure you like both streams. That would be absolutely fantastico. I'm going to try and make sure that I chat in both streams as well going forward. But yeah, day 3, Nicholas Casatis is on the other stream. And then this one here. This one should be probably like a 10-hour stream today for this one because I think it's 12 hours, but I'm doing 1.25. So it might be less than that, but I'm with Zoom in. So, and this one before I said, but there you go. Thank you, Lida. You know the drill. You know the drill. This taking multitasking to the level I know. I got one laptop in the corner over there. Well, it's actually over there, but yeah, it's there. It's over there, and I got this laptop here. So we'll see. So this one is not ad free. The other one is ad free. I've put it on as ad free. This one has got ads on it. So just so you know, it has got ads on it. Morning, Katie. How are you, my darling? There's about 4 people watching in the other stream. Oh, there's 6 likes. Thank you, everybody that did like it. Let's see that you did like it now. Rhonda's in there. Lou is in there. That's all I can see. Chat is Rhonda and Lou. So just said hello to them. Thank you for that. And there's about 7 of you in here. So yeah, I could be jumping around. Whew. So this is going to take some doing today. Let me just tell you, I had a 5-year-old today screaming at me. My niece was screaming. My niece was not happy with me today. So I had to deal with her as well. So, right. Not the greatest start of the day, but we're about to start anyway. So this is it. The opening statements is about to start here. So I'll play it. What I'll do is I'll probably jump off stream and just be in both chats, you know. So that's my plan. I'll pop back up and down when I can, in and out, or as you know. But yeah, so there we are. This is the trial. As is, this trial did happen before, but it had to. It went as a mistrial because the jury, something wrong with the jury or something. So they had to redo it. I don't know much about it, but it says revenge mum murder trial. So I think she helped plan the killing of somebody allegedly, and her son is in prison. So on day 1, it's the state. I think day 2, the son who is in prison does testify, and she does testify herself. You know, don't worry, Lou. I am doing in and out as well. I'm doing day 1. I'm doing all of it, Christine. I'm doing 1, 2 closings and verdicts. So morning, Sarah P. Hello, Sarah P. Let me just start that. So yeah, if we're ready, I'll play it. I'll drop off and we'll play it. You can see it's 8 hours 30 here. So hopefully this goes okay. And as I say, there's a few of you in the other one as well. So I'll jump back and forward, jump around. Or if you're ready, I'm ready. Right, strap it in and strap it on, whichever one you prefer, and let's go. Here we go.
Looks like everybody has one. Okay. Mr. Meyer, state may proceed with opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. If you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. These are her words to her son, Keith Agee. And that's exactly what he did. It all started August the 11th in the morning, 2023. Keith Agee, her son, received a phone call from a health clinic. That health clinic told him he had tested positive for an STD. He begins texting his mother, who's at work in Pensacola at the Home Depot. He's blaming the mother of his child, Brooklyn Sims. Brooklyn and Sheila Agee work together. They work for an inventory company. They're based out of Alabama. They were here in Pensacola on that Friday to do inventory at the Home Depot on Davis Highway. Keith Agee gets himself worked up and gets mad about getting an STD. He decides he's going to kill her, kill Brooklyn. Originally, he was going to wait until they got home from Pensacola back to Alabama that night. She texts him. She says, "Don't shoot at my MF car. I don't want to die. Wait till I put her out." She then suggests, "If you're off work, why don't you come over here? You can do it here, where you're not in front of your child." She sends him the address to the Davis Highway Home Depot, and he is on his way. He has his pistol already, drives to Pensacola from Alabama. Just after 1 p.m., he arrives at the Home Depot. He parks next to his mother's car, walks into the Home Depot through the main door, the main entrance, walks straight to aisle 52. It's in the lighting section. This is where Brooklyn was working at the moment, doing the inventory. Walks up to her, shoots her multiple times, kills her right there, aisle 52, just like he said he would. He runs out of the store, gets back in his car, leaves the Home Depot, gets on Davis Highway, throws his pistol out of the window, calls 911, parks his car, and he's taken into custody at the movie theater on Bayou Boulevard. And when Keith Agee was arrested, he had his cell phone. Law enforcement did what is known as a forensic download, where they plug it in and they take all the information on the phone off of it. In it, they find the text between himself and his mother. The police get her phone when they go to arrest her for being a principal to murder. They do the same forensic download on her phone. They find the text messages, but on her phone, she had deleted them. Now you're going to get to see all the text and hear all the communications between the two. There's much more. You're also going to get to see the surveillance from the Home Depot. Now, the surveillance video doesn't have a camera shooting down aisle 52, but from the surveillance video, you will see Sheila Agee prior to the shooting and what she's doing. You will see her son come through that main entrance. You will see him running out after. You're also going to hear from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. You're going to hear from their firearms examiner, and he will testify, or she will testify, that all 7 shell casings found on aisle 52 that day matched that pistol found on Davis Highway. You're also going to hear her son's DNA, Keith, was on that pistol. Now, this trial should move relatively quickly. I anticipate you're going to hear from just under 20 witnesses. A lot of the evidence you're going to hear is regarding Keith Agee. And that's because we have to prove first that Keith Agee committed first-degree premeditated murder. The evidence will show that Keith Agee committed first-degree premeditated murder of Brooklyn Sims. He was the trigger man. Sheila Agee is charged with being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. We talked about it yesterday, if you remember, principles. And the judge is going to instruct you on this. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, then the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the state proves beyond a reasonable doubt 2 things. 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other to commit the crime. Let me repeat that. Incite, cause, encourage, or assist the other person to commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not even have to be there when the crime is committed. The evidence will show that Sheila Agee knew and intended for Brooklyn Sims to be killed. And through her actions and through her texts, she did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise Keith Agee to commit first-degree murder. Therefore, under Florida law, Ms. Agee is guilty of being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Myers.
Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We're not going to argue the case here now. This is our chance to give you.
Mr. Ackerman, you're going to need,
I'm sorry.
going to need to speak up.
Can you hear me? I was told in advance that I have a tendency to not make myself heard. So please, if I do that, just raise your hand if you can't hear me. Okay, this is our chance to give you our statement, our belief of what the evidence is going to show here today. You've heard from the state. It sounds, wow, the case, will save that for the end of the case. But what the evidence is going to show is on August 11th of 2023, a heinous, horrible act was committed by Keith Agee, an 18-year-old, full of himself, egotistical, bombastic, and I could go on and on, individual.
Sustained.
The evidence is going to show that nobody on this side, whether it be the defendant, her mother, her son, other son, Jack, had any concept that Keith was capable of doing this. Keith, you'll hear the testimony, was a braggart, and no, braggart is the wrong word, just full of blustering. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill her. I'm going to break their windows out. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that, to the point where it was almost, and no one took him seriously. This was him. This was Keith. That's going to be made very clear through the evidence. Now, state starts by saying that this case began on August 11th. Actually, the evidence is going to show that this case began several years before that, and maybe August the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Okay? There'll be texts that you will get, the state will introduce from August 11th, or just that day, the whole day. There are numerous texts from that one day. Sheila's at work. She manages about 20 people. She's busy back and forth doing these things. And at the same time, her son is texting her about the gonorrhea. Okay. Now, the evidence is going to show, first of all, this begins with a relationship between two teenagers that goes back several years before that. They meet, they like each other, they have sex, they have a baby, they're living together, they're on together, off together. Keith complains about her constantly. You'll see that in the text and you'll see that in the evidence. She's this, she's that. You'll hear him say, Mom, you take her side all the time. I wish I were her. The evidence will show that Sheila, defendant, Keith's mother, tries all the time when he does this to assuage him, to calm him down. Son, stop it. You're being this, you're being that. You'll hear from the tapes. And I'm going to quote you a couple of them in a second. So there's more than one quote here, to say the least. There's many, many, many texts. And when you listen to those texts, you will see the evolution of this circumstance, how a mother and a son communicate, and how she's been trying forever to calm him down, keep him from doing things that hurt others and hurt himself. Now, this teenage relationship evolves to the point where they have the child. Keith's happy as heck. I'm a father, this, that, and the other. Then he's not happy. Then it's this, then it's that. They move in together, they move out together. The baby comes. They're together. It reaches a point where he's thrilled that the baby's here, but then he's not happy because the baby's not mine. You'll hear evidence, Mom assures him, son, it's yours. Stop it. He goes months without seeing the baby or the mother, from what I think the evidence is going to show. We know he goes months without communicating with his mother because his mother's upset with his attitude and everything else. Tests come back. It is his son. He's back again. He's gone again. He's back again. He's gone again. Complaining, this, that, and the other, calling her names, telling Mom what a difficult time. Mom, will you interfere? She's not talking to me. Will you call her for me? Will you do this for me? You'll hear texts where, Mom, will you apologize to her for me? I'm outgrowing all this anger. I'm getting better. I'm good. You have to take all of it. Well, the evidence will show all that. Okay. August 11th, the day that Mom, she gave me gonorrhea. That's the day we're going to focus on for a great deal of time. But before August 11th, there's text back and forth. Mom, I think she's giving me a disease. This, that, and the other. I'm going to get tested. Text back from Mom. Get tested, son. Stop it. Oh, how could you do this to me? You know, you're nice to effing people and then they screw you. All that silliness. You'll hear that. Mom has to deal with that. Son, calm down. You'll see it, the texts. It appears that the tests come back that Brooklyn had a vaginal infection, a UTI. Oh, we're all happy. Everybody's happy. Apologize to her, Mom, this, that, and the other. I'm bigger than this. I'll get over it. Without going into all the detail, the evidence is going to show that that was the last word Mom had, and it was August the 8th. So Mom goes about her business. Son's going about his business. Mom's intervening. You see, to the extent that she tried to help them get together. Stop texting me about this. You're the parents. You're the ones with the responsibility. Stop acting like children. Stop this, stop that. You're going to hear this. It'll be in the evidence. So August 11th comes along, and it starts up again. Mom's working, trying to manage 20 people. They take the inventory. You heard that from the state. And the texts start coming. Oh, boy. When are you getting home? Well, we're finishing up here. Well, let me know when you get home, because I'm going to see her. I'm okay. Well, yeah, and he goes on in the text, and I can't stand this. I can't believe it. And so I'm going to, when you get home, boy, I'm going to, Mom, trying to assuage him. This is the blowhard, tells him, son, stop, Anyway, you'll hear it all. And that's the most important thing in this opening, is to say to you, please pay very, very, very close attention to the wording in the text, to the nuances, because you'll hear, son, you're gonna kill. What are you gonna do? Kill her up there? Say something about. Well, then just don't do that. Do it down here. Son, wake up. You'll see this in the text. Conversations go back and forth, and it's very important. Then you listen closely, slowly, to what these texts say. Oh yeah, don't tell your nanny, because she'll just try and talk you out of it. Again, you'll notice from the evidence, from the testimony, you have to make the decision. What does Mom mean with this? At the same time, all of this is back and forth. You better erase your tape, because I don't want to be a part of this stupid conversation. Getting him, anyway, no argument at this point. You just think about what you hear. Let me, the state gave you one quote. The evidence is going to include, okay, that's fine. This is Sheila texting him. One of the many that you'll be hearing. Okay, that's fine. You the one have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She'll be dead. No problems for her. The only person you hurt is you and Casey. She'll be lost, her mama and daddy, and you won't even get to touch your daughter again. But I swear to God, I don't care. I ain't going to jail. Again, you'll hear this evidence, and then you'll hear more. Yes, you'll hear text. Yeah, well, when we get there, this is before she says, "Come do it here." Yeah, when you make sure I don't get shot. Pull her out. You'll hear it back and forth. You don't want to shoot me. What does she say? That's up to you to decide. And don't act like you love Casey. And by the way, Brooklyn is the daughter. Casey is the grandchild. And let me stop right here in my opening. I didn't finish actually articulating the teenagers. They meet each other. They have the baby. He's on and off. While all this is going on, and you'll hear this through the tapes, Mommy, you take her side. I wish I were her. I wish I could switch with her. You're always taking, no matter what I do, she can't do wrong. And you'll hear from the testimony and the evidence. This is her first grandchild. You'll hear that in the evidence. You'll hear that she and Brooklyn, over the course of these months, have evolved to a mother-daughter type relationship. You'll hear from the evidence that Sheila encouraged her and put her through high school, helped her through high school. You'll hear from the evidence that she helped support her. You'll hear from the evidence that when she had a job at McDonald's, Sheila was the one that would pick her up, bring her to work, and pick her up from home. This is all, you'll see, an evolving relationship between the mother and the mother of her grandchild. You'll hear from the testimony, she gave her money. She gave her family money. She encouraged her. They became very close. You'll hear from the evidence that there was a jealousy on his part. Sheila, like I said, you don't give an F about the baby. I'm getting you the address when I get back. And I'm showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues. Because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bitch. But don't worry, I'll make sure she know. Brooklyn gave you something that you had to get a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give an F about what happened to her. Talking about the baby, Casey. That she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, that her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that the rest of her life. Which she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she'll be with you all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, and I'll give you the address. You ain't close yet. Sheila, I can't wait to get back to that store to give you the address, because you're going to have to shoot me today. But just know I'll be the first MF you see. Sheila, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going. Probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Kaya. That's his sister, her daughter, or Casey. You're going to hear from the evidence. I've just got a few more. That, again, the evidence will show she's not trying to talk him out of killing Brooklyn. She's just trying to calm him down, because the evidence will show she doesn't believe any of this anyway. The evidence will show he's just that way. He blusters, he threatens everybody and everything. But the evidence will show that he doesn't follow through. When he blusters, it's blustering. That's all this is. The evidence will show she never thought he was even on the way. The evidence will show that she called her mother, Nana, Thelma, who raised basically him, and says, your little boy is threatening to kill Brooklyn. They have a conversation, and you'll hear the testimony that neither one of them believed that it's just Keith. It's just Keith. He won't do that. He ain't even on the way, says Nanny. He just came home and had his lunch. He always does it. Same routine. He left. He's at work. He works at the steel mill, not far at all. A couple of miles, a couple of minutes away. Okay. Sheila goes back to work. She's working. There's more texts. He's not coming. Anyway, back to just the evidence that you'll see. This goes on for a period of 2 hours. Starts about 11:30 and ends about 1:15, and then at 1:41 the horrible event occurs. You will see videos of Sheila at work, back and forth. You'll see particularly important video of the time frame that Sheila believed that he would, if he was coming. if he was coming, that he would have gotten there. She goes to the front, paces back and forth for better than a half an hour, either side of when he should get there. He doesn't come. You'll see photographs and you'll be able to make your own determination from them. Finally, you'll see the evidence that she's convinced now he's not coming. Okay, boy. Because if he came, it was going to be confronting her. Because you'll see from the text how she had it evolved to being her. Okay, I can go back to work. And then the horrific gunshots and the turmoil and the horrific results. When you've heard all the evidence here, when you've watched all the videos, the evidence will show that there was no intent whatsoever. There was no plan. There was a young man who, as they said, built himself up, worked himself up, that self-fulfilling prophecy, that me generation that can work themselves up and commit such a heinous act over such a ridiculous, petty thing. You see that it was so silly that it had already been discussed. And what I didn't cover in the evidence, I'll cover very briefly before I sit down, is this was August the 11th. August the 8th, she and Keith go through conversations where I'm upset, this, that, and the other. I've never had something like this before. Well, wait until the tests come in and some before you do anything. And then the tests come back from her that it was a vaginal infection, and he's relieved. Apologize, Mom, and I'm sorry. I see how important it is for me to behave because my relationship with Casey, the baby. And so you're going to have to make a determination from all of this. What was the intent of Sheila in this? We're sure that when you hear all of that evidence, be very clear to you. Very, very clear to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. Mr. Myers, I'm going to go ahead and read the stipulation instruction. When lawyers or parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is the state and the defendant, Sheila Agee, stipulate and agree that the following facts are true and admissible at trial without the need of any further proof. The identity of the individual found shot and killed inside the Home Depot located at 5309 North Davis Highway in Escambia County, Florida on August 11, 2023, and was examined by Dr. Tiana Thomas on August 14, 2023, was Brooklyn Sims, the same individual who is named in count 1 of the indictment. That's dated August 4th, 2025, signed by State Defense and the defendant.
State calls Matt Pike.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I did.
You'll have a seat for me. Make sure you pull yourself up to the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Matthew Pike, P-I-K-E,
Mr. Pike, where are you employed?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office,
What do you do for them?
communications manager and custodian of records,
And how long have you been with them now?
24 years.
And are part of your duties to be the custodian of records for the 911 calls?
Yes,
And are these calls recorded at or near the time they're made?
they are.
And are these calls maintained in the ordinary course of your business?
They are.
Do you have records of 911 calls being placed August the 11th, 2023
Yes,
regarding the Home Depot shooting?
correct.
When did those calls start coming in?
They started coming in at about 1:21 p.m.
Any idea how many calls were made?
No, there were several calls. I don't remember exactly how many.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. Recognize State's 1?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
It's a copy of 2 of the phone calls.
2 of the 911 calls?
That's correct.
And are your initials on there?
Yes,
Have you listened to it?
yes, I have.
Are these accurate copies of those 2 phone calls?
They are.
I'd like to move in State's 1.
Any objection? Okay. You'll be so admitted. Permission to publish when you'd like to, Mr. Myers.
And when were these phone calls made?
Approximately 1:21, and the other one was, I believe, about 1:22, a minute or 2 later.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you.
Is he free to go? Would you like him to remain
He's
available?
free to go, Your Honor.
Do anything here?
Okay, what's the person look like that's been shot? He's a black male? What's he? He what color clothes? What color shirt? Gray shirt? Okay, are you somewhere safe? Okay, where are you at? Okay, what's your name for me? You said Micah? Michael? Okay. And where are you in the store right now?
I'm in the employee for Home Depot. Training room.
You at a trailer?
A training room.
A training room?
It's like the office store.
Okay, how many people did you see were hurt?
Just one. I don't understand what happened, but he just walked up and started firing for no reason.
Okay.
I only heard one of the people, and all of a sudden he pulled out a gun.
Okay. All right, we're on the way there, okay? And do you still hear any shots?
You know, man, my wife can run out the door, but I don't know what had happened to make that happen.
What door did he run out of?
The entrance door.
Was there 2 entrances or?
There's 3 entrances, one in the garden, one in the front by the outdoor inside garden stuff. And there's one at the very end of the store.
Which one did he leave out of, did you see?
I think I just saw the top one in the same exit he was ran out.
Okay. Okay. All right, we're getting there now, okay, so just stay where you are, okay?
Are we, or just now, I want to talk your name.
Okay. All right, just stay where you are for now, okay? All right, goodbye.
Income Sheriff's Office, this is Michelle, let me help you. Are you at Home Depot? Are you at Home Depot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, are you on Mobile or Davis? You're on Davis? Okay, what's going on there? Okay, what's going on there? Can you give me any information? Someone got, go ahead.
Yes. A young female just got shot by a male.
Adult, female? Do you know these people or they did just a random customer that came in?
Yeah. I know the
What's the victim's name?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn?
Yes, no.
There is a victim there. Brooklyn was shot by another male, a female. Okay, do you know where she was shot at? Or I don't want to put you in
She
anything.
was shot multiple times.
Multiple shots?
Yeah. That was something that they didn't shoot my face.
Okay. Is the other half still there?
No, he ran out the door.
Okay, is he white, black, or Hispanic?
He seemed like a
Just
light.
311.
He's African.
He's a light
African American.
skinned male, black male?
Yes.
What was he
brown skin,
wearing?
African American. He seemed like he had work uniform on, a light blue button down.
Light blue, do we know which kind of uniform?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just getting information. She's the only victim, I'm sorry.
Yes,
That you
ma'am.
know of? Okay. What is your name?
Jeremiah.
All right, I've got deputies there, Jeremiah. You just stay calm until they get there, or go
Yeah,
inside.
yeah,
and they'll do. Okay, you go talk to him, all right? Thank you.
State calls Samuel Shelly. Are you employed?
Currently with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with them?
just under 19 years.
And what do you do for them?
Currently in the traffic division,
And back in August of 23, what were your duties?
still working in the traffic division.
And were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
I did.
What time?
About 1:20 in the afternoon.
Did you know what you were responding to?
When dispatch first put it out, I believe it came out as an active shooter. And then it got moved to a shots fired disturbance. But at that point, I was already in the parking lot.
What was the scene like when you got there?
It was pretty chaotic. People were still running out of the building. I was only about a half a block away, so people were hiding behind things, people still trying to get to their cars and get out.
Any idea how many law enforcement agencies or personnel showed up?
I believe there was probably about 30 just from my agency, but then Pensacola Police Department sent a bunch, the Florida Highway Patrol arrived. There was a bunch of us.
Did you ever enter the Home Depot?
I did.
And where'd you go?
I actually parked my vehicle and went in through the main entrance on the south side of the building. And then from there, went to talk to some folks at the door, and I ended up making my way to aisle 52.
What'd you find on aisle 52?
Aisle 52 was where a young female was found deceased. She was unresponsive when I arrived. There were several bullet casings in the aisle, and I believe one projectile was in that aisle as well.
Once you observed these items, what'd you do?
At that time, I had everybody exiting the road just to secure it so I could maintain the safety of everything.
Was the Home Depot also secured?
Yes, that was done by deputies and officers, maybe even troopers after I arrived in aisle 52, because I stayed in that aisle the whole time.
And were investigators and crime scene technicians notified?
Yes, sir.
And this Home Depot location on Davis Highway, is that in Escambia County, Florida?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
You're free to go, Deputy. You
Thank
sit
you.
down. State calls Courtland Pen. You raise your right hand for me. Do you swear affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes. You will have a seat, ma'am. If you will say your Full name, if you'll spell your first and last name for our reporter.
Courtland Pen, Courtlyn, Pen, Penn.
Ms. Penn, what is your date of birth?
February 5th, 2002,
What city do you live in?
Mobile, Alabama.
Ms. Penn, I'm going to take you back to Friday, August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Where were you working?
Home Depot, Davis Highway on aisle 52.
Who was the company that you actually worked for?
WIS International.
Okay. And what did you do for WIS International?
It was inventory where we just count everything in the store.
You mentioned that you were on Home Depot, Davis Highway, aisle 52.
Yes.
While you were on aisle 52, what was the first thing that caught your attention, or what did you see or hear?
When I seen the guy walk past me, and then that's when the shots went off.
Okay, let me stop you real quick. So you said a guy walked past you. So
Yes.
where were you physically on aisle 52?
And the first bay, as soon as you turn the corner, like on the aisle,
Okay. And were you standing or were you sitting? What were you doing?
I was sitting.
Okay. And when you first see the male, where does he come from?
I couldn't really see the entrance of the store, so he just came like walking, and then he walked past, and then he came back.
Okay. And who else was on the aisle?
It was me, Brooklyn, and the rest of our car workers on the other end.
Okay. And when you first see describe the male for the jury.
He was like brown skin, kind of short, kind of like not tall, but average size.
Okay. And when you first see this male, what's he doing?
Walking.
And where was he walking toward?
I guess he was just looking for Brooklyn. He came straight in the store and walked to my aisle.
Okay. And where were you in relation to where Brooklyn was on the aisle?
I was next to her.
Where did you see the male go?
He walked right past me, so straight past me to Brooklyn.
All right. And when he got to Brooklyn, what did you see at that point?
He really tapped her on the shoulder, and he was like, "You gave me something." And then that's when he pulled the firearm from his pants, like on his waistband.
Okay. You talk really fast. I know you're nervous. Just try to slow down. So you see him walk up to Brooklyn,
Yes,
and then you said he tapped her on the shoulder?
yes.
Okay. And then what did you hear him say?
You gave me something.
What did Brooklyn do at that point?
She really gave him like a blank look. I didn't really hear her say anything.
Okay. And then what do you see next?
That's when he pulled his firearm and
Okay.
then proceeded to shoot.
Did you see where he pulled the firearm from?
His waistband,
Do you remember what color it was?
black.
Do you know how many times he shot?
Well, the first 3 shots, I got up and ran. So after that, everything else just went off.
And did you, you said Brooklyn had a blank look.
Yeah,
Did you hear her say anything back?
no.
Could you see at the time of the shooting how were they positioned? Brooklyn and the male?
Face to face.
Where did you run to?
The back of the store, and then a lady pulled me in the bathroom, and then I proceed to stay in the bathroom.
Was it a lady that you knew?
No.
Did you see which direction the male went?
No, well, he ran towards the other end of the aisle.
Do you know this defendant seated over here?
Yes,
And what's her name?
Sheila.
How do you know Sheila?
She was like a supervisor for the company I was working for.
Was she working on the day of the shooting?
Yes.
And what was her job?
I guess to just really make sure that we was just doing everything and getting all the counts in.
Was she like your supervisor?
Yes.
Now, on that day, the day of the shooting, did you see Sheila periodically through your shift?
Yes.
How was she acting?
Just, well, some like regular, and then like towards like the end of the shift, she was like acting kind of weird. Like she really didn't say anything.
Back at that time, what was your shift? In other words, what time did you start and what time did you end?
Like 5 to like maybe 2 or 3
5 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
And on this particular day, were you guys toward the end of your shift?
Yes.
Ms. Penn, while you were working that day, did you interact with Brooklyn?
Yeah, we was talking as we was going like down the aisles, other aisles.
Okay. Did you see her on a pretty regular basis during the day?
Yes.
How was she acting?
Like her regular self.
Did she ever seem scared or concerned?
No.
Nervous?
No.
Those are my questions, Ms. Penn. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few quick questions, young lady. What was your relationship with Brooklyn?
I was just a friend, coworker
At work or social?
at work.
Didn't know her socially pretty well.
No.
And anybody else at work you were close to, or just basically work relationship?
Yeah.
And you knew Sheila from work?
Yes.
Anything social?
No.
You have any knowledge of Sheila's relationship
No.
to Brooklyn?
No.
Okay. How long you been there? How long were you there when this happened?
Sorry?
How long had you been working there when this happened?
Maybe a couple months.
Okay. Did you know Brooklyn had a child or anything like that? You know anything about her personal life?
Not really, but I knew she had a baby.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Jensen, is she free to go? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
State calls Tiana Thomas.
Everybody still doing okay on the jury? You do? Okay. Ms. Jensen, I think we have one juror at least that needs to use the restroom, so I think we might just take a short comfort break at this point before we hear from Ms. Thomas. So I just want to give you one quick instruction. So we're about to take our first recess. Remember that all the rules I've given you apply even when you're outside the courtroom, such as at a recess. And remember the basic rule. Do not talk to anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, or coworkers, about anything having to do with this trial, except to speak to court staff. This means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, or any other form of communication. Again, you cannot do any research about the case or look up any information about the case. Remember to observe during our recess the other rules.
Last name Thomas.
Ms. Thomas, what is your date of birth?
09/11/02.
And where do you live, city and state?
Chickasaw, Alabama.
I'm going to direct your attention to Friday, August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you at work on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
What company did you work for at that time?
WIS.
What was the name of the store that you were at on August 11th?
Home Depot.
In what city?
Pensacola, Florida.
Toward the end of your shift, which area of the store were you working?
The lighting aisle.
Were there any other of your coworkers on the lighting aisle with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember who?
Not exactly everybody, but I remember a few people.
Okay, who do you remember?
Courtland, Ashanti, me, Brooklyn.
While you were on the lighting aisle, did you see something or hear something that caught your attention?
When I looked up, I did see him standing by her. He tapped her and was talking to her. I didn't hear
Okay.
anything though.
So let's talk about him and her. So
Right.
who's he?
Keith
Okay. And what do you see Keith do?
tapped her on the shoulder.
Who's her?
Brooklyn, sorry.
That's okay. At the time you saw who you've said is Keith tap Brooklyn on the shoulder, where were you physically located?
The same aisle as her, maybe like 4 or 5 bays down.
And when he tapped her, Brooklyn, on the shoulder, did you hear him say anything?
No, ma'am.
Did you hear her say anything?
No, ma'am.
After you saw him tap her on her shoulder, what did you see or hear next?
I actually looked back down because I just thought he was a customer. So I just looked down.
Okay. And then what's the next thing you saw or heard?
Then I heard gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I'm not exactly sure how many.
When you heard the gunshots, did you look up to see where Brooklyn and Keith were?
Yes, ma'am.
And were they facing each other or were they away from each other?
At first they were facing each other until he shot. That's when she fell to the floor.
And what did you do at that point?
Start running the opposite direction.
Were there other people in the store running?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see where Keith went after the shots?
No, ma'am. I went the opposite direction.
Ms. Thomas, do you know this defendant seated over here, Sheila Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know her?
She was a supervisor.
And was she working on the day that Brooklyn got shot?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see her periodically throughout the day? I'm not talking about Sheila.
Yes, ma'am.
How would you say she was acting?
A little strange, just a little bit.
And what do you mean by that, as opposed to how she would normally be?
Well, Sheila, she usually was kind of uppity. She would usually direct us around, tell us where to go. But that day, she really wasn't trying to.
Okay. Do you remember if you guys were almost done with your shift that day?
Yes, ma'am, we were.
If they were almost done with their shift that day?
Yes.
How often did you see Brooklyn on August 11th prior to the shooting?
A good amount of times, actually.
Okay. And how was she acting on that day?
Like Brooklyn. She was always happy, always smiling.
Did she ever seem scared to you?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem concerned?
No, ma'am.
Did she seem nervous?
No, ma'am.
Do you know what kind of car Sheila Agee drove back then?
It was a big black truck, not exactly sure of the make and model.
Okay. And do you know if Miss Agee would transport some of the employees to work?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many?
Her truck usually fits about 3 in the back, 2 in the middle row, and then her and another person in the front.
If you will, to the left of you, you should have a picture there. If you'll just flip it over and take a look at that, that's State's Exhibit number 47.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize who's in that exhibit?
Brooklyn.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are all my questions.
Good morning.
And how long had you been working with that firm?
Can you repeat yourself, please?
How long had you been working?
Maybe about 2 to 3 months.
Okay.
Like that.
You know Brooklyn
Yes, sir.
socially or just at work?
Just at work.
Okay. You know she was had a child. She had a
Yes,
father
I
and a
did.
child.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen the father outside of work?
No, sir, not before that.
Ever seen him? You never saw him at work either.
No, sir.
And I guess you'd known Sheila for that same amount of time, 2, 3
Yes,
months.
sir.
Okay. What's your relationship with Sheila?
She was just my supervisor.
Okay. And do you know her relationship with Brooklyn?
Not really, no, sir.
Okay. Okay. And I think you were testifying earlier, it seemed to you, and let me see if I can phrase it, that maybe Sheila was a little preoccupied. Would that be a proper word?
Yes, sir. That's kind of, that fits.
Okay. You ever talk to her about, why she seemed preoccupied? You have any idea?
No, sir.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, young lady.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Is she free to go?
She is.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Thomas. You can step down.
State calls Brittany Bishop.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give us the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
If you will have a seat, Ms. Bishop, just make sure you speak into the microphone, and if you will state your name, spell your last name for our court reporter.
Brittany Bishop, Bishop.
And Ms. Bishop, where are you employed?
Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene technician,
How long have you been with the sheriff's office now?
approximately 7 years.
And can you tell the jury what a crime scene technician does?
I respond to various crime scenes where I document, process, and collect items of evidence, and then I preserve them.
And in your time at the sheriff's office, how many homicide scenes would you say you've worked?
I have been the primary crime scene technician, and I have assisted in over 25 homicide scenes.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you respond to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
yes,
What time did you get there?
at approximately 1400 hours or 2 p.m.
Was Miss Sims still on the scene at that time?
Yes,
And where was she?
and she was on aisle 52.
And did you go there?
I did.
And did you photograph the scene and the items you located?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 2 through 29. Just take a minute, look through those. Your Honor, may we approach?
You may.
States 2 is the exterior of Home Depot.
And states 3,
States 3 is showing the numerics of Home Depot, which is 5309 North Davis Highway.
states 4,
States 4 is the exterior door, which is closest to the garden center.
states 5,
States 5 is as I was entering through that door.
states 6,
State 6 is as I enter through that door, showing my directionality to the aisle.
If we continue straight, is that where the lighting section would be?
Yes.
State 7,
State 7 is showing the aisle numerics, which is aisle 52 and 53, and also showing the surveillance cameras located in the ceiling.
states 8,
States 8 is showing aisle 52.
states 9,
States 9 is as we are looking down aisle 52.
states 10,
States 10 is showing Miss Brooklyn Sims lying face down.
and is this how you would have found her?
I did.
States 11,
States 11 is a black Apple iPhone with a black butterfly case on the shelf.
and where was that in relation to Miss Sims?
It was located to the left of her, a few feet away.
States 12,
States 12 is the various items of evidence I located down the aisle, which I then documented with numbered yellow placards.
are those referred to as photo markers?
They are.
States 13,
States 13 is photo marker number 2, which is a 9mm cartridge casing.
states 14,
States 14 is photo marker 3.
states 15,
States 15 is a close-up photograph showing that photo marker 3 was near the lighting, the solar lighting.
and what is photo marker 3?
It is a 9mm cartridge casing.
States 16,
States 16 is photo marker 5 and photo marker 6.
states 17,
States 17 is showing what photo marker 5 is, which is a 9mm cartridge casing.
states 18,
States 18 is photo marker 6, which is just documenting that it is a 9mm cartridge casing.
states 19,
States 19 is showing that it is photo marker 4.
states 20,
States 20 is documenting that it is a 9mm cartridge casing.
21,
States 21 is showing photo marker 7 and 8.
22,
States 22 is documenting that photo marker 7 is a projectile.
states 23,
States 23 is a photo marker 8, documenting that it is also a projectile.
states 24,
States 24 is showing the opposite end of that aisle, and it is showing photo marker 9.
states 25,
And States 25 is documenting that photo marker 9 is a projectile.
26,
States 26 is showing photo marker 10, and it is documenting that it is 2 9mm cartridge casings.
27,
And States 27 is a closer up photograph of those 2 9mm cartridge casings.
28,
States 28 is showing a defect to the merchandise, which is labeled as A5.
and 29.
And that States 29 is a projectile that I located inside that merchandise on the opposite side of the defect A5.
Did you collect and turn in the Apple iPhone black butterfly case?
The black Apple iPhone with the butterfly case was transferred to an investigator on scene.
How many total shell casings did you locate?
I located approximately 7 shell casings.
And did you collect those and turn them in?
I did.
So you states 30 and 31. Let's start with states 30. What is states 30?
States 30 is exhibit number, or ECSO exhibit number 35. Photo marker 2, 3, 4, 5, and 10. 6 9mm shell casings.
And is that packaging in substantially the same condition as when you turned them in?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 30.
Would be so admitted.
And if you could look at states 31, what is that?
States exhibit 31 is ECSO exhibit number 70, which is labeled photo marker 6, 1 CCI 9mm shell casing.
And is that shell casing in substantially the same condition, or that packaging, I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 31, please.
Would be so admitted.
How many projectiles did you collect?
I collected approximately 5 projectiles in 4 fragments.
And did you photograph these fragments at the lab?
I did.
I'll show you states 37 to 42. Take a minute, look at those.
I do.
And what are those?
These are the projectiles and fragments that I located on aisle 52.
And are these photos you took back at the lab?
Yes.
And are they accurate photos of the fragments you collected?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 37 through 42.
Would be so admitted.
And I don't know if I asked you or if I made it clear, all the shell casings you collected were all 9mm, is that right?
Yes.
If I may publish, Your Honor.
You may.
This is states 37. What are we looking at here?
States exhibit 37 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' hair.
States 38.
States exhibit 38 is the opposite side of that projectile.
39.
States exhibit 39 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' head on the floor.
40.
States exhibit 40 is the projectile I located on the floor near her leg.
41.
States exhibit 41 is the projectile or fragment that I located on Miss Sims' shirt near her abdomen.
And 42.
And States exhibit 42 is the projectile I located near Miss Sims' left shoulder on her shirt.
And did you turn these fragments in under this case number?
Yes.
Did you, let me ask you this. Were you there when Miss Sims was rolled over?
Yes.
What was located under her body?
It appeared to be a scanning device from Home Depot.
Did you later attend the autopsy for Miss Sims?
Yes.
When was that conducted?
August the 14th
And where was it conducted?
at 5151 North 9th Avenue, which is Sacred Heart Hospital morgue.
And what physician conducted that autopsy?
It was Dr. Oleski.
Were photographs taken during the autopsy?
Yes, by forensic photographer Kelly Root.
Did you collect buccal swabs from Miss Sims?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what those are?
A buccal swab is a swab conducted from the inner lining of the cheek.
And how do you go about collecting those?
They are they are sterile swabs taken from the inner lining of the cheek. They are then packaged into the sleeve they are taken from and then placed into a manila envelope and turned into evidence.
These kind of like long Q-tips?
Yes,
Did you also collect her fingerprints there?
I did.
Were there any projectiles located during her autopsy?
Yes,
Did you collect those and turn them in?
I did.
Can you tell us where and what item number they were assigned?
May I refer to my supplement?
Please.
ECSO Exhibit 41 were fragments from external. ECSO Exhibit 42 was a projectile from the soft tissue left chest. ECSO Exhibit 43 was a projectile from the right arm. And ECSO Exhibit 44 was a projectile from the right wrist.
And what agency offense number were these turned in under?
ECSO 23 OFF 015040.
All right, Ms. Bishop, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Is she free to go, Mr. Myers? You want her to? Okay, you can step down. Ms. Bishop.
State calls Miss moving 635.
There's no objection. It'll be so admitted.
Those are my questions, sir. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you. Judge, at this time, I'd like to move in States 32.
URGEON.
We'll make sure you speak into the microphone if you'll state your name and spell your last name for our court reporter.
Hannah Sturgeon, STURGEON.
Ms. Sturgeon, where are you employed?
Pensacola Police Department,
What do you do for them?
dispatch.
How long have you been with the police department now?
About 5 years?
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And did you receive a call from a guy regarding the Home Depot?
yes.
What time was that?
I have the call printout if I can refer to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Around 1:45.
And does your printout show what time you guys started receiving calls on that?
Around 1:25.
The call at 1:45, what phone number was used for that?
Area code 251-404-3421.
Thank you, Ms. Sturgeon. Those are my questions.
I have
Okay. You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Anthony Odum.
Just if you will follow the deputy over there, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
You will have a seat for me, officer. Make sure you speak loudly into the microphone, state your name, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Anthony Odum. Last name is Odum.
Mr. Odum, where are you employed?
Pensacola Police Department.
What do you do for them?
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been with them now?
Almost 5 years.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes, sir.
And did you respond to the AMC Theater?
I did.
What was the address out there?
5149 Bayou Boulevard.
And that's like a movie theater, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall what you were responding to?
A 911 call in reference to the suspect from the shooting at Home Depot was wanting to turn himself in.
And what did you see when you got there?
As I pulled into the parking lot, I seen a half clothed, he was missing his shirt, male walking towards me with his hands up.
Was he by himself?
Yes, sir.
Did he have any items with him?
I believe he had some things in his hands.
What was he doing with those?
He was putting them down upon our request, laying them on the ground.
Did you have other officers responding with you as well?
Yes, sir. Other officers were coming in as I was dealing with the subject.
Any idea how many?
Well over a dozen, probably.
Did you notice anything about his pants?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
They were wet.
Were you equipped with a body camera for this encounter?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you states 35. Recognize states 35?
Yes, sir. That's from my body cam.
Is that a screenshot from your body cam?
Yes, sir.
Is that the individual you guys took into custody?
That is.
Is that an accurate screenshot?
Yes, sir, it is.
I'd like to move in states 35.
There's no objection. It'll be so admitted.
Those are my questions, sir. Florida, Alabama driver's license.
To make sure you Parsons, if you will just state your name, spell your last name for the record.
James Parsons, Parsons.
Where are you employed?
The Pensacola Police Department.
What do you do for the Pensacola Police Department?
I'm the supervisor of the K-9 unit.
How long have you been in, excuse me, how long have you been in law enforcement?
A little over 19 years.
Did you respond to a shooting at Home Depot on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
When you got there, just give the jurors an idea of what's going on when you get there.
The parking lot was being flooded with civilians as well as employees from the store. There were multiple law enforcement vehicles and personnel arriving and entering the store.
And did, excuse me, did a number of law enforcement agencies respond?
Yeah, I believe all of them.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Was this kind of a all hands on deck type situation?
Yes, it was.
When you first got to the Home Depot, had a suspect been located?
No, ma'am.
And once you got there, what was your duty?
Once I got there, I realized there was already a team inside the building, clearing the building, as well as the sheriff's office beginning their investigations, interviewing people and witnesses. So I left that area and began to circulate for a suspect as we were starting to get information from the surveillance video as far as possible vehicles, descriptions, stuff like that. So I began to circulate the area.
While you were circulating the area, did you find a firearm?
Yes, we had received information from our dispatch that a caller had called in and said there was a gun on the side of the road of Davis Highway. So I responded to that area.
And where was that in location to the Home Depot?
Approximately half a mile north on Davis Highway.
And once you got to that particular area, did you see the firearm?
I did. There was a black handgun laying along the curb line of Davis Highway on the western side of the road.
Were there other law enforcement officers there as well?
Yes, there was.
Once you arrived at that location, where did you go from there?
About that time, they started to relay over the radio a vehicle description of the suspect that he had left in. So I began to start checking parking lots and the surrounding area for that vehicle.
Were you able to locate a vehicle that matched the description?
Yes.
Where?
On Airport Boulevard in the Select Specialty Care Medical Facility, there was a silver Nissan Sentra that matched the description.
Where was that location in respect to the Home Depot?
A little over a mile north and to the east.
Did you stay with that vehicle until someone responded to take it into custody?
Correct. I stayed until the sheriff's office arrived.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no questions.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're free to step down. Thank you.
Jennifer Hall.
Full name for the record, spell your last name for the court reporter.
Jennifer Hall, Hall.
Ms. Hall, where are you employed?
The Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am a crime scene technician.
How long have you been with them now?
13 years, yes.
Were you working August the 11th, 2023?
Yes,
And were you asked to retrieve a firearm on Davis Highway?
yes.
Where was that located?
It was in front of the AMCO on Davis Highway.
Is that near the Bobby Lycus?
Yes, it is.
And what did you find there on the side of the road?
I found a 9mm Glock firearm and a single round of ammunition.
What was the serial number to that 9mm?
It was BWSH648.
And did you photograph these items?
Yes, I did.
Show you states 51 through 57.
Yes.
You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs of in front of Davis Highway.
And do they accurately reflect the location and the firearm found?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 51 through 57.
It'll be so admitted.
And did you collect and turn in the firearm?
Yes.
What item number was that assigned?
Item number 1.
I'll show you states 58. Recognize states 58.
Yes, this is the firearm that I collected from Davis Highway.
And is it in substantially the same condition, I guess minus the lock on there, than as when you turned it in?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 58.
Will be so admitted.
Judge, if I may publish.
You may.
Ms. Hall, you may have a screen in front of you. You can tell us what we're looking at here. This is states 51.
Yes, this is the mailbox in front of the business on Davis Highway.
States 52.
This is a overall of where the firearm and the single round of ammunition was located on Davis Highway.
States 53.
This is a mid-range photograph of that firearm and the single round of ammunition, which is marked by that yellow cap.
States 54.
This is a close-up photograph of that round of ammunition on Davis Highway.
And was that a 9mm round?
Yes.
States 55.
This is the 9mm Glock firearm that was located on Davis Highway.
56.
This is a photograph of me removing the magazine from that same firearm.
And 57.
And this is just attempting to photograph how the firearm was misfed, it was jammed.
From Davis Highway there, where did you go next?
I went to the IMAX Theater on Bayou Boulevard.
And what was the address there?
The address is 5149 Bayou Boulevard.
And what did you find when you were there?
A gray T-shirt and a cell phone.
Did you photograph those items?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 59 through 63.
Okay.
You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the shirt and cell phone at the IMAX Theater.
And do they accurately reflect those items and the location found?
Yes, they do.
I'd like to move in 59 through 63.
Will be so admitted.
If I may publish,
You may.
states 59.
This is an overall photograph of the gray T-shirt and the cell phone in the parking lot of the IMAX Theater.
60.
This is another overall photograph from a different point of view of that same T-shirt and cell phone.
61.
This is a closer photograph of those two items in the parking lot of the theater.
62.
This is the front side of the cell phone in the parking lot of that theater.
63.
This is a photograph of the gray T-shirt in the parking lot.
The cell phone, did you collect that and turn that in?
Yes.
What item number was it assigned?
67.
From this location, where do you go?
I went to the Select Specialties Hospital at 7000 Cobble Creek Road.
What would you observe there?
There was a silver Nissan that was recovered there.
And did you photograph it?
Yes.
I'll show you states 64 through 67. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs of the silver Nissan.
Do they accurately reflect that Nissan and the location found?
Yes.
I'd like to move in 64 through 66.
No objection, they'll be so admitted.
State 64.
This is an overall photograph of the front of that Nissan.
65
This is a photograph of the back of the Nissan.
and 66.
This is a photograph of a blue shirt that was photographed through the front passenger side window on the front seat.
67.
This is a photograph through the front driver's window showing that same blue shirt and an ID badge on the front seat.
What'd you guys do with the car from that location?
It was towed back to the Escambia County Sheriff's Office impound lot.
And did you later perform a search of the vehicle?
Yes.
And did you photograph that search?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 68 through 75. You recognize those?
Yes, these are the photographs I took at the impound lot of the Nissan during the search warrant.
And do those photographs accurately reflect the search you did on that Nissan?
Yes.
I'd like to move in 68 through 75.
No objection, will be so admitted.
State 68, Ms. Hall, what are we looking at here?
This is the front photograph of the vehicle in our impound lot.
69,
This is a photograph of the back of the vehicle and the tag in the impound lot.
70,
This is a photograph from the front driver's side of the blue shirt and badge.
71,
This is the badge with the name Keith Agee.
72,
This is on the back driver's side seat It's a yellow hard hat and a yellow safety vest.
73.
This is a photograph of the blue shirt from the front seat after it was laid out.
And what does the name badge say?
Keith,
And the company badge?
AMNS Calvert.
State 74.
This is the backside of that same shirt.
75.
This is the safety vest after it was laid out.
Did you later swab the pistol that was turned in for potential DNA?
Yes, I did.
How is that done?
That is done by taking a set of sterile swabs, which are like large Q-tips, applying a couple of drops of sterile water to those swabs, and then swabbing the trigger, the grip, the slide of the firearm.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you turn those in?
Yes.
What item number were they assigned?
Number 5.
Did you also swab that cell phone you collected and turned in?
Yes.
What item number was that swab given?
Number 8.
Did you also photograph some of the items you collected back at the lab?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 76 through 85. Recognize those?
Yes, these are the photos I took of the items collected in our crime lab.
And are those photographs accurately portray those items as you photographed them?
Yes, they do.
I'd like to move in 76 through 85.
There's no objection, they'll be so admitted.
76, what are we looking at here?
This is the cell phone, the front side of the cell phone.
77,
This is a photograph of the back of that cell phone.
78,
This is the firearm and magazine and the one round of the firearm found on Davis Highway.
79,
This is a photograph of the serial number on that same firearm.
80,
This is the opposite side of the firearm.
81,
This is the model of the firearm.
82,
This is the photograph of the ammo that was jammed in the magazine.
83,
This is a photograph of those rounds of ammo after that was removed from the magazine.
84,
This is a photograph of the head stamp on those rounds of ammunition from the magazine.
and 85.
This is a photograph of the gray T-shirt that was recovered from the IMAX theater.
What agency number did you, agency number did you turn these items in under?
The case number was 23-015040.
Were you later asked to collect a buccal swab in this case?
Yes, I was.
Who did you collect that from?
Keith Agee.
And did you turn that buccal swab in as evidence?
Yes, I did.
What agency exhibit number was it given?
Number 79.
Same case number?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 45. Recognize states 45.
Yes, this is Mr. Agee on the day that I took his buccal swab.
Is that an accurate photograph within that day?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move in states 45. Objection.
They'll be so admitted.
Published in 45. Thank you, Ms. Hall. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
Okay. She free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step down, ma'am. Thank you. Can I see counsel at the bench briefly? Two, 225. Court reporter.
Eric Haynes, Haines.
Mr. Haynes, where are you employed?
The Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for them?
I am the officer in charge of the computer crimes unit.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office now?
26 years.
Can you give us just kind of a general background on your training and your education to do this type of work?
Sure. I've got a bachelor's in criminal justice, a master's in public administration, specialized in criminology. Went to the basic recruit school, many management classes, and in the past 5 years, I've gotten major certifications in digital forensics to perform the job that I do.
As part of your duties, do you extract cell phone data?
I do.
How do you go about that?
We have different forensic tools and software that will defeat encryption and passwords and then download the data out of the devices.
What programs do you use?
Several, and relevant to this case, we use Celebrate, a suite of services from them, and then Magnet. We use some of theirs as well. And then Gray Key is a forensic tool to get into iPhones primarily, with some Androids.
How do you use these programs to extract the actual cell data?
It can get pretty complex, but in layman's terms, we connect the phone. It tries to make the connection, again, find the password if it can, defeat the encryption, and then pull out the relevant data.
Do these programs also produce a preliminary device report?
They do.
What's contained on those?
The preliminary device report is just like the generic information about the phone, the make, the model, the phone number, its MAC addresses, which is like its specific ID for Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, things like that. Just identifying information, accounts associated with the phone, things like that.
And aside from a preliminary device report, does it also produce or can you also produce an extraction report?
Yes, an extraction report takes everything that we pull out of the phone and then puts it into like a readable format, categorizes it into text, pictures, accounts, notes, things like that.
And I guess in my general understanding, these phones are so large these days, these extractions can be enormous.
That is correct.
How do you put it down, or how does Cellbrite help you get it into a format that
is to find out what that is? Any computers is zeros and ones. We need assistance to find out what that is. It would literally take a lifetime to go through some of these phones. We had one recently with 6 or 7 million artifacts, and that's still not everything in the phone. That's just what Celebrite deems kind of relevant to the case. So what it does is it's called parsing, where it goes through and it knows in the phone, like, this is where an iPhone will keep its texts. This is where an iPhone will keep its pictures. This is where Facebook should be, and this is where all the messages are. So it reads all that for us. And so again, it would be physically impossible. It would take a whole career to go through a phone if you were to read it.
in this particular case, did you receive a cell phone which was ECSO exhibit number 67?
I did.
And did you perform a download of this cell phone?
I did.
Did Cellbrite produce a preliminary device report for ECSO exhibit 67?
Yes, I used Cellbrite to create that, yes.
I'm going to show you states 33. tell us what states 33 is?
This is the preliminary device report for item 67.
And is that an accurate copy of that preliminary device report?
It is.
I'd like to move in 33, please.
It'll be so admitted.
Can you tell us what the phone number for ECSO Exhibit 67 was?
The phone number was area code 251-404-3421.
What was the device's name?
The device's name for this was Keith's iPhone.
From your extraction of this cell phone, did you compile a report of text messages to and from that cell phone August the 11th, 2023?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 34. You recognize states 34.
I do.
What is states 34?
These are, this is a subset report of the text from the extraction report that we were just speaking to.
And what phone numbers are communicating here?
The local user, which would be that phone number, is not specifically listed on this, but it would be the one that I just said, the 251 area code. And it is to, you want me to read the phone number?
Yes, sir.
251-225-0872.
And it states 34, an accurate copy of the report of the text messages between those two phone numbers for August the 11th, 2023.
That is correct.
I'd like to move in states 34.
It'll be so admitted.
When you asked the program to do this download, are you manipulating any of the evidence or any of the report?
No, it doesn't change the evidence. We just set the parameters. So like I needed the text for 811. So we just set the parameters and it gives us that data.
Did you also receive ECSO Exhibit 65?
I did.
And did you perform a preliminary device report for it?
I did.
So you states 46. Do you recognize states 46?
I do.
What is that?
This is the preliminary device report.
And is that an accurate copy of that report?
It is.
I'd like to move in states 46.
Okay, there's no objection. It'll be so admitted.
What phone number was associated with this phone?
The area code 251-225-0872.
And this is the same number you just read back as being in the conversation in those texts?
Correct.
Did you look for that? Was that phone downloaded and extracted?
Yes, sir.
Did you look for that conversation from states 34 in that phone?
I did.
And did you locate it?
I did.
Where was it?
Where was it in the, it was in the text of the device.
Had it been deleted?
It had.
When?
I don't have the report in front of me with that exact time, but it was the afternoon of the event, I believe.
Did you also locate some text messages between Brooklyn and that phone?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 43A through 43B. You recognize those, sir?
I do.
What are those?
These are selected text from a report that I created of the text between the two.
And does that report accurately reflect the conversation between the two?
The portions, yes.
Yes. Judge, at this time, I'd like to move in 43A through 43D.
It'll be so admitted.
Mr. Haynes, those are my questions at this point. Mr. Ackerman may have some for you.
Good morning.
I am very unversed in computers and this kind of talk, so if I speak, please try to understand what I'm saying.
Of course.
My understanding is you've Exhibit 34, these were texts that you downloaded between Keith and the number that was 251-225-0872.
Correct.
That would be Sheila. I don't know if we've gone, okay.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Now, I'm going to be interested later on in text that were between Keith and Sheila from, most importantly, August 3rd to August 11th. Okay. Did you have occasion to download those two?
Yes, they were all downloaded together.
Okay. So what do you do with those texts once you've downloaded them in relation to your relationship to the state? Do you send them to the state?
Yes, the state has the.
So the state has 811, and they also have 83 to 811.
They should have the whole report with everything that I got out of the phone.
Okay.
Yes.
But you did download that. It is available. It's been done.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Again, I don't want to use terms. So I think for now, I'm satisfied that the state was furnished by you as part of your investigation and your role in all this. Basically, the totality, well, you answer this. How much, from when to when, if you recall, did you download?
The entirety of the phones, sir.
Okay, and do you have dates, times as when that would be? I mean, is it from day one of the phone?
From, yeah, whatever the, not necessarily, and it's semantics, so forgive my forensic speak, but anything that was in the phone, stored in the phone, would have been in that report that Cellbrite pulled out of it. So as far back as the conversation was recorded on the two phones, that's what would have been on the full extraction report.
Boy, I don't know that I understood that.
Okay.
As far back as the conversations between those two people?
Between the two phones and then what was recorded. So if I could give you an example,
Please.
maybe help you. So me and my mother could have been chatting for the past 15 years. Our current phones might not have all 15 years of that on there, but it could go back one or two phones or even further, depending how they were transferred to my current phone, if it was the same make and model, things like that. So whatever was on the phone between the two of them would have been in the Cellbrite reports that were provided.
And I'm trying to imagine, let's say either one of their phones was older than the other, went back further, and there were many other conversations. Does this program just pick out the conversations between those two numbers? Can you do that? Can you program it to do that? Is that?
I couldn't program it to do that, but that's what would be provided. Only what's saved on the phone is what I can pull out of the phone.
Okay. Again, I'm not sure I understand, but the bottom line is you did pull out the conversations between Keith and Sheila going back at least from August 11th to the beginning of their conversations.
Correct. That was in the full Cellbrite report, yes.
Okay. Just in case I might need you later, can you give me a number I can get you out if I need you back?
Of course.
We're not going to put that on the record, Mr.
Oh,
Ackley.
okay.
We can get that at another time if
But
you.
I just called the sheriff's department.
I'm sure the state attorney could get a hold of me. I'll stay dressed all day.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any redirect?
Briefly, Judge. You indicated just a second ago, Mr. Ackerman, that only saved text messages would be recovered, but you indicated you recovered the deleted text messages off of Ms. Agee's phone. How do you get deleted text messages?
Well, saved, deleted are all normally looked at as user terms, like they deleted it or they saved it. I was speaking as what the phone's operating system decided to do as far as saving it somewhere in the memory, not actually a user doing that.
So if I delete a text on my phone, there's a possibility you could still recover it.
Absolutely.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you couldn't recall the time that it was deleted. If I showed you previous testimony, would that refresh your memory?
Yes. Yes.
You may.
Just read it to yourself and see if that answers it.
Yes. In previous testimony, I was reading it off of the report. Do you want the date and time?
Yes, sir.
It was the afternoon of the event at 1:59 p.m.
Those are my questions, Your Honor, but you remain those.
Okay. Lieutenant, I'll ask that you remain available and again, do not
Okay.
discuss your testimony with anybody.
We're jumping the lunch break and we're going straight into the next witness. Let's see who this next witness is. We just skipped like an hour and 20 minutes there.
If you will just have a seat, you would state your first and last.
Right, before I forget, I've asked twice now, Lady Di. I have asked nicely. This is my third time asking you, just in case you don't see it in chat, because I know you are a nosy mofo and you're everywhere. Whatever that app was that I'm supposed to have known about, Lady Di, could you just let me know what it is, please? Message me. Email me what it is. Because that sounds interesting what you and Hippie Chick was speaking of. I don't remember you telling me about it. Anyway, I wasn't looking. Well, this is why I verbally said it, because I knew you wouldn't be. I knew you were nosing somewhere else. But yeah, that's the one. I know nothing about it. I don't remember you telling me about it. So you have to tell me again. Anyway, once me and Lady Di go back and do all that, let's get back to the trial. Stop buffering, you motherfucker.
Name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Okay, Christine Kirkland, Kirklin.
And where are you employed, Ms. Kirkland?
With Florida Department of Law Enforcement here in Pensacola.
What do you do for them?
I'm a senior crime intelligence analyst.
And what does that entail?
We assist our FDLE special agents along with our local, state, and federal law enforcement partners with analytical requests that aid in building their case file for an investigation. We attend on-scene search warrants. We conduct employment backgrounds. We do financial analysis as well as historical call analysis.
How long have you been with FDLE?
I've been with FDLE for 10 years.
Now, you're here on the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. What were you asked to do in this case?
I was asked to analyze some phone records for, I believe, the phone number of the defendant. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
You're talking about Keith Agee?
Keith Agee, yeah.
What did you examine in putting together a presentation?
His historical phone records from the phone company. They are received under court order, and we get all of the phone records, and we go through those, analyze them.
And what do call detail records consist of?
Well, they have the call time and the duration, whether it's an incoming call or outgoing call, the dialed number or the calling number, the cell sites that are accessed, as well as any cell site sector. You can get text data, internet data, and they also include key records to help assist reading those documents.
And what kind of training have you had specific to cell detail records?
Well, I have over about 500 hours of training on cell phone analysis.
How many times have you analyzed cell phone records?
Probably 600 separate phones.
Can you describe for the jury the basic process of what happens when a phone call is made with a cell phone?
Your cell phone is always aware of the nearest tower. You see it in the form of signal strength. Those little bars on your phone represent the connectivity between your phone and the tower. So when you want to make a phone call, basically a radio wave is transmitted through the phone at the speed of light until it reaches the nearest tower and tells it that it wants to do something.
Will it always connect to the tower that gives the best signal?
Yes.
Is that necessarily the closest tower?
No, not necessarily.
What types of factors come into play with that?
Weather's a factor. Rural areas, tall buildings and trees, tower overload due to a high traffic area, any of those factors can affect it reaching the nearest tower.
For this case, did AT&T provide you with the records needed to plot this data?
Yes.
And prior to today, have you reviewed that data?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 86A through 86F. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a demonstrative aid that I created for the trial.
And is that an accurate copy of the demonstrative aid you created?
It is.
I'd like to move in states 86A through 86F.
No objection will be so admitted.
For these records, what time frame did you concentrate on?
I believe it was from 8 a.m. till about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
What date?
August 11th of 2023.
And what was the phone number of the records you examined?
251-404-3421.
Did you plot the locations provided in those cell records?
Yes, I did.
Did you know the location of the homicide ahead of time?
Yes, I did.
Now, are these points on your maps, are these like pinpoint locations like GPS?
No, this is cell tower information that is included in the records, in the AT&T records. They provide their cell sites, and then we're able to go into a system where they're all collected as per every phone company is collectively supposed to do, and to get any of those addresses, which I always, look at on a map just to make sure they're all cell towers there.
You should have a screen in front of you.
Okay.
86A, is this just your title page?
Yep.
86B, what are we?
We're just looking at that is AT&T call and text detail records for that date and that phone number.
86C.
Okay, so this is the calls that I mapped. There's a series of outgoing and incoming calls that connected to this cell site at 1370 Railroad Street in Calvert, Alabama. I was asked to map the address there at Fairford Road in Calvert. And these are several outgoing and incoming calls, with one that I see noted that went to voicemail at 9:57 a.m.
And so these 5 calls all hit off the same cell tower?
Yes.
86D, what are we looking at here?
This is a series of incoming and outgoing text that connected to this AT&T cell site on Railroad Street in Calvert, Alabama.
And that's the same site?
That's the same cell site.
86E.
Okay, so again, the Fairford Road address is mapped, and the Home Depot in Pensacola, Florida. And then an incoming call that connected to the cell site in Spanish Fort at 12:43 p.m.
86F.
These are a series of 2 outgoing calls connecting to AT&T cell location on East Royce Street. Again, the Home Depot is mapped, and I mapped the AMC Theater, address of the arrest location, with 2 outgoing calls, one at 1:44 and then an outgoing call to 911, also at 1:44 p.m.
All right, thank you, Ms. Kirkland. Those are my questions.
Okay.
Mr. Ackerman may have some.
Okay.
Okay, is she free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can step in. Thank you. You can leave that right there.
State calls Dana Beth Ritchie.
You can just come right up here, Ms. Ritchie. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat for us. If you'll just say your full name and if you will spell your first and last name for our full.
My name is Elizabeth Ritchie, Elizabeth Richey.
Ms. Ritchie, where are you employed?
I work for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement out of the Tallahassee region, and I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section.
How long have you been with them?
I've been with FDLE since 2007.
What does a senior crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section do?
My primary responsibilities as an analyst is to function test firearms, make sure they're functioning properly, and if they aren't, try to figure out why not. And then I'm asked to compare fired components, so things like cartridge cases, bullets, and shot shells, to suspect firearms to try to answer the question of, did these items come from this particular gun? If no gun is available, then I'm asked to try to determine how many guns may have been used in that particular situation, and if possible, give investigators a list of guns to look for.
Your lab, you indicated, is in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
What kind of education, training, or experience do you have to do this type of work?
Well, first, I have a Bachelor's of Science in Marine Science from Jacksonville University. That's what allowed me to get my job. And then when I promoted to the analyst position, I went through FDLE's 18-month analyst training program. The first year of my training is spent basically in bookwork and practical exercises. It covers the history and development of firearms, firearms identification, ammunition. It included tours of firearms manufacturing plants, as well as a couple courses outside of FDLE at that time. Once the first year was completed, I spent the next 6 months working supervised casework. And that's where I worked actual cases under the direct supervision of a qualified analyst. Once all of that was completed, I was free to begin working my own cases as a qualified analyst.
Can you explain to the jury the different components of a cartridge or a round of ammunition?
So an unfired round of ammunition is a cartridge, which many people often refer to as a bullet. But it's a cartridge is made up of 4 components. You have the cartridge case, which holds the whole unit of ammunition together. You have the primer, which provides the spark. You have the gunpowder inside the cartridge case, and then you have the bullet or the projectile that's designed to hit a target. So if I'm speaking of bullets, I'm actually speaking of the item that's designed to hit a target.
How do you go about comparing one cartridge case to another?
If I receive just 2 cartridge cases, then I will start with an inventory of those cartridge cases. I will start by taking a look at their class characteristics. Class characteristics are characteristics that are predetermined by the manufacturer. So for cartridge cases, that could be something like the shape of the firing pin. There's multiple shaped firing pins out there. And then it might also include the shape of the firing pin aperture or the hole that the firing pin comes out of in that gun. These are characteristics that can show up during the firing process on that cartridge case. So if I'm looking at these 2 cartridge cases and taking a look at the class characteristics, and the class characteristics don't agree with each other, then that's an automatic exclusion and I can eliminate them and I don't go any further. But if the cartridge cases agree with each other, then I will then move on to looking at their individual characteristics. Now, the individual characteristics comes from the cartridge cases or the bullets interacting with the interior surfaces of the firearm. There are random imperfections on the interior surfaces of the firearm that can transfer over to the cartridge case during the firing process. So when that firing pin strikes the primer, it leaves an impression in the primer. Any defects that may be on that firing pin can transfer over to the primer and leave marks. Similar as if you take a ball of Play-Doh and stab your finger, you can potentially see your fingerprints or any scars you may have on your fingers. What's also happening as that bullet is pushing down the barrel, the cartridge case is also slamming backwards against the breech face of that firearm or the part of the firearm that supports that cartridge case. So again, any defects that are on that cartridge case can transfer, or on that breech face can transfer to the cartridge case. Now, these random imperfections are unique to the gun. So if I have two cartridge cases, I will put them on my comparison microscope. A comparison microscope is a set of compound microscopes. They're side by side. They're linked by an optical bridge with one set of eyepieces. And that allows me to look at these two items side by side under the same magnification. So what I'm looking for is the set of repeating defects that may be showing up on these cartridge cases from the firing process. Depending on the amount of information that may be on those cartridge cases will determine what kind of conclusion I may come to during my examination.
Now, is this a similar process for fired bullets or
Yeah.
projectiles?
Yes.
Now, if you have the firearm in question, how do you go about that analysis?
I will start with a visual and a mechanical inspection of the firearm. I want to make sure that it is safe to fire and that it should be functioning properly. So I'm taking a look at all the safeties, seeing if there's any potential dangers that may potentially cause me a hazard to fire. If the gun appears to be functioning properly and should be safe to fire, then I will test fire it in our laboratory range. I test fire into a water tank. That allows me to collect as pristine an example of test fired bullets from that firearm as possible. And then I also collect the test fired cartridge cases. So I will start with that. I will collect the cartridge cases and then I will examine my test fires to one another. I know that they were fired from the same firearm because I just fired them, but I want to make sure that the cartridge cases actually have enough information to support that they were fired from the same firearm. So I will examine my test fires first, and then I will conduct the examination of the knowns to the unknowns and come to a conclusion based on what level of agreement I may see in the information on the unknown to the knowns.
How many firearms would you say you've examined?
Thousands.
How many cartridge casings?
Thousands.
Same with the projectiles.
Yes.
Have you testified to your findings before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 135.
And does that include Escambia County, Florida?
Yes.
We're here on the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. I want to start agency number ECSO 230FF015040. Did you receive agency exhibit number 1?
Yes.
What was that?
That was a 9mm Luger Glock Model 19 Generation 5. It's a semi-automatic pistol.
What was the serial number on that?
The serial number is BWSH648.
I'm going to show you states 58. I want to verify that's the firearm you examined.
Yes, it is.
And what round magazine did that firearm have?
This magazine had a capacity of 15 cartridges.
Did you test fire that weapon?
Yes, I did.
Did it function properly?
Yes, it did.
Did you also receive agency exhibit numbers 35 and 70?
70. Yes, I did.
Take a look at those for me. Are those the casings you examined?
Yes.
Did you compare your test fires to those exhibits, Agency 35 and 70?
Yes, I did.
And what were your results there?
That it was my opinion they were identified to the pistol.
Did you also receive agency exhibit numbers 41, 43, and 44?
Yes.
What were they?
41 was a fired bullet jacket fragment and an apparent lead fragment. 43 and 44 were both fired bullets.
Were you able to determine if they were fired in that same Glock 19?
Yes.
What was your opinion there?
The bullet jacket and the 2 bullets were fired from that particular firearm.
Did you also receive agency exhibit 42?
Yes.
What was that?
Those were 2 apparent lead fragments.
And were you able to determine if they were fired in that same weapon?
No.
Why not?
They are of no value for microscopic comparison. They're just lead fragments. Most bullets are made of a lead core and then an outside with a jacket of some kind. So the actual core never comes in contact with the surface of the barrel on the inside of the firearm.
Did you make a report of your findings?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 91. Do you recognize states 91?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a copy of my report that I authored.
And is that an accurate copy of the report you authored?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 91.
It'll be so admitted.
Thank you, Ms. Ritchie. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
Thank you.
Okay.
You can step down. I believe you're free to go. Okay, thank you.
State called Jennifer Wilkerson.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Wilkerson. Just make sure you speak into the microphones. State your full name, spell your last name for the court.
Jennifer Wilkerson, Wilkerson.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you tell us where you're employed?
I'm a senior crime laboratory analyst with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the biology and crime scene sections.
And what are your duties as a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology section?
I examine items of evidence for the presence of body fluids like blood or semen. I will also be asked to swab items for skin cells left behind from the person that touched or wore that item. I will then take that on and develop a DNA profile. Then I'll compare that DNA profile to other DNA profiles in the case.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
I started work at FDLE in 2006.
Can you tell us a little bit about your education, your training, your experience to do this type of work?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the College of William and Mary. I have a master's degree in biomedical sciences from Eastern Virginia Medical School. I have a master's degree in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University. And I completed the approximate one-year program at the time with FDLE in serology and DNA training.
Where is your lab located?
Here in Pensacola.
And is it accredited?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury just on a basic level what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's your genetic blueprint. Kind of like the blueprint for your house is going to tell you which room's the kitchen and which room's the bedroom. Your DNA is ultimately going to tell you what color hair you have, what color eyes, and how many fingers and toes. And you get half from your mother and half from your father.
Is DNA unique to every individual?
Yes, with the exception of identical twins. That's why they look alike.
Do you leave DNA on everything you touch?
No, not always.
What kind of factors go into leaving DNA on something you touch?
So it depends on the person themselves. It could be like if they're sweaty, they're more likely to leave DNA. But if they just washed their hands thoroughly, they may not, because all the loose skin cells may have already fallen off into the sink. Also, the item they're touching can determine whether DNA gets left behind or not. If it's more absorptive or rough, it may scrape off more cells or hold on to them better than, say, a smooth object.
Are there any environmental factors that go into leaving DNA suitable for comparison?
Yes.
What type?
So weather can affect DNA's longevity on an item. So if it rains, obviously it could wash it away. Humidity causes bacteria and fungus growth, which will eat or destroy DNA. The UV light from the sun can destroy DNA. And obviously if somebody tried to clean DNA up with, say, like bleach or other cleaner, it would destroy the DNA.
Can DNA be wiped away?
Yes.
How many DNA profiles have you developed?
I have run over 20,000 samples through DNA.
And how many comparisons would you say you've done?
Thousands.
Do you perform statistics as part of your analysis?
Yes.
Have you testified to your findings before?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
Over 200 times.
And does that include Escambia County, Florida?
Yes.
All right, we're here on the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee. Were you given some items in this case to work?
Yes.
I want to start with ECSO agency number ECSO 230FF015040. Did you receive agency exhibit number 79?
Yes.
What was that?
This is buccal swabs from Keith Agee.
And were you able to develop a complete DNA profile?
Yes.
Did you receive agency exhibit number 8?
Yes.
What was that?
I was swabs from a red iPhone with case from an IMAX theater.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile on this?
I developed DNA results, but they were not interpretable. There was too little DNA there to get interpretable results.
Were you given agency exhibit number 7?
Yes.
What was that?
Oh, is that FDLE exhibit number 7? Sorry, agency 5.
Yes.
Yes. That was swabs from firearm with magazine.
And what serial number?
The serial number was BWSH648.
Were you able to develop a DNA profile off of this?
Yes.
Did you compare that DNA profile to Keith Agee's DNA profile?
Yes.
What were your results there?
The partial DNA profile from the firearm and magazine matched Keith Agee.
And as part of your statistics you performed on there, what weight did you attribute that?
So I give statistics to show you essentially the weight of the match between the two. And the statistics was the observed DNA profile is greater than 700 billion times more likely to occur if the sample originated from Keith Agee than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual.
And just to put this into context, what's the current population of the Earth?
It's around 8 billion.
Is this the highest statistics that FDLE will report?
Yes.
Did you create a report of your findings?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 92. You recognize states 92?
Yes.
What is that?
It's the report that I generated dated December 4th, 2023.
And is that an accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
I'd like to move in states 92, please.
Will be so admitted.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are my questions. Mr. Ackerman may have some.
So she's free to go.
Yes, ma'am.
You can step down, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we next would call Carl Jordan.
7-9. All right, today is July. All right, today is July 29th, 2025. We're here in the state of Florida versus Sheila Agee, case 17-23CF3379. Present is the state attorney, assistant state attorney Trey Myers, and assistant state attorney Bridget Jensen. The defendant is Sheila Agee and her attorney David Ackerman. The witness is Mr. Carl Jordan. Sir, if you'll raise your right hand. You swear to tell us the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes. Thank you.
State your full name for the record, please.
Carl Lamon Jordan,
Is Carl a C or a K?
let's see,
And excuse me, please spell your middle name.
Laymoon,
And what is your date of birth?
11/13/78,
Where are you employed?
Home Depot.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Just over 20 years at this point, probably 20.5 years.
What are your duties with Home Depot?
So I'm the district asset protection manager. I deal with everything from environmental stuff to theft, fraud, the inventories, those type of things.
What about video surveillance?
Video surveillance, yes.
Are you assigned to a specific location or region?
I'm assigned to a district. I'm district number 133. I handle everything from Panama City to Mobile, Alabama.
Are you familiar with the Home Depot on Davis Highway and Brent Lane?
Yes,
How often do you actually work in that store?
I visit that store between 1 to 2 times a month.
And was that the same back in August of 2023?
Yes,
Back in 2023, did you have a company that did your inventory?
yes.
What was the name of that company?
WIS.
And can you give just a brief description of what WIS or WIS did for Home Depot?
Yeah, so it's an inventory accounting company. They come in, they basically count all the product in the building and give us an accurate count of what we're supposed to have from an inventory perspective.
Approximately how many WIS employees would be in Home Depot on any given day?
Depending on the size of the store and the amount of product that's in that building, the amount of sales and stuff, there's anywhere between 1622, 1624 associates. Sometimes maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
And what shift do they typically work?
They're a morning crew, so they normally start counting right around 5 o'clock, 5:15 in the morning.
Do they normally take a lunch at some point during their shift?
Yes.
Do you know if some of the employees with WIS carpool together?
Yeah, a lot of times what they'll do is they actually will travel in a van together as a group, especially when it's kind of out of town type work. I'm not super sure about personal cars, like if they carpool together in a personal vehicle, but I do know a lot of times they will travel as a group in a van or such.
Do you know this defendant seated over here to my left in the red?
I do.
And who is that?
That her name is Sheila.
And how do you know Sheila, this defendant?
Sheila worked for WIS as a supervisor.
Does the Home Depot store on Davis Highway have video surveillance?
Yes, it does.
And did it have video surveillance back in 2023?
Yes.
Can you explain for us how that video surveillance works? In other words, does it record? Are you able to download it?
Yeah, so the video does record. It records 24 hours a day. It has a retention somewhere around the 5-6 month mark. All the video, you can take different clips, different angles of the video, compile it together. You can burn it to a CD, flash drive, thumb drive, and a hard drive.
I'm going to direct your attention to August 11th, 2023. Do you remember that day?
Yes,
And were you physically in the Home Depot on Davis Highway on August 11th, 2023?
yes.
What was the first thing that made you realize something was amiss?
I was sitting in the training room and I heard a couple pops, like pop, pop, but being in a retail environment, like such as Home Depot, it's not uncommon to hear some noises. But then you could start hearing like yelling, like kind of like, I want to say almost like screams, coming from out on the floor. At that point, I got up from the break room. There was actually an associate that ran by and came, and there were people that were running through. An associate came through. It's like there's a guy with a gun, and we sat there for a second. I was like, what? And then he's like, there's an active shooter. So I ended up grabbing the associates and the people that I could, took them to an exit. They were on the north side in the training room. That particular door has a 15-second delay, so we're at the door trying to get out. you can't. And then, you know, you turn around and there's all these customers that you don't know, like running towards you. The door ends up opening and you end up going out. So
Was the scene itself, how would you describe
it
it?
was chaotic, absolutely chaos.
Did law enforcement arrive relatively quickly, or how long did you wait?
Yes, they did. Given the situation, they arrived what I felt was fairly quickly. I mean, sometimes in a situation, time moves a little bit differently in your head, but I do know that they were there quite quickly.
Okay. Once law enforcement arrives and things calm down, did an investigator or law enforcement officer request video surveillance?
Yes,
Were you able to download different angles of the store relevant to this incident?
yes,
Aisles 52 and 53, is that the lighting area?
in that particular story.
Okay. Are the actual aisles covered by video?
There are certain aisles covered, those are not covered.
Have you reviewed the downloaded video that you provided to law enforcement before your testimony today?
Yes,
If you'll take a look at State's Exhibit 87 and just see if you recognize it.
I do.
Are your initials on that exhibit?
They are.
And is that a fair and accurate compilation of the different angles of the video surveillance from Home Depot on Davis Highway, August 11th, 2023?
It is.
At this time, I'm going to move State's 87 into evidence.
Let me take a quick look, please. Oh, that's no objection.
Mr. Jordan, who is in that State's Exhibit 87, the video compilation, who is the female that the cameras are focused on or following?
Sheila.
And there's a tablet or some kind of gadget that she's holding as she goes to the store. What is that, if you know?
Those tablets are actually used by their team to count product, verify, things like that. We actually use them for verifications, but the sole purpose is for inventory accounting. It's just one of the pieces of equipment they use.
You also should have in front of you State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that?
36.
36.
Yes.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And is that just a still shot from the video of a black male entering the store?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you should also have State's Exhibit 47.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that a still shot from the video of a black female Bliss employee?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And now you also should have State's 48 in front of you.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that also a still shot from the video?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize the individual in State's 48?
I do.
Who is it?
That is she.
Okay. So at this time, I would move State's 36, 47, and 48 into evidence.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
You mentioned that there were no cameras on 52 and 53. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any way that Sheila would know where cameras were over?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir.
No regrets. And also 87, which is the video survey. 6, State's 48.
Vice President, Defendant, present with counsel. Is everybody ready to proceed? Okay.
State calls Lionel Martinez.
The truth, nothing but the truth.
I do, ma'am. Sorry. There you
If you'll just state your name.
go. Lionel Martinez, Martinez,
And will you spell your first name for us too?
Lionil.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Escambia County Sheriff's Office?
I've been there 11 years.
And what about prior to that?
I was employed in the state of Georgia, law enforcement officer for 17 years.
What do you do for the Sheriff's Office?
I am an investigator in major crimes.
Were you assigned to investigate a shooting at Home Depot on Davis Highway?
Yes,
And did you actually respond to the store on August 11th, 2023?
yes, ma'am.
When you first got there, where did you go?
I went into the store through the entrance and I went to aisle 52.
And when you went to aisle 52, what did you see?
Laying face down in the aisle was a black female. She had dark black pants and a dark colored shirt, which is navy. And I saw some gunshot wounds or defects in her arm, her side. And then, like I said, she was laying face down and the blood was pooling around her.
While you were at the Home Depot store, did you request video surveillance from Carl Jordan?
Yes,
And was he actually able to provide you with the video surveillance on that day?
yes, ma'am.
Within a short amount of time that afternoon, was a suspect taken into custody?
Yes.
And who was that?
Keith Agee.
Were you advised that a firearm was located as well?
Yes.
And what about a vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where was the vehicle located?
The vehicle was located at specialty or select specialty care.
So the Home Depot, the location where the firearm was found, the location where the car was found, and then where Mr. Agee was taken into custody. Are you familiar with all of those areas?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they all within close proximity to the Home Depot on Davis Highway?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
You should have in front of you State's Exhibit 88. If you will just take a look at that and see if you recognize it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and are there different areas that are highlighted on that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Is it a fair and accurate map of the various areas of interest pertaining to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time I would move States 88 into evidence.
Will be so admitted.
And permission to publish?
Granted.
You should have, if that screen's easier to see for you. So can you just give the jurors an idea of what the different pinpoints are, starting with the Home Depot?
So the Home Depot is located right next to I-110.
And if I'm highlighting the screen area right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then just north of that Home Depot is the Bobby Likas Auto Care, where the firearm was recovered in the roadway.
Okay.
So the intersection, if you make a right-hand turn, that is going to take you down to the Select Specialty Care, where the vehicle was located in the parking lot.
Okay.
And then south of that location is the AMC IMAX Theater, where the suspect was taken into custody.
In between where the car was located and where Mr. Agee was taken into custody, is there water in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where's that?
It is located in Cycle Specialty between if you are going south, there's a little wooded area like a ravine retention pond.
Now, on this same day, August 11th, 2023, did you make contact with Keith Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
At the sheriff's office.
And you should have in front of you State's Exhibit number 90.
I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit 90 is in front of him. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that just a screenshot or a still shot of Mr. Agee at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And does it depict how Keith Agee looked at the time you made contact with him at the sheriff's office?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Judge, at this time, I'd move States 90 into evidence.
It'll be so admitted.
And permission to publish.
Yes, ma'am, granted.
For the record, that's State's Exhibit 90. Now, there was some testimony earlier that perhaps Mr. Agee's pants were wet. Was that from the creek or the water, or he hadn't urinated himself, is my point?
No, ma'am, he had not urinated himself.
Okay. Now, while you spoke with Mr. Agee, was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
Did he give you his cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he also give you the password to it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you seize his cell phone when he was taken into custody on August 11th?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Did you have the contents of his cell phone downloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that by Eric Haynes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, once the information is downloaded, what do you do with it?
We analyze the information. We look through call logs, text messages.
And what were you looking for specifically in Keith Agee's phone?
Through the text messages.
And while you were looking through those text messages, what did you find, if anything?
A communication between Keith Agee and his mom, Sheila.
And after you had a chance to review those messages between Keith Agee and his mother, Sheila Agee, did you later make contact with Sheila Agee?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
On the 14th.
Of?
Was it August?
So this was a few days after the shooting?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And where did you actually make contact with Miss Agee?
In McIntosh, Alabama.
All right. And where did you specifically meet her?
At her house.
Okay. Did you drive there?
Yes, ma'am. Me and another investigator.
How long did it take you to get there from Pensacola?
About an hour and a half.
At that time, did you know where Keith Agee was working?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that?
It was at a steel plant.
Okay. And do you know how close or how far that was from where he lived?
Within minutes.
Okay. And where was he living at the time?
With his grandmother, Thelma.
When you made contact with Miss Agee on August 14th, 2023, was she arrested for principal to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did Miss Agee have a cell phone on her at the time she was arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you seize that cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have her cell phone downloaded like you did Keith's?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there anything significant about the download on her phone, that conversation between her and Keith?
The text messages were deleted.
Were they able to be recovered though through that Cellbrite process?
Yes, ma'am.
You should have in front of you State's Exhibit 34. That's already been admitted into evidence. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those the text messages downloaded from Keith Agee's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And are those to and from Keith Agee and his mother, Sheila Agee, on August 11th, 2023?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
On August 11th, what time do the text messages start?
10:36 a.m.
Okay, and if you'll flip to the last page, when is the last text message between the two of them?
At 12:42 p.m.
Okay, and do you know what time 911 was called to the Home Depot?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I am going to ask to publish State's Exhibit 34.
You may.
So Investigator Martinez, what we need you to do is read them from how it's going from Keith's cell phone to Sheila's cell phone, if you can kind of try to keep that straight. So the jurors know who is texting what. And if we're looking at State's Exhibit 34 right now. We go down a little more. So who are the blue text messages?
The blue text messages is Keith Agee,
Okay, and then the other color is going to be what?
gray,
And who is that?
Sheila Agee.
Okay, and if you will just do your best to read these into the record, starting with the first text message at 10:37 a.m.
At 10:37 a.m., she gave me gonorrhea. And if you think I'm lying, I'll call them back and we can three-way them. But I don't even care no more. She low down ASF anyway. Can you pick up Casey for me tomorrow though?
Okay, let me stop you real quick. Do you know who Casey is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
It's the common child between Keith Agee and Brooklyn Pen.
Okay. Next text message is gray. So who is this?
Sheila Agee.
Okay.
No, I don't believe you lying. If that's what you say, I don't have no reason to think you lying. Yes, I'll get her tomorrow. I'm still Florida right now. Okay. She still work out of town with you? Yes. Okay. Y'all come back this evening? Yep. Okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch might ASL call the law because ain't no way she gonna do me low down. Then try to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the reason that B lied to me, but I got some for that. You're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you. Trouble. Prison, buh. Hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or some, but let that dirty bitch find her ride to that MF.
When you transition from Keith's text to Sheila's, will you just say that?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, because we're reading it to the court reporter's giving me a look.
Okay.
Thank you.
I was gonna ask about that.
Thank you. All right.
Sheila, if she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, I gave her job for Casey. Keith. Fuck that. I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from us, from sus. Keith. Fuck that. I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from us. Sheila. I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. Keith, have to, question mark. Sheila, I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to. Keith, but where's the rest of your crew meet you? Sheila, I pick them up in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there. Sheila, her and baby doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at empty house. Sheila, but I am not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you. Keith, I'm tired of being treated like a bitch. When I do right, fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this daily. Just tell me before y'all come. Sheila, no, I'm not going to help you get in trouble. Keith, ain't do nothing but cost me money and give me a disease. I'm fitting to just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. ADGAF no more. Sheila, okay. Keith, so protect her? Question mark. Keith, cool. Sheila, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come, kill her, you a MF bitch. She gave me a MF disease. I'm done, lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this lying hoe, but still in every situation you make sure it turned out better for her, like it's none you can't do for me. Keith, loved, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go. Keith, yes, thank you. That's all I ask. Keith, you're right, I am. I am a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again, I promise. You're right, Keith, you're right. If I don't, I am a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak to any type of shit like this again, I promise. May I have some water, please?
Oh, sure.
Sorry. Keith, on Casey's life. Keith, I. Sheila. Okay, that's fine. You the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooklyn. She will be dead. No problems for her. To only person you hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear to God, I don't care. I ain't going to jail. Keith, I'm okay with that. Keith, I can't take no more. Don't nobody help me. I'm tired. I ain't got shite to live for. No way. I'm going to jail. Keith, Citro, gonna shoot me because I'm so blown at them. Keith, it's been a long time coming. Sheila, okay, well, you ain't hurt nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. Sheila, but I'm good with it. Keith, okay. Sheila, somebody will take care of Casey. Keith, I'm about to just leave work. Nice, so I'll be off. Sheila, that's up to you. Keith, yeah, okay, she good. Sheila, don't call Nanny and tell her. She will try to talk you out of it. Keith, okay. Keith, I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. Keith, I'm just saying I gotta go to the dentist. Sheila, don't even go there. She won't know you left. Sheila, don't shoot my MF car. I don't want to die. Keith, I'm not. Sheila, wait till I put her out. Keith, I was gonna wait till she got out. Sheila, okay. Keith, but that's another thing. If she don't get out of that car, Mama, and I have to drag her out or can't, I'm gonna ask you to step out. Keith, because I'm gonna open the door, just shoot her. Sheila, as long as you don't shoot me. Keith, but okay, you know work, just don't forget me this evening. Sheila, hell, if you're getting off work now, I'll give you the address here and you can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. Keith, send it to me. Sheila, we just in Pensacola. Keith, OTW, send it. Sheila, hold up, let me get it erased, the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you stupid ass. Keith, I already deleted mine. Trust me, I ain't gonna say shit. ABT, even us, even talking TD. Sheila, I don't act like you love Casey because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Keith, I love all my heart is that bitch that I don't care for her. Sheila, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch that's not love, son. Keith, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me, trying to get her, knowing she acting because she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side like she ain't do none. Keith, I'm not mad at a bitch. I hate every MF body. Keith, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seemed like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey. Keith, I'm coming through Movico. What's the address?
Let me stop you real quick. Do you know what Movico means?
Believe it's a small town between McIntosh and Mobile.
Thank you.
Sheila, you willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what because you didn't put on a rubber. You're going to make her suffer for something she had no control over. But you love her? Okay. Sheila, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I on lunch. Keith, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind them. To me, she knew I was gonna kill her, so if she okay with it, shit, I am too. Sheila, regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know. Keith, I put faith in Jay, at least he will do something to a MF that FW, Casey, him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. Sheila, okay, you put faith in somebody about your fucking baby. Keith, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn, ABT, her choices, shit, this her fault. Keith, every action get a reaction. Keith, so if SB is okay with what she doing, then they should be with what I am. Keith, so if SB is okay with what she doing, then they should be with what I am. Sheila, it's not Casey's fault. It is all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn know. It was both y'all's fault. Her for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. Keith, her mama should have raised her better or told her better some. I don't feel guilt behind that. Keith, I feel way worse letting this BS continue. Keith, I don't blame Casey for none. Sheila, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it. Keith, that bitch could have told the truth though. It wouldn't been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Keith, just been real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck me over and then play like I'm overreacting or crazy. Keith, I can show a MF what crazy is. Keith, address, question mark. Sheila, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm get you the address when I get back and showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues because you're willing to give up your life for your baby's daughter's life and hurt your family over a bitch. But don't worry, I'll make sure she know Brooklyn gave you something that you had to get a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her, that she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she would have meant more to you. Her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you I'll remind her of that the rest of her life. Sheila, which she will probably end up committing suicide, and she'll be with y'all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna give you the address. You ain't close yet. Keith, if she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Sheila, I ain't talking about her mama. I was talking about her daddy, and you just confirmed you don't care about her. Keith, Brooklyn knows what I do, and I done shot at MFS in front of the police and got away. If she a still lie, she must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen no way. Keith, you ain't in my position, so it's easy to say BS. Sheila, I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey away from me because I love her. I know that. Keith, I'm pretty sure you ain't, because you ain't gonna do none RN. So again, I said easy to say when you don't do she. Sheila, who don't shit? Who the fuck you think helps care of that baby? Keith, I'm getting on the interstate 9. Sheila, okay. Keith, take care? Question mark. MF, you take care of Brooklyn. Sheila, did you just call me a MF? Keith, you don't even like to go pick Casey, sometimes worried about a damn nigga. Sell that dream somewhere else. Sheila, I can't wait to get back to the store to give you the address because you're gonna have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me. Keith, all I want is that address, mama. I'm done talking. I'm done talking enough. IK what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I'm done already. Been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. IDK, why you so quick to start shy with me? But again, must be scared of Brooklyn or some IDK. Sheila, I promise I'm head back to get it and give it to you because I'm done told you about cussing me. I told you you don't have to respect me, but you not going to disrespect me. Keith, you disrespecting me, trying to tell me if I love my child or not. Keith, that's your problem. You don't see TS, but again, I think it's a woman thing. Keith, she gonna be out on the floor, right? Question mark. Keith, 45 away.
Go back. Was that text message with the Home Depot address sent from Keith's phone or Sheila's phone?
Sheila's phone. Keith, question, is she gonna be on the floor, right? Sheila, thumbs up, waiting on you. Keith, I'm saying I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something. Keith, question mark. Sheila, nope. Keith, okay. Sheila, but just know I'm be the first MF you see, but I ain't even told her you were coming. So you good, but you're gonna see me for cussing me. Keith, let it be after then. Sheila, no, I'm gonna come out. She will be in, she won't know nothing. Keith, I'm not studying you right now, so sure, I DM. Sheila, okay. Sheila, I'm I'm going to show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day. Keith, stay out of my way. Sheila, I am. Keith, only warning I'm give you, I'm not studying you. You never help anyways. Hindering me is what you doing. Stay TF out my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me some, you can after. I'm done with her. I have no problem with that. Sheila, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch. Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. Keith, I don't expect you to be. Sheila, come on. Keith, light, come on. Keith, you probably done called the police for that girl. Sheila, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. Sheila, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going. Keith, oh, nah, jail or dead, one, the two. Sheila, yeah, that way. Keith, light, yeah, that way. Sheila, probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Kai or Casey. Keith, something wrong with you. That must be you. That must be why you didn't take care of Kai.
Let me stop you real quick. Do you know who Kaya is?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's that?
Another mom child with Sheila.
I'm sorry?
Sheila's
Okay.
daughter. Keith, oh. Sheila, I wouldn't hurt her, you stupid. Keith, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I needed was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your work today. Keith, and you is too. Keith, I forgot, just me. Sheila, bet. I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. Keith, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven, thank you. Knew I wasn't tripping, you fucking retarded. Keith, yeah, you called the police. Sheila, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. Sheila, I swear to his on Casey, I ain't called no law or told her nothing. Keith, you wouldn't be texting me still if you didn't. LMAO. Any other time, you will leave me TF alone. Sheila, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never takes another breath. Sheila, I laughing at you because you stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that you don't want. I laughing at you because you stupid enough to give your whole life for a bitch that don't want you. Keith, I ain't never in my life then saw a mama that don't do shy for they son, but love to want to start with them. Keith, like you said, like you, so crazy, it's funny. Sheila, okay. Sheila, whatever. Sheila, bye. Keith, I don't want her either, TF. Keith, LOL. That ain't my point. Sheila, yeah, right, bye. Keith, LMAOOO. I ain't like you. Keith, this about respect, that bitch gonna learn. Keith, you so fucking sorry. You think I want her? No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them before your own child. That ain't me. Keith, I'm killing them over mine. You just dick out. You think that. Sheila, No, you're gonna learn she will be dead, but she ain't gonna learn shit. You done MF'd. I thought I taught you if you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. Keith, that hoe don't love shit but herself. Sheila, you ain't killing over yours because she don't keep that baby from you. Keith, so that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy IDGAF what she see when she dead. Keith, yes, TF, she do. Keith, how TF, pick her up when you sorry ass trying to go gamble or hang in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Keith, nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. Sheila, okay, whatever, IDC, do what you do, IDGAF, because I'm gonna go home today, not to hell or to jail. Keith, good for you. Sheila, okay then, stop texting me, I'm working. Do whatever you want to do. It don't affect me either fucking way. Keith, loved, okay, then stop texting me, I'm working. Do whatever.
I was gonna ask if you need some water. Okay. Investigator Martinez, do you see Sheila Agee in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to her and identify what she's wearing?
She's wearing a black blazer and she's to my left.
Let the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
You should also have in front of you a shorter text message packet, States Exhibit 43A through D. Those have already been moved into evidence. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you pull the other one up? And again, if you will read these into the record, these have been identified as text messages between Brooklyn and Sheila Agee. All right, so if you will start on 43A and just read that into the record and who it's from.
Okay. Hey, this Brooklyn, is it any way I can see what my badge number is? Question mark. This is my new number, Brooklyn. And it's
All right, so what is this that the jurors are looking at right now on page 43C?
This is a photo that was sent from Brooklyn.
Okay, and if you click on it, it will enlarge, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then we'll see that on the last page. But what is the date and time that that was sent to Sheila's cell phone?
August the 5th at 2:57.
Okay, and then what is the next text message?
The next text message from Brooklyn, that's what mine say.
All right, and the next message?
From Brooklyn. So if he got something, it's not from me.
Okay, and then the last text message, is that her result from her exam?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were going through the different cell phone downloads on this case, were there any calls or messages between Keith Agee and Brooklyn Sims on August 11th, 2023?
No, ma'am.
Were there any calls between Sheila Agee and Brooklyn Sims on August 11th, 2023?
Just two, and they were very early in the morning.
Those are my questions. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me ask this question while I'm walking up. Were there any calls between Brooklyn and Sheila and Keith?
No, sir, they weren't.
So we've got no phone calls, text.
Correct, sir.
All those texts we just saw were between Sheila and Keith on August the 11th,
Yes, sir.
2023.
Yes, sir.
And they took place over about a 2-hour period, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that you looked those over, and I think you said something about you had them downloaded?
No, sir, they were downloaded by Lieutenant Hayes.
Okay, and then when he downloaded all that, does he send it to you or to the state attorney's office?
Send it to me, sir.
Okay, so what do you do then?
The program is called Celebrate.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant Hayes downloads the information onto a flash drive. The flash drive is then plugged in. Celebrate opens up. It's a program. Then you start looking at call logs, text messages. I mean, downloads everything on the phone, photos.
Okay. I'm very ignorant about computers. Okay, so I'm picturing you sitting in front of the screen, and you're watching all the stuff that this company has sent you.
It's not a company, it's a program. It's a computer program, yes, sir.
Okay, so you're watching it. You watch it on the 11th, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watch it for the 10th. What about the 10th? August 10th.
I just watched the 11th, sir.
Where did we come up with the 5th?
Text messages between Brooklyn and
Yeah, how did
Sheila.
you find that one?
On Brooklyn's download.
Okay, so did you go back thinking maybe I should go to Keith or Sheila's download to see what was said during that period of time?
No, sir.
Okay, and well, did you not think when you were going over these texts that, judging by what you were reading, that there was something that took place before that that might be relevant, interesting?
Yes, sir.
And did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's what I'm asking. So you did have a chance to look at the text before the 11th, the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, the 7th. Is that a yes or a no?
No. If I can clarify for you.
Please.
So we have 3 cell phones. We have Sheila Agee's, Keith Agee's, and Brooklyn Sims. So what I did not see on Sheila's, I looked to see if there was text messages between Brooklyn and Keith, and there weren't. So then I looked to see if there were any messages on Keith's phone, between Keith and Brooklyn. There were none. Then I looked to see if there was messages between Keith and Sheila, and that's what I found on the 11th.
I don't understand that. You didn't find anything. If you're looking, I thought you started with the 11th, and then you're looking for more. I didn't quite understand your answer. Did you look at the 10th?
No, sir.
You're investigating a serious case, and you have all these texts from the 11th. We know that there's mention now on the 5th about this gonorrhea thing is the 11th, but now there's a sexual transmitted disease report on the 5th, and you don't look between the 5th and the 11th, or even before the 5th, to see what was said?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
Couple of quick questions to clean up. These texts that we just saw on the 11th, I'm correct in that there was no indication ever that Sheila told Keith where in the store they were supposed to meet?
Correct.
And you've seen the video, right? You looked at the video from the stores?
Yes, sir.
You did all that?
Yes, sir.
Police detective work, but didn't look at the 10th. And you looked at the videos, and there's that period of time that Sheila is walking down and around that aisle, back and forth, back and forth. And that was about the time when Keith was supposed to be getting there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So we know she's there, you all agree, looking for Keith. Correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Were you aware that Sheila had called her mother in the middle of all this? Sheila had called Thelma in the middle of this time period, between 11:30 and 1:21. Were you aware of that, yes or no?
I'm trying to recall the call log on Sheila's phone. So without having the log, sir, I can't be definite in my answer.
In your investigation, did you ever ask Thelma, did you ever speak to Thelma?
Yes, sir, I did speak to Thelma.
Did you ask her whether she'd ever spoken to Sheila during the course of this
No, sir.
time? You didn't ask?
No.
Surprised you to say that they did speak, and they did speak about Keith?
Sustained.
So I understand. You're telling the jury, as of right now, well, let me stop and ask another question. What does it take? Well, when you get this information from the server, who was that you said you got the information from?
Cellbrite.
Okay. When you get that information and it's there in front of you and it goes the 11th, and that's where it stops, but it had a lot before that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long would it take you? Well, how long did it take you to just to press a button or whatever you do to pull up those texts from the 11th?
You input the number. In this case, it's Keith Agee or Sheila or Brooklyn's number in the search bar.
Yes.
And it'll pull up the messages associated with that number.
Yes.
And that day I did just the 11th.
Okay. And that day when you did just the 11th, how long did it take you?
Probably a minute.
So if you went home tonight or this afternoon and you wanted to pull up the 10th, the 9th, the 8th, the 7th, 6th, 5th, it would take a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes just to pop that out, depending on how much was on there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And if let's say that it's from the 3rd or 4th of August to the 10th of August, for argument, discussion purposes, is about the same length as the August 11th tape. It should take about a minute, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have time to do that this afternoon or this evening? Tomorrow morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I have a whole bunch of questions to ask you. Whole bunch of questions to ask you about that. But I'm not going to ask you today.
I'm going to ask counsel to approach.
Did you? You've never met Sheila before you saw these tapes, did you? I mean, did you know her socially, personally, or through any other matters other than this case?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know anything about her relationship with Keith and how they communicate?
No, sir.
Okay. So today you simply read texts back and forth.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Can you redirect Ms. Johnson? I think he needs to remain available, correct? So you remain under subpoena and just instruct you not to discuss.
Deanna?
State your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. Deanna, D-E-A, and then A, Oleski, O-L-E-S, as in Sam, K-E.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What is your occupation?
Hi, I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for District 1, which encompasses the foremost western counties of the Florida Panhandle.
What are your duties as the chief medical examiner?
In addition to performing administrative work, which is the chief part, my regular job is performing autopsies, coming and determining cause and manner of death, and performing and giving expert testimony such as here today.
How long have you been with District 1?
Since November of 2020.
And where were you before that?
St. Augustine, District 23.
And can you tell the jurors your education and training to become a chief medical examiner?
Sure. I did 13 years of school and training after I graduated high school. I got a 4-year bachelor's degree at Indiana University. Following that, I matriculated into medical school at Wayne State University in Detroit, Michigan, where I completed my medical doctorate. Following the completion of my MD, I did training, which is per usual, after you get your MD, and I did residency at the University of Texas Health Science Center in Houston in anatomic pathology, which is hospital-based pathology, the study of tissue and diseases. And then following that 4 years, I did a 1-year super subspecialty training in forensic pathology at the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Do you have a specialty?
Yes.
And what is that?
I am board certified in both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And can you describe each of those, please?
Sure. So anatomic pathology is the basis for, or the root of our subspecialties. Anatomic pathology, again, is the study of tissues and diseases. We mostly use for microscope, for example. If you've ever gotten a diagnosis of cancer, like a basal cell cancer off your skin, or a normal pap smear, that was because of a pathologist. And then the forensic pathology is the study of diseases and trauma. So we incorporate our baseline knowledge of human diseases, as well as how trauma affects the body.
You said as part of your duties, you perform autopsies, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many have you performed?
Close to or 2,000.
Have you testified as an expert before in your field?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know approximately how many times?
Approaching 50 or 60.
Did you perform an autopsy on Brooklyn Sims?
I did.
On what date?
I performed the exam on August 14th, 2023.
And what was her actual date of death?
Her date of death was August 11th, 2023.
And can you tell the jurors what Brooklyn's height and weight were?
Sure. Ms. Sims weighed 264 pounds and measured 63 inches, or 5'3".
And her age at the time of her death?
She was 18.
Did you do an external examination of Ms. Sims first?
Yes.
And did you observe any obvious injuries?
Yes.
What did you see?
She had multiple gunshot wounds and defects on her body.
Were photos taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
And would they help illustrate or assist your testimony today?
Yes.
Would they help explain the type of injuries and the locations that you saw?
Yes.
I think in that folder underneath you, you should have States Exhibits 93 through 102. If you'll just take a look at those and see if you recognize them.
Yes, I recognize these photos.
Okay. Were those taken during the course of Brooklyn Sims's autopsy?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they fair and accurate visuals of the injuries and the locations that they depict?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would move states 93 through 102 into evidence. I'm asking to move states 93 through 102 into evidence.
You may.
Um, 101 shows an up-close view of the back of Ms. Sims' head and neck with the hair shaved around the two gunshot wounds.
And this is State's Exhibit 102.
102 is a photograph of the projectiles and the projectile fragments that were recovered from Ms. Sims.
Do you know how many total wounds did she have?
Ms. Sims had a total of at least 29 gunshot-related injuries that consisted of entrance, re-entrance wounds, exit wounds, and graze wounds.
So not necessarily that she was shot 29 times, but some went in, went out, came back in, went back out.
Correct.
Now, I'm on page 2 of your report, if you have that in front of you. You've got 4 gunshot wounds to the left upper arm and torso. Can you describe for the jurors the path that those bullets took?
Sure. So I clustered these 4 gunshot wounds that represent 4 different bullets that enter over the left lateral and upper, and some of them were even a little bit posterior arm, that then went through the soft tissues of her left arm, and then they all exited on the inside of her left upper arm, and then they re-entered over her left lateral chest, or the side of her chest. And these projectiles end up perforating the left fifth rib, the pericardial sac, which is the tough membrane around your heart, the great vessels of your heart, or the root of your heart, the heart itself, both the right and left lungs, the right second rib, the right axilla or right armpit, and the soft tissues of the right upper arm. And then invariably, some of them went on to her right axilla and right upper arm, and some ended up stopping over the right side of her chest.
Did you see any evidence of close range firing with that group?
Yes, there was evidence of close range firing over the wounds, the cluster of wounds over the back of her left arm.
And what does that mean?
So that means, so I saw there are 2 different features or characteristics that we see when we have gunshot related injuries. One of them is soot, and that is an indicative of very close range, less than 2 inches, and that's a black discoloration that tattoos the skin like a dark gray color, which I did not see in this case. And the second feature or characteristic of gunshot entrance wounds of close range firing is called stippling. Stippling is small, tiny punctate abrasions that surround the gunshot entrance wound that represent the unfired gunpowder as it's striking your skin. So it leaves a little abrasion or a little mark. And we can see stippling usually start to see stippling at 2 inches and up to 2 feet for most firearms. And so that means that when I say 2 inches to 2 feet, I don't mean that's how far somebody is standing away from her when they fire the gun. That is from the end of the barrel of the gun to their skin.
The gunshot wounds on the left side of her neck, can you tell the jurors the path that those took?
So over the left side of the neck, there was one gunshot wound that ended up perforating the skin and soft tissues of the left back of the neck. It coursed between the base of the skull and what your head sits on, the first cervical vertebra. It transects the cervical spinal cord in this area, and then perforates and fractures the right side of her facial bones, including her maxilla and her mandible, and perforates the skin and soft tissues over the right side of the face.
The gunshot wound to the right side of her neck, can you describe the path that bullet took?
So over the right side, it was the right posterior side, so the right back of her neck. This wound entered the right back of her neck and then just almost immediately exited over her anterior right side of her neck. So this only went through soft tissues and did not hit any vital vasculature or organs.
Dr. Lusky, what is your opinion as to Ms. Sims' cause of death
Her cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds.
and the manner of her death?
Homicide.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Doctor, good morning, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your credentials are extremely impressive, school and experience, and you articulated everything you had to most explanatorily. If you didn't have the photograph,
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Is she free to go? Okay, thank you. You can just leave those photographs there. You go. Yeah, I told her to sleep there.
Madam Clerk, are all the state's exhibits admitted into evidence? Judge, that's not the state arrest.
Okay.
So, okay, the state arrests there. That is everything for the state. So day one, we went through in about 3 hours and a quarter, 3 hours, 15 minutes. So not too bad, was it? Resist the silence. There you go, rapping Tracy and Dana. Anyway, right, let's get on to day two. Day two is the defense day. There's quite a few witnesses here. So we will go into it because this is not a spoiler because we knew a lot of these before the start of the day. So I will, hang on, go to the start of it now when I pinpoint it. If I can pinpoint the start. Get in when the jury's in. We're playing at normal speed because I buffer if I play 1.25, so I have to do it here. Right. So this is the defense case. Now you'll notice the first witness we saw for the state as well. So first witness is the investigator Lionel Martinez. And then the second witness is Keith Agee, the defendant's son. Third is Thelma Rivers, the defendant's mother. Fourth is Jack Daniel Shaefer, the defendant's son. And then final witness is Sheila Agee, the defendant herself. So there you go. Right, those are that. So we start off with this mofo who did not do a very good job of looking at all the evidence. So here we go. I'll put him on here now. Everybody, yeah, rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body right. Back streets back, alright. Bam, ba-da, 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 boom, boom. Right, so we got that. Let's do transition so I know where we are on this one, just in case we need to do anything. So you go. Zara P, Zara P, Zara P, 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 Zara P, Zara P, Zara P is lovely.
Call yesterday, you testified regarding text messages that you were in possession of between Keith and Sheila Agee from the August 11th, 2023 date. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we then discussed other texts that might be available, and you testified to the effect that, you know, where they were there, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach it?
You may.
Okay. This is a compilation of text beginning very few, but I think July. And then there's a quick one. This is from 2023, and they go in where the state and I have already gone over these, and they have no objection to you reading these into the record.
Mr. Ackerman, let's just identify the exhibit. Is this Defense Composite Exhibit 1?
Yeah, what I've handed you is Defense's Composite Exhibit number 1, sir. And please take your time and review it. And we're going to present them on the screen. So you'll have it on your screen. So if there's any questions you have while we're doing this, please bring it to our attention.
Your Honor, we have no objection to Mr. Ackerman's exhibit being prepared.
Okay, so at this time, you move Defense
this time,
Composite
I move
Exhibit 1 into evidence?
Yes.
It'll be so admitted, a state has no objection, and when he's ready, you have permission to publish the exhibit.
Thank you. And we would like to publish.
You may proceed. And Mr. Ackerman, for the court reporter, it looks like there's messages, one block or bubbles in green, one's in blue. Can we have Investigator Martinez identify who the message is sent from? So the record's clear?
Yes. The green is Sheila.
And the blue?
Is Keith.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You may proceed, sir.
Sheila, are you on your way? If so, I'll keep her. If not, I'm about to take her home. Keith, I'm coming up 48 now. Keith, about to be in Movico in Amen. Sheila, okay, we go into Lori's right quick. I'll meet you at the house. Marco is there. I'm getting her some fries. Keith, okay. Sheila, Are you keeping her tonight? Keith, yes. Sheila, she's shit. You can come get her now so I can clean up. Keith, yeah, I'm coming. I just got out the shower. Sheila, okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing.
Yes, sir.
What is the date?
Sir, we'll have to just get that information from the witness, okay? Jurors have not been permitted to ask questions, but I assume now that the attorneys know that's an issue that somebody will ask that question. Okay, sir?
Can I speak, Joe?
If you would like to ask Investigator Martinez a question, you may.
On these text messages, they're on the bottom of each one.
Yes, sir.
Maybe it'd be better if you also read the date.
Okay. May I ask what was my last message that I read, please?
I think we're on this one in green.
Okay. Sheila, July the 4th, 2013 at 12:20 p.m.
What?
Oh, 23, I'm sorry. Okay, come on. She won't let me do nothing. Keith, Casey coming? That's July 8th, 2023 at 3:59 p.m. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 4:02 p.m. No, because she's too frisky, wearing a damn mini dress, sucking a fucking bottle. Sheila, she need a whipping. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05 p.m. Don't worry, her daddy got her one, his t-shirts to give her. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 4:05. Touch my baby, we're gonna put your ass in a old home. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 4:05, LOL. Sheila. There's no response, but it's July 8th, 2023. July 8th, 2023, Sheila. I just woke up. Let me get up and I'll call and see if they home. Keith, July 8th, 2023. Okay. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:23 p.m. 2 question marks. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:25 p.m. No answer. Marco gone in my car. Right now, got to wait till he gets back. July 8th, 2023 at 5:26. Keith, fuck it, then forget it. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:26 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:26 p.m. I can't make her answer the phone, but whatever. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27 p.m. But you let her hold my baby, and I barely get to see her. T.S. Cool though. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:27. Make excuses and all for her. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:32 p.m. I let her hold your baby. How you figure I let her do anything? I'm not Brooklyn's mama, and I ain't made a excuse for her. Y'all are her parents. Y'all need to communicate with each other about your child. I'm not a hostage negotiator, and I can't, no, I'm not going to get her and take her home every time I have things I have to do. You can be mad or whatever, but y'all need to grow up. It's not about y'all, it's about Casey. I'm done. A lot for Casey before you decide to be daddy, and I'm done. It caused you were her daddy. You're my child, my baby, but you're her daddy. And don't know where all this disrespect from you is coming from, but regardless of what kind of mother you think I was, I'm still your mama. And I had enough of it. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:34 p.m. MF have MFs around my baby that talk about killing me, then text me, tell Casey, be safe, SB. Can only take so much. And that ain't nothing. I pose to be a mama gambling and street running and following behind a nigga ain't stuff to do. Keith, July 7th or July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. Then you send MF money to smoke, and yes, you did. I literally told you that she was at Chuckle Cheese. I saw her myself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35 p.m. There's nothing in that message. Keith response, July 8th, 2023 at 5:35. Also, there's no response there. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. I send her money for Casey. How do you think she gets diapers, food, and clothes? But I'm grown, and I'm not trying to explain to another grown person nothing about his child. Keith, July 8th, 2023 at 5:36 p.m. When you respect me, you will get respect. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:36 p.m. Her mama TF. Sheila, July 8th, 2023 at 5:37 p.m. You ain't got to respect me, that's fine. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:37 p.m. Sorry asses, I blame you just as much as her, because you let the shite go, but say something about what you have a problem with. Or if you want, Casey, you will do a lot to get her. So yeah, you do that shite for yourself. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. Just don't disrespect me, and I won't disrespect you, and we good. I can't act like you don't exist, and you can do the same. No harm, no foul. And yes, I do shit for myself. And yes, when I want her, I go and get her. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. When she put that restraining order up, you picked your side. Sheila, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. I'm done with it, and have a nice day. Keith, July 8th, 2023, 5:39 p.m. Swear We just need to grow up. It was never me. It was always her. But like I said,
Sorry, people. I'm just eating my lunch. Oh, dinner. Sorry, my dinner. Do you like my dinner? Ham, boiled ham, rice and pineapple, pasta, peas, and sweet corn. So there you go. That's my. I had the same thing last night, but I forgot to show you. Anyway, that's my dinner. Back to the show.
I promise it's good. Night. Keith, July 8, 2023, 5:40 p.m. U2. Sheila, July 8, 2023, 5:40 p.m. Thank you. Keith, July 8, 2023, 6:42 p.m. Give me her number. I'ma call. Sheila, July 8, 2023, 6:43 p.m. 251-22-5622. Sheila, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Brooklyn said, what time you getting badass tomorrow? Her phone is off. Keith, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. She told me to call her mama number. We already talked. Sheila, July 28th, 2023 at 4:34 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. She called me back and asked me to ask you what time you were coming. Said you didn't tell her. Keith, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. around 11. Sheila, July 28th, 2023, 6:21 p.m. Okay. Sheila, July 29th, 2023 at 10:58 a.m. On your way to get Casey, will you stop and get this phone? Keith, July 29th, 2023, 11:04 a.m. I'm already 15-20 from Citro. Brooklyn said she a ride back with me and we a stop grab it. Sheila, July 30th, 2023 at 3:33 p.m. Tell Brooklyn I will pick her up at 7 in the morning to be ready because we can't be late. And Keith, July 30th, 2023 at 4:04 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 2:08 p.m. I tried to call Brooklyn. She ain't answered and she ain't been texting me. I think she gave me some. Can you tell her, call me? Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 2:09 p.m. I just want to talk. I ain't mad. She just been dodging me since I dropped her off, and I want to know, is that the reason why? Sheila, August 3rd, 2023, 2:41 p.m. Okay, baby. She's in the car, and I'm closing out the store. I'll call you before I go to the car. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 2:41 p.m. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:37 p.m. Send me $11 on Cash App, RQ. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:40 p.m. Send me your Cash App. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:40 PM. $FFG_CEO. Keith, August 3rd at 3:40 PM. NVM, I got it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 3:41 PM. Okay, I'm about to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 3:41. Okay. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:01 PM. You know what? It ain't even worth it if she do me like that. After I've been nice to her, it's cool. I'm not gonna hold no grudge. I just don't want to deal with her no more. I'll just text her mama when I go pick Casey up. That's just messed up though. Sheila, 8/3/2023, 4:14 PM. She's trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:17 PM. It ain't even worth it. Ain't this point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about some like, I just expect better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 PM. Thank you. At 4:18 PM, ain't even worth it. Ain't no point, I don't even know what to say. I had to go through you to speak to her about something like that. I just expected better. But I see even when you treat people nice, they will still fuck you over. Oh well, lesson learned. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:18 PM. Like I said, I ain't mad. That shite just hurt me, but I'll get over it. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:19 PM. She said she hasn't got any calls from you, and I didn't even tell her to call you. I swear, when I walked out, she said, call Keith for me. I said, he's been trying to call you. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 PM. And there's an image attached. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:20 PM. She hung it up. I thought she was still at work. It was 6:30 in the waving. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:21 PM, evening. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:22 PM. I was waiting on her to call me Monday. She said she would then, never did, so I waited because I wanted to ask her because I was burning a little. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 PM, another attachment. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:23 PM. That was the only thing she texted. Keith, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:55 PM. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they said I got symptoms from gonorrhea and LK or IK. I only mess with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:55 PM. I thought it might have been a UTI, but they say I got symptoms for gonorrhea and IK. I only messed with Brooklyn in the last month and some days, and this started happening the next day after I dropped her off. I ain't trying to accuse her. I'm just waiting till my tests come back. I just know she the only one I've messed with. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 PM. Okay. Sheila, August 3rd, 2023 at 4:56 PM. When your test comes back, I ain't saying nothing. I'm gonna let you tell her when you find out. Keith, August 3rd, 2023, 4:58 PM. IDK, if I can honestly even speak to her, if it come back that I got some, I'm on a better path right now, trying to handle situations better, but I wouldn't even know how to handle that one. August 3rd, 2023, 5:37 PM, Sheila. You on a good path with a good job and a good future, a beautiful daughter, and the best Mimi in the world. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 PM. I forgot I got some stuff to handle this weekend. I'll pick her up next Friday, or you can. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 5:29 PM. Okay, okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 6:46 PM. Somebody owe me $150 for having to leave work, and best believe I'ma get me by any means. RN, you can pass the word along or whatever. TS, don't make no sense. And Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:47 PM. I done played nice with that bitch to still talk shit to me and then say she mad at me, even though I'm mad. I still kept my cool and I didn't go there with her, but she still wanted to keep up, so that's all I'm saying. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 6:48 PM. Okay. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:51 PM. Make sure you tell her, because I'm tired of you getting on my AHS. Then treat her like she your child and don't do nothing wrong. You can at least do that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:55 PM. I do still get done wrong when it's poised to be okay, but when I do wrong, it's all hell. August 4th, 2023, 6:55 PM, Sheila. I'm going to tell her, but I get on your ass because you're muy calm and I love you and I don't want nothing to happen to you. I don't have to care about what she does. You will always be no baby, no matter what. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 PM. You don't treat me like it. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 PM. Hell, you cut me off cuss me out and say, fuck my feelings. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:56 PM. You care about other people. If I care for SB and they get done wrong, best believe the person that done when wrong, getting fucked up, or getting nothing from at all. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 6:58 p.m. I'm saying, Mama, it seemed like you put EVB before me at this point, and then you play cool with me as long as I don't say nothing or do some, but SB, that do some to me, that shy ain't fair. August 4th, 2023, 7 p.m. Keith, you don't say nothing to her, then give her money, hell, and a ride to work. I really wish to switch roles if possible, because she reap all the benefits with no repercussions. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:14 p.m. Yes, I do. But you want to try to buck me and be grown. You will never be grown to me as long as you live. You was really the only child I had that I kept with me. No matter what I done, you was by my side. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:17 p.m. Then why you ain't with me now? I stuck with you through it all. It was poised to be us against the world, and you changed that. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. You do more for Brooklyn or won your BFS than me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:19 p.m. Keith, I like Brooklyn, but I love you. I can think about something you like Val as a person, but you love Kaya. If Val goes off and gets drunk and ducks, then meet, you know it's wrong. But you can still laugh and talk with Val because you like her, but don't love her. Let Kai do it and see what you do. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:20 p.m. You a damn lie. I give you anything, MF thing you ask me for and always have. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:21 p.m. That I could. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:22 p.m. How can you say you love me if YK, she gave me some and can still talk and laugh with her? Ain't no way in hell to this day when Bo Hell was playing with you at Popo house. I was fitting kill. I was literally backing the car up out the window to shoot him. Only thing save him was you, because you TOL me not to. If I can go so hard to that extent, we can't. You at least not FW with FW the MFS. I don't, out of respect. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:23 p.m. I don't know, she gave you nothing. You told me yesterday you was at the doctor getting tested, and I hadn't talked to you since then. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. Mama, I ain't never in my life on Casey, my soul, and the good Lord above had none. It scared TS out of me. when I saw yellow stuff coming out me. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. And as far as give her a ride, I have to. That's my job. She's not the only person I give a ride to. I pick up 5 people every week. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. What did DR say? Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:24 p.m. I had to literally call Emmanuel because I couldn't talk to NBLs that don't make no sense. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:25 p.m. They hoping it come back a UTI, but it's looking like gonorrhea. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:25 p.m. 2 images. Keith, August 4th, 2023 p.m. Keith, August 4th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. They prescribed me antibiotics and gave me a shot in the butt and said, if it is that, then it will handle it. And they tell you to come back if it's something else. Sheila, August 4th, 2023 at 7:28 p.m. I'm not trying to take up for her baby, but symptoms of gonorrhea don't show up that fast, baby. It's got to be a UTI unless it's bullhead clap and your dick will swell up really big. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They said 3 things. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:28 p.m. They tested for. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:29 p.m. Give me 1 minute. My boss just called. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I hope it come back a UTI. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:30 p.m. I really do, because I ain't never had none, and I ain't trying to start nigh. Sheila, August 4th, 2023, 7:31 p.m. LOL, I think it is a UTI, but we will see. Keith, August 4th, 2023, 7:32 p.m. I'm praying it is. Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 2:59 a.m. It's a UTI, baby, an attachment. Keith, August 5th, 2023 at 5:52 a.m. Okay, I'm thinking that because it's only been 2 days and it ain't nothing going on. You can tell Brooklyn, I'm sorry like I tried to tell you and her. I didn't want to believe it was her. I just know I ain't messed with nobody. I felt she still didn't have to act that way with me. If I kept my cool with her and asked her, can she keep it to a calm level? Sheila, August 5th, 2023, 6:31 p.m. a.m. You aren't right. You are right. That's only fair. Keith, August 6, 2023, 6:47 p.m. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her. I'm fixing to stop trying to pick her up. If they're going to do a Then I tried to get her and drop her off. Keith, August 6, 2023, 7:16 p.m. I had to blow their phone up just to get into contact, and they see me calling, they just decline it. Sheila, August 6, 2023, at 9:10 p.m. I'll talk to Brooklyn about that. That's bullshit. Keith, August the 6th, 2023, at 9:13 p.m. Please, because I had to get Kai to call and they still wouldn't answer. Then wanted to look mad when I dropped her off. I'm cool that she mad, but we still need to do better for Casey. Sheila, August the 6th, 2023 at 9:15 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 6:07 p.m. Y. WYD. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 7:26 p.m. Heading to the house. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8 p.m. Text Brooklyn and tell her unblock me. I want to talk to her. I want to just ask her, can we put that past us, and I'll apologize or some, because I don't want to mess up trying to see Casey more and stuff. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:01 p.m. I realize it's stupid compared to how it was going, spending time with Casey, and I ain't trying to mess it up. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay, I'll try to call her. Keith, August the 8th, 2023 at 8:04 p.m. Okay. Sheila, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. I called, she didn't answer, so I texted her and told her to call me. Keith, August the 8th, 2023, 8:07 p.m. Okay. Keith, August the 9th, 7:52 a.m. She ain't never text you back? Question mark. Sheila, August the 9th, 2023 at 8:08 a.m. No, I'll text her again in a min. Keith, August the 9th, 2023, 8:08 a.m. Okay. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:36 a.m. It's an image. Keith, August the 11th, 2023, 10:37 a.m. She gave me gonorrhea.
I think that's where we stop. Going over the others.
You're done with your questions for Investigator Martinez? Okay. Nothing. Okay. Is he free to go now? Would you like him to remain available?
Judge, we may need a rebuttal.
Okay, just remain available by phone. And
Yes.
again, don't discuss your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you. I wanted to make sure the jurors remember, yesterday I instructed that anything that's submitted as an exhibit So if you could raise your right hand and that you for me. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you'll have a seat, Mr. Agee. And if you will, just make sure you speak into the microphone. If you'll state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Keith Eric Agee, Agee.
Mayflower.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You know, you just stated your name. We know where you are.
Yes, sir.
You've been convicted of murder.
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you're here?
Yes, sir. You came and talked to me, Mr. Myers, Ms. Jensen. All of y'all came and talked to me. I'm here for my testimony.
Because you've known your mother all your life, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had a chance in your trial to view the context of the text between you and your mother on August the 11th.
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've had a chance to think about things.
Of course, yes, sir.
In the context of those texts, and any time in your life, has your mother ever said anything to you, motivated you, enticed you, wanted you, manipulated you to, or anything else to take Brooklyn Sims' life?
No, sir. I fully believe with 100% that my mother loved Brooklyn and she would never want that.
Sustained.
Would your mother ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn?
Sustained.
Did you ever think for 1 minute that your mother wanted you to hurt Brooklyn?
No, sir. Not in a million years.
Is there anything your mother could have done to convince you not to do what you wanted to do when it comes down to, well, just that?
No, sir. I have my own mind, and once I have something set on my mind, I'm kind of stuck to it. So the only thing that, the way that they played out was the only way that they could have played out. She could have not stopped me. No physical words, form, any type of way she could have prevented this. She did the best of her abilities. I feel that she did as a mother, knowing me, try to deter me and stop me.
I have no further questions.
Okay. The state may have some cross-exam, sir.
Mr. Agee, we've met several times, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were convicted of first-degree murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you're a convicted felon now.
Yes, sir.
I prosecuted you as well as Miss Jensen, correct?
Yes, sir.
That day of the homicide, when you came to Pensacola to kill Brooklyn, you didn't know where she was until your mother told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
No further.
You can step down, sir. Into the microphone so we can hear you, and if you will state your full name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Thelma Rivers, Rivers.
Good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
How old are you, ma'am? What's your date of birth?
October 14th, 1946. I'll be 79 this October.
And where do you live?
Fairfield, Alabama.
How long you lived there, ma'am?
My whole life.
And the dwelling you live in now is where you lived for how long?
I've been there about 38 years.
I guess generally, what is your relationship to Sheila's children? And let's start with first child.
Wallace.
Yeah.
I'm his grandmother.
Okay. See him every day, casually?
Oh, just casually, Wallace. He lives in Mobile.
Okay. And he's 35 years old?
Be 35 in August.
Okay. And then your next child?
Jack Daniel.
Yes. And relationship to him?
He's my grandson.
Okay. Where does he live?
He lives behind me in a trailer.
Okay. Same property?
Same property.
Okay. And basically, just a brief history. Did you raise him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did Sheila raise him?
She was in his life, his whole life, you know.
Okay. And when was he born? How old is he?
Jack is November the 22nd, 1992. So he'll be 33, right?
Okay.
33 is his birthday.
And
next
next will be Keith, but let's get back to him in a minute. We've got another child.
Keith Eric Agee and Kaya Cheyenne Agee, a girl.
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 16.
Okay, that's Sheila's youngest.
That's her youngest.
And she lived with you?
She lived with me up until this happened, and her daddy come got her. He brought the law and come got her away from me. But she stayed with me 15 years.
Relationship with her and her mother?
It was good.
Okay. Relationship Jack and his mother?
Oh, great.
Relationship Keith and his mother?
Off and on. They loved each other, but they had their ups and downs now.
Okay. And as far as Keith, living arrangement, did he live with you?
Yes, sir, most of the time.
Okay. And where else would he be, especially in his later years?
In his earlier years?
Well, especially his earlier years, he lived with you.
Yeah, until he got about 12 or 14, he moved in with his dad and stayed there about 2 years. But Sheila and his dad were separated, and he stayed there about 2 years. And then when he come back to live with me, he was a little bit out of control. And I would have to call Jack. Jack was in the service. That's his other brother. I'd have to call him sometimes and let him chastise him, you know.
Well, would you chastise him yourself?
Oh, yeah, I would. Yeah.
What would happen? How would that?
Well, he might would leave and stay gone 3 or 4 days. And then he'd come back and tell me he was sorry. And everything be all right till something happened again.
He'd tell you he's sorry a lot of times?
A lot of times.
What kind of general personality did he have?
Keith was a well-spoken, well-mannered kid, you know, but he was quick-tempered. And he'd get angry real easy. And when he got angry, he was hard to handle. That was him and his mom's a lot of problem. It was his anger. And he was just hard to handle when he'd get angry.
Would he threaten people?
Well, he would in a matter of ways, you know. He wasn't violent, but he's the type, if he got angry, I guess he could be dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. I don't know, he just had.
Did you ever hear him threaten to kill people?
Yeah, he'd say that all the time, and you didn't never know when he was serious or not. Him and his little friends would talk about just put his lights out or something other, you know, I'm sorry. And I would hear him talking, but I hardly paid him any attention half the time. They was just young boys to me, you know.
He threatened to kick people's doors down, windows in, or whatever.
Well, he did all that. Not only threatened, he done that.
Sure, but just make sure you speak up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
What was Sheila's relationship to Brooklyn?
Oh, like mother and daughter. Sheila took care of Brooklyn after she got pregnant. And then Sheila took care of Brooklyn and the baby after the baby come home. Because look, Keith never did live with Brooklyn now. It wasn't like he stayed with her, he didn't. I kept the baby every weekend. Sheila would go get the baby and bring her to me, and I kept her every weekend until this happened. I had her the weekend before this happened that Friday. She had just went home that last Sunday. She ain't been back since.
Mm-hmm.
Well, her mother come, Brooklyn's mother come a time or two after money, and after I gave her $1,200, and after I didn't give her no more money, she didn't come back. She promised to let me see the baby, but she didn't.
Sustain.
Slow
I'm
down.
sorry,
Ms.
ma'am.
Rivers,
Okay.
just take a deep breath. So wait until he finishes asking a question before you answer, so you're not talking over each other, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Sheila would pick up the baby every weekend. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Be with the baby every weekend.
Yes, sir.
With you at the house.
At my house, yes, sir.
And at her house sometimes also?
Yes, sir. Her house too.
So
Yeah.
basically, the schedule was just about every weekend, Sheila and you had Casey.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Sheila's relationship with everybody else in that family was what?
I thought was real good, you know.
That's good.
You know,
Yeah.
good.
Okay. You remember any of the things that Sheila did for Brooklyn?
Yes, sir.
Would you tell us?
Yes, sir. She gave Brooklyn money each week. And when if she didn't have it, I would give it to her to give to her. So I know she gave it to her. She sent Brooklyn to school. And when Brooklyn got 18, she gave Brooklyn a job. She went and picked Brooklyn up every week and carried her to work, brought her home every
Let
weekend.
me stop you for a second. My understanding is that Brooklyn basically, her last job was working under Sheila.
Yes,
with this
sir.
company that does, okay. Before that, did Brooklyn have jobs?
She had a little job out there in Citronelle because Sheila would pick her up at night and have to carry her sometimes and pick her up from a job. She didn't have no car.
Okay. And that was your daughter Sheila who was doing all that?
Yes, sir.
You ever hear Sheila say one negative, nasty word about Brooklyn?
No, sir.
I'm not,
Okay. Let me just have council approach her.
were you and Sheila and Brooklyn together?
I wasn't really never with them. Sheila and Brooklyn was together all the time, but I wasn't with them.
Okay. So mostly it's you and Sheila and Casey.
Right. On the weekend, Brooklyn didn't come up, just a baby.
Okay. And how did you find out about Brooklyn's death?
Sheila called and told me.
Sustained, you may.
I have no further questions, John.
The state may have some questions, Ms. Rivers, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, good morning, Ms. Rivers.
Good morning.
I think we talked over Zoom the last time you and I talked. Do you remember that?
On the phone?
On the phone, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple of questions. In that, you told me you hadn't seen Brooklyn in maybe 3 years, except for the weekend before she was killed. Is that right?
Well, it would have been 2 weekends before she was killed. Then.
Okay, but 3 years before that?
Probably.
And you knew Keith had a gun, did you not?
Objection, Your Honor, it's beyond the scope.
Sustained.
You raised Keith from the time he was a baby, correct?
On and off.
Yes, ma'am. And you raised all her children?
On and off.
In fact, Jack still lives on your property, correct?
Yeah, she do too, though.
Just answer his question, ma'am.
Let me ask you this. Have you been watching court TV yesterday?
I don't know how to get that.
You haven't been watching the trial? Did Brooklyn ever stay at your house besides 2 weeks before?
If she did, I don't remember.
And you said Keith had a temper. Is that what you said? Quick temper?
Quick temper, yeah.
And he would anger easy. Was that well known through the family? Oh, I'm sorry. Quick to anger?
Yeah, he was quick to anger. Mhm.
And you said he threatened people, but he wasn't violent.
He really wouldn't walk up to nobody and just threaten them. You know what I'm saying? He would just talk all the time. If you've got teenagers, you probably know what I'm talking about, how they just go on and on all the time. But you're a lot younger than me, so it don't probably approach you like it do me. Me, 79 years old, 16s, 17s, and 18s, I ain't got that much in common with it, you know.
Defense counsel asked about breaking windows and kicking doors in, and you said he did all that?
Well, Miss Sims, Brooklyn's mother, he broke her window, her TV or something. He couldn't even go to Brooklyn's house. He had a restraining order to keep him from going there. He had a restraining order to keep him from going to his dad's and his stepmama's because he said he was going to kill them, so they said. And they put a restraining order in Mobile. You can check the records now for this if you want to. Citronelle Records, Mobile Courthouse. It's on record there. And he threatened them, and his stepmama, which she put a restraining order on him. But I never thought he would really kill nobody. Now, I didn't think that.
Now, what about the shooting when he was 14?
I'm sorry.
The shooting when he was 14?
When he was a juvenile?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a juvenile. That's hidden records, ain't it?
Ma'am?
I said, ain't that a record and him a juvenile that's supposed to be brought out here?
Well, I'm just asking.
I don't see the relevance.
I don't see the relevance.
Ma'am, let me rule,
Okay.
okay? I'm gonna overrule the objection.
Yes, ma'am. About he had a firearm and there was a shooting, right?
Yes,
When he was a juvenile.
yes.
All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Can you redirect, Mr. Ackerman?
You started to say that he was threatening, he bellicose, whatever the words are, threatened people, but that he wouldn't follow through.
Right.
And that you never dreamed in a million years.
No. I never thought he would hurt a fly in my mind. No.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, ma'am, you can step down.
Thank you. I'm sorry for
No,
over-talking.
no, ma'am, you're fine. You may.
You see your mother there. Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of more questions, Shaefer. You, I'm sitting as you live, excuse me, let me.
That's okay.
Just my testimony is in fact so that you live behind Grandma?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you be a frequent visitor at her house?
Every day.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to see your mother there with Casey?
Yes, sir. Every weekend. My grandmother,
Yep.
you know, my mom would keep her every weekend. She'd come up to my grandmother's house and, you know, I'd always see them together. Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to see them interact?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. It was like any loving grandmother, grandchild relationship, you know.
Okay. And that's your mother. What about your grandma?
She loved her the same.
Okay. Are you aware of things your mother did for Brooklyn as far as their relationship?
Yes, sir. From what I know, my mom and Brooklyn were very close. She helped her get jobs. She picked her up, take her to work, pick her up, take her home. She really cared about Brooklyn. They were very close, talk on the phone, you know.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Myers may have some questions for you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Shaefer,
Yes, sir.
isn't it true you've never seen Brooklyn and your mom interact?
I haven't seen them interact in person maybe once or twice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. You can step down, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions. Sheila Agee.
I'm sorry, from the jury. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, have a seat, Ms. Agee. If you would, do your best to speak loudly and clearly into the microphone and state your name, spell your last.
So just a reminder, this is the defendant. This is this is what's her name? Sheila Agee. Agee. Oi, oi, oi. So this is Sheila. So this is the defendant, everybody, just so you know.
Last name for the court reporter.
Sheila Agee, Agee.
Sheila Agee, would you ever do anything to hurt, harm, or see harm come to Brooklyn Sims?
No, sir.
What was your relationship with Brooklyn Sims?
Brooklyn was my baby.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
She was, I think she was 15 when I first met her.
Son brought her home one day, something like that? Okay.
Yeah.
They started seeing each other?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Take it from there.
For the first couple of times I met Brooke, I asked Keith about the third time I met her. I said, can she talk? Because she was real quiet. I remember when they come to the house and told me Brooke was pregnant. Then
Okay, I'm gonna sustain that, and you just need to ask her a question and give her an opportunity to respond.
Okay. So you met Brooklyn. She was quiet. Did Keith bring her by the house again?
yes, he brought her by and they and told me she was pregnant, and then they would come stay at the house on the weekends sometimes. And then they moved in with Brooklyn's mom.
Okay, keep going with the history of their relationship.
Okay, and then when Casey was born, I think that maybe he stayed there a month or so later. Then they broke up. I don't exactly know why they broke up. But when they broke up, all of a sudden, she wasn't his. So, sorry to say he was being a deadbeat dad, but he claimed she wasn't his, but I knew she was.
Okay.
So, at that point, me and Keith stopped talking because he would deny Casey. And at that time, me and Brooklyn became closer. I would go to her mom's and TT's house. Well, it's her mom's house. I just say TT, Brooklyn's sister. And pick up Casey on the weekends and talk with Aiden. And I became friends with the family.
Okay, let's slow down.
Okay.
Take a breath.
I became friends with the family.
Take a breath.
And we planned Casey's first birthday party together.
Okay, let me stop you.
Okay.
Okay, let's back up.
Okay.
Okay, they started dating. Brooklyn became pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did they remain together during the whole course of her pregnancy?
During the course of her pregnancy, yes, but
Okay.
Yeah.
So then she's pregnant, then she has the child.
Yes.
Are they still together?
For a little period. And then I don't know why they broke up.
Well, does there come a time when he thinks he's not the father?
Yes, at that point in time, it's for, I would say, probably a year or a little over a year, that he would do stuff like, if I took Casey to my mom's for my mom to watch her for an hour or so, he would do something like take her diaper bag because he claimed he bought the diaper bag. And, or take, I remember he took her, it's a carrier cover, that goes over the baby carrier, that little cover seat. And it was so embarrassing that I had to go to Walmart and buy one before I took her back home.
Okay. Would you and Keith have discussions during the course of this period of time regarding his maturity and accepting responsibility for his child?
No, not really, because of the fact that he said I took Brooke inside and I was a piece of shit to him. And that as long as I would pick, but as long as I would pick that fucking baby over him, that he didn't have anything for me. So.
Okay, let me stop you. Okay. So, and I know this. So the baby comes, he basically goes, he's not thinking the baby is his, okay? So does eventually he sort of come around a little bit, and why?
I don't know exactly why, but eventually he has a blood test, a DNA test, and it's determined. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, at that point in time, Casey was maybe 16 or 17 months old.
Okay, so during that period of time, who substituted as the father from your side of the family?
Oh, me, from my side of the family.
Okay. And would you buy diapers? Would you buy things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. We heard testimony earlier that you put her through school. What does that mean?
I mean, to say I literally put Brooklyn through school, that's not accurate.
Okay.
Brooklyn decided to remain in school.
Okay. You kept her in school when she wanted to drop out, is that?
But no, we had a discussion, and I told her that do not drop out of school. Between me, her mama, and TT, that we would find a way that, that she wouldn't have to, because she really didn't want to drop out of school.
Did your relationship, did your feelings towards her grow as the days and months went by?
Of course, my feelings towards her grew, my feelings towards her family grew. I mean, I was there every weekend.
Okay.
Her mom's a great person.
Okay. So you and she became very close?
Yes.
Okay. We watched today, we watched the text from one from July 8th, a bunch from July 8th, July 28th, and then we went, okay. Did those texts accurately describe your relationship with Keith when taken as a whole? I mean, that typical?
You had to catch Keith on a certain day.
I'm sorry?
You'd have to catch Keith on a certain day. His mood depended on the day. Okay. If he was in a bad mood that day, it was what it was. If he got a thought in his head that day, it was what it was. If he was in a loving mood that day, it was what it was. And you had to pick and choose to figure out what day that day was.
How to react?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit. Where do you live?
I live at 4370 Fairford Road, about a few miles from my mom.
Okay. How long you live there?
It's a property that my mom bought, and I moved there some years back, and we had to remodel, so I moved in with my mom. So altogether, 7-8 years.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. And close enough that you frequently visited Mom?
Oh, every day.
Every day, especially weekends?
Yeah, if I was at home, yes.
Okay. Talk about this right now. Your mom basically raised Keith.
Yes.
Were you an active participant in that?
Yes, I was there.
Okay.
Probably not as much as I should have been, but yes, I was there.
Okay.
All the time.
And let's go back to Jack. Jack's a Shaefer.
Yes, he had a
So
father.
you and Mr. Shaefer married, had Jack.
Yes.
And then what happened there?
We
Just divorced?
just divorced, just young.
Okay. And where did Jack go?
We went to my mom's. He stayed with my mom.
Okay. And then there came a time when you got all things squared away in life and you just, and were you close all that time? I mean, you're
Yes.
right there.
Yes.
Were you there to help raise Jack?
Yes, I was going to, I got an apartment and got Jack and Wallace and I took them there. And the weekend was fine. And then Sunday, I remember it was Sunday, he looked at me, he said, Mom, I said, what? He said, I'm ready to go home. And I was like, what do you mean you're ready to go home? He was like, I'm ready to go back to Nanny's.
This was how old?
He was 5 or 6.
Okay.
And so I called my mom, I said, they want to come home.
Objection here, sir. Sustained.
Judge is not offered to the chief of the.
I made my ruling, Mr. Ackerman.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I made my ruling.
Okay.
I
And-
sustained the objection.
Okay, thank you. So you decided to let him go home?
Yeah, he wanted to go back.
Home to mom.
Let him go back.
Okay. You continue to see him constantly?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so Wallace is already,
Yes.
he's really not in the picture these days.
Well,
See him holiday?
Yeah, we see him. He stays in Mobile and he comes up on holidays.
Okay. The videos we watched, I keep saying videos, excuse me, texts we watched, basically, they're from July to August,
Yes, sir.
a month, 2 months.
Yes, sir.
We see conversations between you and Keith that go on back and forth, forever, it seems. Is that typical when he's in a certain mood?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is your key? What are you trying to do when you talk to him? Or when you text with him in these cases?
Like I say, you have to hit a certain button with Keith. So you have to try different tactics with Keith. You have to agree with him or disagree with him, threaten him, beg him, and just kind of see what'll work.
Okay. Keith said a lot of things, negative and positive, about Brooklyn in that second set of texts we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever know which way he was going to go?
No, because it changed by the day.
Okay. I mean, we heard him say, apologize for it to me, and this was after he came back positive.
Yes.
And then he's hating her and this, that, and the other, and saying all the things that everybody's heard, and they'll have a chance to go over that if they care to. Okay. This typical?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back to August the 11th.
Yes, sir.
Did you take what he said literally?
No, sir.
He said he was coming.
Yes, sir.
Did you think he was coming?
No, sir. Keith has said a lot of things that he did not follow. He was the type of person that if he told you he was going to do it, typically he didn't do it. But if he would do something, he would sneak and do it. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. In these months before August, what was his relationship to Casey? Getting better, getting worse?
It was definitely getting better on his terms. You understand what I'm saying?
On his terms?
Yes. As long as it was on his terms. If he called there and Brooklyn didn't answer, or he couldn't get Miss Sims to answer, they were sorry, low down bitches and this and that and the other. But if they answered, you know, well, Brooklyn's gonna ride with me and I'm gonna do this and we're gonna do that. But as long as it kind of played his way, it wasn't no problems. But if it didn't, there was a problem. And if I didn't jump on the bandwagon, I loved her. I didn't love him. I always put her before him, in which Brooklyn never asked me to put her before him. No. Brooklyn never got into our relationship.
But you were cognizant of his, I don't know if jealousy is the word, but
Yeah.
of his being put out by you always taking her side.
Yes. And I didn't always take her side because it wasn't a side, because she didn't do nothing wrong.
Were you cognizant of this during your text between you and him?
I'm sorry.
Were you cognizant? Were you aware of his, whatever that word is, irritation from it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I knew. I mean, it's even in the text that he's like, you always take her side.
When you dealt with him, like we're seeing and hearing on these texts, were you taking that into consideration, into account?
Yes, and probably not as much as I should have. And that's why I would steer everything away from, every time he would text me something, I would try to steer it away from Brooklyn. And I'd say, well, you're doing this to Casey. You're doing this to Casey, because I kept trying to keep Brooklyn name out of it, you know. And then when I didn't feel that was working, that's when I kind of tried to steer it towards me.
Okay, we're gonna get there, so hold that thought. I have my notes here. Was Keith an easy child as a young kid?
Up until he was about 13, 14, it was extremely easy.
We've talked about Keith's history a little bit. You were you there all the time he was growing up, except not as maybe Thelma was, but almost?
Well, he stayed with his dad, so, you know, but.
Yeah, tell the jury a little bit about that.
When me and his dad split, he kind of figured, I had called his dad a couple of times and asked him to talk to Keith about certain things, like maybe he was misbehaved or something. And his dad would tell me that he was going to, and that I would think that he did. But then Keith would tell me, Daddy said, you're fucking crazy. Not, and I was like, okay, really? And he would kind of try to play us against, me and his dad, against each other. And so I guess he felt like he couldn't stay and do what he wanted to with me or my mom, so he went and stayed with his dad for a little while. I'm sorry.
So you're back in early August, you're hearing back and forth from both of them regarding her UTI, her infection, or gonorrhea. You reach a point where you tell them, look, stop it, you guys got to grow up.
Okay, when he started the gonorrhea thing, and there's more texts, I guess, that didn't get to come out, because this we got texts from 1 to 2 days. This with Keith goes back years. But whenever he texts me about the gonorrhea thing, I text Brooklyn. Brooklyn went to the doctor. And I mean, they don't show that, but she did.
Mm-hmm.
And it come back as a vaginal bacteria. She did not have gonorrhea. Even, I'm not going to lie on my baby. She did not have that. And I texted that to him. And he's like, oh, well, Mom, I'm so sorry. tell her I'm sorry. And I was like, Keith, you tell her you're sorry. You know, you're the one. And he was like, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do this anymore. I'm grow up now. I'm not gonna do this. I'm gonna be a better person for Casey. And you know, the bottom line in all aspects was Brooklyn was doing good.
I'm sorry?
Brooklyn was doing good. She was being a mama. The best little mom I've ever seen. And this may make me look bad since I'm convicted. I mean, not convicted, but charged with this. But she was a good girl. She didn't bother nobody. She stayed at home. She helped her mom. She helped her sister raise Aiden, which is her nephew. And she kept Casey. And outside me, her mom, or her sister, she didn't leave that baby with nobody unless it was daycare. She had a job or something. She didn't leave that baby with nobody.
And you eventually gave her the job she had. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us what you do for a living.
Inventory. We were doing inventory.
Okay. And you've been in that field for how many years, on and off?
On and off since 2015, I think.
Okay. Give or take 10 years.
Yeah.
And you had risen to the.
Well, I had stopped for a while. When I worked before, it was called RGIS, which they do the same thing. It was just another company. And I had the same job Wilkerson had. I was counting. And then when I reapplied for the job, I reapplied for supervisor. And at that time, WIS had, from my understanding, bought out RGIS. And they were, and that's who we went to work for. Brooklyn had worked at a few jobs. I think she worked at McDonald's for a little while.
Did you get her that job?
No.
Did you carry her back?
I have took her to work and picked her up a couple of times. I think she got her own self that job, if I'm not mistaken. And she worked at Jack's for a little while, and I think her mother got her that job because her mother managed there. If I'm not mistaken, she was a manager or either the main manager. I'm not sure.
So an opening came up, and you.
Well, she went to work at I think it's called Subway in Citronelle. And she called me. Oh, actually, she texted me. That text also in the phone somewhere. It said that her manager was having a problem with her taking off or something. And she said, but I had done told her that I needed that time off because I didn't have a babysitter. And she said, text me and said, the manager said that she should have took that into consideration when she hired on because she couldn't make schedules around children. And I texted her back and told her to tell her to shove her damn schedule up her ass, that we did not need her money, that me and Miss Cornelia would, at that time, Miss Cornelia was still working. I said, me and Miss Cornelia would take care of you and Casey until we figure something else out. And then
Sustain. Again, just do your best to answer the question that he asked you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay, so the bottom line is she ended up going to work.
Yes, and I told her to put in an application online because that's the way we had to do it, and that's what she did.
And you supervise how many people?
20 or 25.
Okay. So on the day, well, we have the texts from when we started this morning till the 8th. And then there's nothing until the 11th when we have the gonorrhea.
Yeah.
Okay. So was this in your mind? I mean, are you thinking about it? Or is it over?
Okay, at that point in time, after he's apologized, as stated in the text, yeah, he's apologized for it. So at that point in time, Okay, well, at first he started on it, then he was like, after she sent me the picture and I sent it to him, it's like, it's a UTI, you know. Then he stopped on it. And then he was like, kind of hit on it a little bit again. And then I was like, Keith, here's the picture. It's not. And he's like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm not going to do this anymore. And then that day is when it.
That was the end?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it out of your mind?
Yes, until that day, yeah.
Was it just another one of their?
Just another one of his rants.
Okay. So then, August 11th, 10:30, give or take, the text. And before we get into the actual text, to your knowledge, was Brooklyn seeing anybody?
Not to my knowledge.
And
Not at all.
We heard it in the text. To your knowledge, he was seeing other people.
Yeah, as far as I knew, he was seeing a couple more people. So, but no, if Brooklyn was seeing someone, I didn't know it.
Okay. Did his reactions and everything else seem kind of self-serving and absurd to you?
Oh yeah, because he texted me one day and said, she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. And I'm like, who's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else? And he was like, Brooklyn, her mama's got Casey and she's at Chuck E. Cheese with somebody else. I was like, Keith, and I had just talked with Brooklyn. Brooklyn was getting her hair done somewhere.
My question is, did it come to the point where you thought, God, this is absurd?
All the time.
Okay. Okay, so we have a little bit of a feel for things up to this point. You're dealing with Keith every day, every other day, every week, and dealing with his stuff, correct? Now, you testified something that I want the jury to understand. There was a period of time where you and he didn't even speak.
For months.
Okay.
For months.
And that was during the period of time where he was denying.
Casey, yeah.
Okay. All right, can we start with you? Okay, now what I'm going to do, we're going to read each text as it comes up.
Yes, sir.
We may get somewhat repetitive, but I want the jury to understand from your perspective.
Yes, sir.
What's happening here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now remember, this is, I guess it's 10:30 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What are you doing at 10:30 in the morning?
Working.
Okay. Supervising 20, 25 people?
Yes.
Busy?
Yes, sir.
All right, first text comes in. I don't see it. Okay. Next text. Okay. She gave me gonorrhea. You think I'll keep going to the, okay? And then you respond, no, I don't believe you're lying. That's stop us. That's what you say. I don't have no reason to think you're lying. What?
I'm brushing, okay, whatever. Yeah, okay. I know, I don't think you're lying.
Okay. And then, yes, I'll get her tomorrow. Still, you're answering the second part of this question. I'll get her tomorrow. Him, she's still out of town with you? And then you, yes. And then him, okay.
Judge, I'm going to object to counsel testifying.
We'll sustain the objection. If you want to ask her questions about the text,
Okay.
you're certainly permitted
Yeah,
to do that.
I'm just trying to move us along. So will you read his next text back?
Y'all coming back this evening?
And what did you say?
I said, yep.
Okay. And what did he say?
He said, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. That bitch at something, call the law because ain't no way she gonna do me low down.
Okay, stop right. Well, is it? Okay. Yeah, do me low down, keep going up, son.
Then tried to flip on me and be able to ride to work with you and get a job from you. That's the only reason the bitch lied to me, but I got something for that.
Stop right there. What are you thinking at this point?
Here we go again.
When the, back down again. But I got something. Okay. What do you respond?
I said, you're gonna get in trouble, but that's up to you.
Why do you say it that way?
Cause I'm just, it's up to you. You're gonna get in trouble because it's always with him. It's up and down, always with him.
Okay. Please keep going. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Can you read the next one?
Trouble,
Next one.
prison, but hey, that's my choice, just like it is for you to continue to pick her up. I ain't saying fire her or something, but let that dirty bitch find her own ride to that motherfucker.
What's your relationship to him bringing up you are taking her side again? What goes through your mind?
I'm like, okay, so at this point, it's like he's like, I'm always taking her side. I said, so now I'm gonna try to take his side for a minute, try to get him away from the situation, try to diffuse the situation the best way I can, or that I think I can.
Keep going.
If she called the law, but I ain't saying nothing, but I gave her a job for Casey. And
It seems to somebody who doesn't know you, that you're saying Casey's important. That's all that's important.
no, that's what I'm trying to get to him. Casey's important. I don't want, because I know Brooklyn is not meaning anything to him, so I'm trying to get Casey out there.
Are you trying to get to him?
Yeah, through Casey.
The light?
Yes, through Casey.
One at a time. They can't,
I'm
you can't
sorry.
talk over each other because she's got to take everything down, okay?
Thank you, Judge. Are you trying to get to him to see the light through Casey?
Yes,
Why
sir.
don't you keep bringing up, Brooklyn, because we've got more and more here. Why do you use Casey for the most part?
Because I'm hoping that'll calm him down.
At any time here, are you thinking this is anything other than the normal stuff you put up with?
No.
That you're not, that it's not the normal. It is.
It is the normal, is what I'm saying.
The next thing, he says.
Fuck that, I got Casey. That bitch don't need shit from sus.
You know what sus means?
From, I think, because he retexted again, I think it was us. But fuck that, I got Casey. This bitch don't need shit from us.
Okay, and then you said.
And I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too. I'm sorry. I have to give her a ride. She's not the only person that rides with me. Another girl from Citronelle rides with me too.
Why are you adding in these other people?
To let, now I don't want him to think that I'm putting Brooklyn back in the situation. I'm adding other people, so,
Okay, and I know you're gonna be repeating yourself.
It's fine.
Go ahead, he says,
Have to?
you say?
I don't own this car. I have to transport them to work. Have to.
Okay.
He said, but where the rest of your crew meet you? I said, I picked them up, and I should have been in Citronelle. Anybody that live up there, I have to pick them up there.
Okay.
Her and Baby Doll, I pick up in Citronelle. Precious, I pick up at my house. But I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you.
Now, he's talking about coming, he's asking you when you're gonna come home. Thought process at this point, I'm not telling you to come to Citronelle, it's up to you.
Because Keith threatened and rants, so.
If you said, come to Citronelle, son, you're right, you need to confront her, all that stuff, what? Strike that question. What are you trying to do with him?
At this point in time, I'm not taking anything serious. I'm really not trying to do too much with him right now.
Gotcha. Go ahead, I'm tired.
Shit ain't do nothing, shit.
I'm tired at the top.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm tired of being treated like a bitch when I do right. Fuck that job, fuck my job, and I don't even care about jail no more. I can't take this shit daily. Just tell me before y'all come.
What do you say?
No, I'm not going to help you get in trouble.
What do you mean?
I'm just,
Just what you said?
yeah.
Okay. Then he says,
Shit ain't do nothing but cost me money, gave me a disease. I'm finna just shoot her. I know I hate that for Casey, bro, but like I said, I can't take it.
IDPA.
I don't give a fuck no more.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And then you say,
Okay,
and then he says,
so protect her.
meaning,
Me taking Brooklyn side again.
and you say,
I said, I'll call you and tell you, motherfucker, if you want to go to jail. I'll tell you when we get close, but if you don't come kill her, you're a motherfucking bitch.
what do you mean?
He had just called himself a bitch earlier. And I'm at this point right now, I'm sick of Keith. I'm sick of Keith. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of Keith. Okay. At this point, I say, okay, now I'm not working to be on, you're not letting me be on, he's wanting to say that I'm on Brooklyn's side all the time. So now it's okay, let me try to take your side for a minute. I'm doing this. I'm trying to see what is going to stop him, you know, because there's no certain combination with Keith.
For 1 second, did you mean literally go kill her?
No, I wasn't even gonna call him when I got to Janelle.
Yes.
I wasn't even going to call him when I got to Janelle.
This was the state's opening statement,
Yeah.
all right? That you had in your mind for him to kill.
No.
Anything close to that.
Never.
I think is that the next?
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better.
Slow down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
She gave me a motherfucking disease. I done lost money and my freedom multiple times due to this line hole, but still in every situation, you make sure it turned out better for her. Like it's nothing you can do for me. And then he said, yes, that's all I ask. Yeah, and you're right. I'm a whole ass bitch. I'll never speak on this type of shit again. I promise.
That's all from him.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, I'm thinking he's de-escalating.
Go back a little bit. This whole thing here, she gave me, lost my freedom and all that stuff. It's kind of escalating.
And then then 3 texts let down, it's de-escalated. He's like, I'm not gonna speak on it no more.
Let's see.
You're right. I'm a whole ass bitch and I'll never speak on any type of shit like this again.
What is that? When he says that, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking, okay, so he's gonna drop it. He's done with it.
He's enough.
Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, so he's not gonna speak on it again.
There's no response from you.
And right, and he was like, on Casey's live, you know, saying I'm not gonna speak on it again on Casey's live. And I was like,
One at a time.
Did you read that on Casey's line?
yes,
Oh, okay, you're going a little fast.
I'm sorry.
Okay, then there's an I
Mhm.
from him, and then you.
I said, okay, that's fine. You're the one to have to leave your baby and go to prison and have her hate you. You ain't hurting Brooke and she would be dead, so no problems for her.
Miss Agee, just slow down, okay?
Only person you're hurting is you and Casey. She will be lost her mama and her daddy, and you won't ever get to touch your daughter again. But I swear, I don't care because I'm not going to jail.
So you just told him in the other thing, if you don't kill her, this, that, and the other, but what are you telling him here? What's the message you're trying to get across?
That you're going to hurt Casey. You're going to jail. Her mom, she's not going to have her mama or her daddy.
Are you crazy, something like that? What are you trying to say?
That's
Why
what,
do you say it later? I'm sorry. Okay. Now, he says,
I'm okay with that. And he said, I can't take no more. Don't nobody help me. I'm tired. I ain't got shit to live for. No way I'm going to jail.
you know, it's funny, he says that. Do you recall the text this morning where you tell him you got a good life, you got a good child, you got a good job, you got everything going for you, and you got a great Mimi? What was that?
I was, he is just telling him he's got all these things going for him.
Right,
You
based
know,
on his new
yeah.
timeline. And here you are trying to tell it to him again, and this is a couple of days later, correct?
Yes,
And he's back, my life stinks, I have nothing to live for.
right,
Is this what you deal with constantly from?
yes. And then he said, Citro gonna shoot me because I'm sure gonna blow it down. This been a long time coming.
What does that sound like to you?
That he's gonna shoot at the police.
I've lost the word. Does it sound like he wants to take his own life?
Yeah, he said he didn't have nothing to live for anymore.
Where does that come from? Do you know?
No, sir, it's just, he,
Please keep going.
I said, okay, well, you ain't hurting nobody but Casey, but I'm sure you're okay with that. I said, but I'm good with it. He said, okay. I said, somebody will take care of Casey. And he said, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. And I said, that's up to you.
Again, tell the jury what's going on.
At this point, I'm thinking, okay, so I don't know if he's gonna go shoot at the police or what he's gonna do. And so I was like, okay, so now I need to try to jump on his side again, because I'm back over, try to push another button to see what I connect with him.
Go ahead.
I said, oh no, he said, yeah, I know, she's good. I said, don't call Nanny and tell her she would try to talk you out of it.
What was that statement for?
I didn't want him calling my mama first, aggravating her. My mom is older, at that time, 77 years old. And also I was gonna call my mama myself. I checked the call logs, I called her myself. But I was, at that time, I'm letting him think I'm on his side.
By the way, did you call your mother during all this?
Yes.
Was that a serious statement about calling her?
No, I called her.
Were you afraid that your mother would talk him out of it?
No, I knew he wasn't even gonna call her. I'm just playing on his side right now.
All right, please keep going.
I ain't even gonna tell her why I left. I'm just say I gotta go to the dentist. And see, and at this time, I think he's lying again, because I know he didn't tell mama he's going to no dentist. Because when I talked to mama, she didn't say anything about going to the dentist. I said, well, don't even go there. She won't know you left. I said, and don't shoot my car. Don't shoot my motherfucking car. I don't want to die.
What is that?
Being sarcastic.
Were you worried that he was going to be shooting at your car?
I wasn't worried about him, but shooting at nobody. I wasn't worried that he was going to shoot nobody. I mean, especially not at me, or I didn't think he would shoot Brooklyn. Believe this or not, I don't know why or what flipped him, but Keith loved Brooklyn or acted as he did, or so I thought he did.
Well, I mean, I think you said you're being sarcastic. I mean, were you serious about that?
No.
When you said that, were you picturing him opening fire on the car?
No.
Were you picturing him, well, don't shoot me, I bet, drag me out of there because I don't want to get killed? Were you thinking you were going to get killed?
No.
Were you thinking you were in harm's way?
No. Definitely not.
Was the purpose of that to get him to start thinking again
Yes.
about how foolish he is?
Yes.
Keep going.
He said, I was gonna wait till she got out. I said, okay. He said, but that's another thing. If she don't get out, mama, I'm gonna drag her out, or Kate, I'm gonna ask you to step out, cause I'm gonna open the door and just shoot her.
Did you think this was serious stuff?
No. Well, no.
And then you followed it up.
I said, hell, if you're getting off work, I'll give you the address. You ride up here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey.
Again, trying to.
At that point in time, like I said, he said he was going to Citronelle and shoot at the police and this and that and the other. I said, so let me keep him out of Citronelle. I definitely didn't want him bothering Miss Sims, Miss Cornelia, which is Brooklyn's mother. And yet I'm just.
Did you take him seriously?
No, I never thought Keith would do nothing like that. And I don't think anybody else that knows Keith thought that he would shoot Brooklyn.
What we're trying to do here is articulate to the jury. So when you answer, I mean, the point is, we want them to know exactly what was going on and what you were thinking.
Okay. And he said, send it to me, talking about the address.
I'm sorry, tell you. You can lie over it. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I read that one.
Okay, next one.
I said, we just in Pensacola. And he's like, I'm on the way, send it. And I was like, hold up, let me get it, erase the text, because I don't want nobody to know I was texting your stupid ass.
Meaning?
Meaning this looks stupid. Me and you both look stupid right now.
Keep going.
He said, I already deleted mine. Trust me, I ain't gonna say shit about us even talking today. And I said, don't act like you love Casey, because you don't give a fuck about that little girl. You love you and you alone. Trying to let him know that you're doing this is stupid. I mean, you're not thinking. He said, I love all my heart. It's that bitch you don't care about her. I said, you don't love her. You willing to leave her alone because you mad at a bitch. That's not love, son.
What are you trying to do there?
Show him that he's doing stupid. He's being stupid. He said, if she did, she wouldn't act that way about me trying to get her knowing she acting because she fucked me over and wants everybody to be on her side like she ain't do nothing. And he said, I'm not mad at a bitch. I hate every motherfucking body.
What are you thinking then?
He's losing his mind.
I'm sorry.
He's losing his mind.
I mean, it's now no longer her, it's everybody.
Yeah, now it's everybody.
Again, notwithstanding that you think he's losing his mind, is this typical of him?
Yes, it is typical, but he rants. He rants.
So when you say losing his mind,
Well, that's
One at a time.
figure of speech. He's acting stupid again.
and then
He said, don't nobody help me. The only people ever seem like they will do for me or ride or take up for me is Jaden and Emmanuel and Casey.
who's Jaden and Emmanuel?
Jaden and Emmanuel is two friends of his. And he said, I'm coming through Marbico. What's the address? I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy?
Why didn't you give him the address right there?
Because I'm trying to get him to see what's going on. I said, you're willing to leave her at the mercy of the world to possibly be raped, abused, neglected, and God knows what, because you didn't put on a rubber. You're going to make her suffer for something she had no control over, but you love her? Okay.
Stop right there. Again, what is that?
Trying to make him see that he's being stupid.
Are you right now trying to get him to go kill Brooklyn?
I've never tried to get him to kill Brooklyn.
Ever?
Ever. I love Brooklyn.
Do you think he's serious?
No.
Do you think he's coming?
No.
Keep going.
I said, I'm getting it. Give me a minute. I'm on lunch. He said, Brooklyn knew what was coming behind lying to me. She knew I was gonna kill her, so if she okay with the shit, I am too. I said, regardless of who knew, Casey didn't know.
Casey being
The baby.
trying to,
Keep throwing Casey up to try to calm him down. He said, I put my faith in Jay. At least he would do something to a motherfucker that fucked with Casey. Him, Emmanuel, the only ones I believe will. I said, you put your faith in somebody about your fucking baby? He said, hell, you wasn't preaching to Brooklyn about her choices. Shit, this her fault. Every action gets a reaction. So if somebody is okay with what she's doing, then they should be with what I am.
who's that somebody?
I don't know. Other than I mean, he's saying if I'm okay with everything Brooklyn does, I should be okay with what he does. He always thinks I'm taking up for Brooklyn.
Yes.
And then he repeats the same text again. And I said, it's not Casey's fault. I said, it's not Casey's fault. It's all I know. Don't really give a fuck what you and Brooklyn both know. What y'all's faults are hers for giving it to you and you for not wearing a condom. And he said, her mama should have raised her better or told her better. I don't feel guilt behind that. I feel way worse letting this BS continue. I don't blame Casey for nothing. I said, you don't blame her, but you're willing to put her at risk over it.
Again, what are you trying to do?
Trying to use Casey to defuse the situation. He said that bitch could have told the truth though. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would have owned up to it. Just being real, bro. I'm tired of her trying to fuck over me, then play like I'm overreacting or crazy. I can show a motherfucker what crazy is. Then he says, address, question mark. I said, like I said, you don't give a fuck about that baby. I'm gonna get you the address when I get back, and you are showing nobody
Slow
nothing.
down.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, and you ain't showing nobody nothing except you got mental issues, because you're willing to give up your life and your baby daughter's life and hurt your family over a bit. But don't worry, I will make sure she knows Brooklyn gave you something that you had to take a shot for, but that you didn't love her enough to give a fuck about what happened to her, that she wasn't enough for you. Maybe she should have meant more to you, and then her mama and daddy would still be here. She wasn't important enough, and you just had to prove a point. I promise you, I'll remind her of that for the rest of her life.
What is this in attempt?
To let him know that I'm to calm him, telling him if you do, I'm gonna remind Casey of everything you're doing for the rest of her life. I'm gonna tell her what you're doing.
Did you think that was pretty strong stuff?
I thought it was. I said, but she'll probably end up committing suicide, and she will be with y'all anyway. And give me 10 minutes, and I'll give you the address. You ain't even close.
So, again, she'll end up committing suicide. You're trying to do what?
To defuse him, using Casey to defuse him.
And then you say, give me 10 minutes, I'm gonna get you the address. Is that so that he can come and kill her?
No, I'm still trying to get him to change, see what's going on.
Now, again, do you think he's gonna come?
No, never in a million years.
And you think if it comes that he would ever in a million years?
Shoot Brooklyn? Inside of a Home Depot? No, anywhere. I don't think, and
Go ahead.
And then in front of people, drive all the way over there. And at this point in time, I'm thinking he's at work. I'm still thinking Keith's at work.
Is that partially because of what you know of Keith and partially because of what you and your mother talked?
Yes.
I think so. Well, we'll get back. So, please keep going.
I ain't talking about her mama. I'm talking about her daddy. And you just confirmed that you don't care about her.
Again, more of the same?
Yes.
Excuse me. If she meant more to her mama, maybe this wouldn't happen, is what he said.
Yes.
And then you come back,
I'm not talking about her mama. I was talking about her daddy.
leave Brooklyn out of this.
Yeah.
It's you.
Brooklyn knows what I do. I done shot at motherfuckers in front of the police and got away, and she still lied. She must not give a fuck about Casey or her life. I do, but you ain't gonna listen no way. You ain't in my position, so it's easy to say bullshit.
I mean, he's getting very, very, me.
It's always about self. You know, he's threatened to kill his dad and his stepmom because and at this point in time he was taken up for Brooklyn when that occurred. I will give him that because his dad didn't like Brooklyn. He thought Keith could do better. And he told Keith he thought he could do better.
But keep going.
He said, I'm pretty sure, wait a minute, I know I ain't gonna do nothing to take Casey from me because I love her, I know that. And he said, I'm pretty sure you ain't, cause you ain't gotta do nothing right now. So again, like I said, easy to say when you don't do shit. I said, who don't do shit? Who the fuck you think helps take care of the baby? And he said, I'm getting on the interstate now. I said, okay. He said, take care, motherfucker, you take care of Brooklyn. And I said, did you just call me a motherfucker? He said, you don't even like to go pick up Casey. Sometimes worried about a damn nigga, sell that dream to somewhere else. I said, I can't wait to get back to that store so I can give you the address because you're going to have to shoot me today. I done told you about cussing me.
What's going on here?
I see now that nothing I really say about Casey is even helping. So now I'm going to turn everything. Now it's me and you. It's not about Brooklyn anymore. It's not about Casey anymore. Now it's about me and you. So.
Were you angry at him for saying?
Yes. I mean, it's not nothing he hadn't said before, but it was disrespectful.
So you've heard that before.
Yes.
It makes you angry. You just spent all this time.
Doing everything I could do.
One at a time. One at a time for the court reporter, please.
Sorry.
So this is the response.
Mhm.
Right? You have to shoot me. Is that? Yeah. Shoot me. I mean, what are you trying to say?
That if you come over here, it's going to be me that you have to see. But I'm still not thinking he's coming over here, over there.
Reality?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. All I want is the address, Mama. I'm done talking. I done talked enough. It's what's gonna happen, and I'm okay with that. I done already been thinking it through, and this the only way for me. I don't know why you so quick to start shit with me, bruh. Again, must be scared of Brooklyn or something. I don't know.
At any time here, do you indicate that you're partners in this endeavor that he is dreaming about or maybe doing or whatever?
No.
Keep going.
I promise I'm headed back to get it to you and give it to you because I done told you about cussing me. I'm tired. I know I told you, you don't have to respect me, but you're not going to disrespect me.
Again, going on, they're going to have to shoot me.
Right. He said, you disrespecting me, trying to tell me if I love my child or not. That's your problem. You don't see the shit, bro. But again, I think it's a woman thing. She gonna be on the floor, right? And I sent him the address where I was at.
This has nothing to do with us. Here we go.
He said 45 minutes away.
There's something on.
Because he put a question mark on, she gonna be on the floor, right?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And I told him, I'm waiting on you.
Waiting on him for what?
I'm waiting on him to come. If you're gonna come, you come to see me, so I'm waiting on you.
You're waiting on him to come see Brooklyn and kill Brooklyn?
No, I told him, you're gonna have to shoot me. I didn't say you're gonna shoot Brooklyn, I said you're gonna shoot me.
Keep going.
He said, I'm saying I'm not gonna have to find her in the back or something, then question mark. I said, nope.
Okay, excuse me, let's go back on that again. Okay, I think you read it wrong.
I'm saying I'm gonna have to find her in the back or something.
Keep going.
I said, nope. He said, okay. I said, but just know, I'm the first motherfucker you'll see. But I haven't even told you were coming, so you good. But you're gonna see me for cussing me.
So is this about cussing you, or is this about him being dissuaded from hurting Brooklyn? See?
I'm letting him know he's gonna see me, not Brooklyn. I gotta keep Brooklyn. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of his mindset.
You think he's coming?
No.
Let it be.
Oh, let it be after then. I said, no, I'm coming out. She will be in. She won't even know nothing. He said, I'm not studying you right now. So, sure, I don't exactly know what IDM means. I said, okay. I said, I'm going to show you today what it means to love your child. You will understand when you're chilling with your daughter one day.
What do you mean by that?
That I'm going to stand in the gap. When this is all over, I mean, you got to come and see me. You're not going to see Brooklyn. And then when this is all over, you're going to thank me when you calm down. You're going to thank me when you're chilling with your daughter.
Next.
He said, stay out of my way. I said, I am. He said, only warning give you. I'm not studying you. You never help me. Always hindering me is what you doing. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. If you want to show me something, you can do that after I'm done with her. I don't have no problem with that. I said, only warning you giving me, LOL, bitch, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I'm not. I ain't.
Only warning I give you, I'm not studying you. You never help, always hindering me is what you don't say. Stay out of my way for once. Don't help Brooklyn. Does that sound like you and he are partnership?
No,
Does it sound like he thinks you want to help him hurt Brooklyn?
No, he's telling me at that point in time, with Keith's mindset, that's the only one that he's going to get me. That now he's going to shoot me if I don't get out of his way. Not to help Brooklyn. He says, the only warning I'm giving you.
And then you said?
I said, only warning you're giving me, Brooklyn might be scared of you, but I ain't. And he said, I don't expect you to be. And I said, come on. He said, you probably done call the police for that girl. I said, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. I said,
why would you say that?
Because I don't want him to think I'm taking Brooklyn's side, because he's saying, I'm always take her side. I'm trying to keep Brooklyn out of this. This is about me and you now. Now you're threatening me. You're saying the only warning you're going to give me, now you're going to shoot me. So this is just me and you now. I said, but I hope you ain't stupid enough to think you ain't going to jail, because that's definitely where you're going.
Obvious, right?
He said, oh, no, jail or dead, one of the two. I said, yeah, that way. I said, probably best. No, it was a like, yeah. I said, probably best because something wrong with you. You don't need to be around Casey or Kanye. My daughter. He said, something wrong with you. That must be why you don't take care of Kaya. I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You're stupid. Oh, I skipped one, I'm sorry. He said, oh, I said, I wouldn't hurt her. You stupid. He said, LOL, man, get off my phone. All I need was the address. Leave me alone. Finish your day's work. And you is too. I forgot. Just me. And I don't really. I said, bet I ain't stupid as you. Come on, dummy. He said, yeah, fuck me though. Point proven. Thank you. I always knew I wasn't tripping. You fucking retarded. Yeah, you called the police. I said, if you're trying to say I called the law, I said, oh God, I ain't called nobody. Because he had already said he was going to shoot at the police. So I didn't want him to come. If he came, which I didn't think he was, I don't want him to start shooting at no police. Then I'm figuring he's going to be dead.
Again, at this point, do you think he's coming?
No. Because I had already told him, if you come, you got to see me, not Brooklyn. I'm telling him, Brooklyn's going to be inside. I'm coming outside. I'm going to be outside. So you got to see me.
So in the back of your mind, is it not possible? You don't think he's coming, but is it possible he may?
I'm not trying to be funny, but Mr. Akron, but it's possible this roof will fall in.
You think it was that unlikely?
Yes. He said, you wouldn't be testing me still if you didn't laugh my ass off any other time you leave me the fuck alone. I said, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath.
Why did you be so?
Okay. This is gonna sound strange to probably everybody that's not from where I'm from. We're from the country. I mean, I live in the woods. We don't have no red lights. We don't have stop signs. We got one convenience store, and it's also a restaurant. I mean, we live, and we say stuff like, swear to God, I hope God to kill me. I swear on my baby's life. I swear on my mama's life. It's a slang for us, to like maybe get a point across. Not saying that, like our biggest high school, because I've heard some girls here say their school was like a 8A school or 9A school. Our biggest high school is a 2A school, and that's from 7th to 12th grade.
Is the question I'm asking you is, at the same time all this is going on, are you still trying to mollify him?
Yes. And I said, I'm laughing at you because you stupid enough to give up your whole life for a bitch that don't even want you.
Obvious what that is.
Yes. He said, I ain't never in my life saw a mama that don't do shit for their son but love to want to start with them. Like, you so crazy, it's funny. I said, okay, whatever. Bye. He said, I don't want her either. The fuck? I said, yeah, right. Bye.
What are you trying to do at this point?
I'm trying to get out. I'm trying to get over it now. Now I'm done with you. If you're coming, you're gonna see me. I'm not gonna do this anymore with you. I thought if you're coming, you come to see me. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
You think it's any point to go any further?
No.
Find out this way?
No.
At this point, do you think he's coming?
No.
Keep going.
LMAOO, I ain't like you. This about respect. You so fucking sorry. You think I want her. No, you wrong. I want to see Casey. That dirty hoe don't mean nothing to me. I don't care about hoes like you care about niggas. You put them for your own child. That ain't me. I'm killing over mine. You just dicked out. You think that. I said, no. You gonna learn. She will be dead. She ain't gonna learn shit. You done, motherfucker. I thought I taught you. If you want to hurt a person, you don't hurt them because they're dead. They have no worries. You take what they love. He said, that hoe don't love shit but herself.
Does that make sense? Even with what you said, his response?
I said, no.
That's his response.
Yeah. I said, you ain't kidding over yours because she don't keep that baby from you.
Again, what are you trying to tell him?
He's wanting to say that Brooklyn like withholding Casey, but she didn't. She never told him, to my knowledge.
So you remind him.
Yeah, to my knowledge, she's never told him.
You had the baby every week.
Mhm.
And he could see the baby anytime he wanted through you.
I mean, not even through me. He could go get her. They never denied him getting that baby. So that last thought of her knowing she fucked and the regret in her face would be enough to satisfy me. I don't give a fuck what she sees when she dead. Yes, the fuck she do. How the fuck I'm pick her up when your sorry ass trying to gamble or hang out in Jackson and she don't pick up the phone. Now he's mad at me and Brooklyn. Nah, that ain't even gonna fly. She just died before I let that continue. I said, okay, whatever. I don't care what you do, because I'm going home today, not hell or jail. He said, good for you. I said, okay, then stop texting me. I'm working. Do whatever you want to do. It don't affect me the fucking way.
Are you telling him, look, go kill her?
No, I would never tell him to go kill her. Why? Brooklyn hasn't done anything. Brooklyn has never.
Objection, Judge, non-responsive.
Sustained. There's not a question that's been posed.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it? I don't want to beat a dead horse. We've gone over every one of these texts. Is there anything in any of these texts that you said to encourage him, motivate him, or do anything to come harm Brooklyn?
I would never do that. I would never want Brooklyn harm.
Okay. Notwithstanding this, how it sounds, does it sound like other conversations you've had?
Yes.
Based on all of your experience with him over the years, the way you've disciplined him, the way you've tried to make sense to him, and you've told that to the jury. Listening to these words, is this normal for you to do?
It's normal. All the time we've done this. Never in a million years would I thought my child would take the life of his baby's mother. That is horrific. That is, yeah. And I know these, if the texts are not, if the texts were admitted from 6 months ago, a year ago, between me, him, Brooklyn, a year ago, you could see that Keith has always done this type of stuff, but never in a million years do you. Keith done what Keith done, and I hate that. But if I could, I would trade places with Brooklyn right now, because my child took her life. My child took her life. And she didn't deserve that. And her mother didn't deserve that. TT didn't deserve that. Aiden didn't deserve that. And Casey didn't deserve that. If I could change this, I would change it. Because Brooklyn was, nobody's perfect, but she was so fucking close. She was a sweetheart. And I would give up my life to have her back.
Sustained. There's not a question. This is narrative again.
Get your composure. I have no further questions at this time.
You ready to proceed, or would you like to go ahead and take a break?
Yeah,
Ms.
that was
Jensen?
very lengthy.
Okay.
Exam, so I don't know what the court's lunch plan is, but.
Bring the jury.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated. Did y'all have a nice lunch today? Yes, it looks like the rain's back, so I'm not sure if y'all stepped outside. It looked like it was coming down pretty good. And again, everybody's continued to abide by the rule, correct? You haven't yet discussed the case. Everybody ready to proceed? Okay. I think Mr. Ackerman has a few more questions for Ms. Agee.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Ms. Agee,
Yes, sir.
you've watched the testimony here today and everything else. There was a video they showed. It was about a 30, whatever it was, minute long video of you at the store walking back and forth, and then in particular up front, back and forth. You
Yes,
remember
sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why were you walking back and forth up front?
I didn't think Keith was coming, but to be on the safe side, I had told him to come and see me. So just in case he did come, I wanted to be the first person. When I told him I would be the first person he'd seen, I was going to be the person he contacted.
Okay.
That's why I was in front of the store.
And were you there for the time you thought he'd be arriving?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you walking back and forth waiting for him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is State's Exhibit number 48. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is that you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is that your, I mean, take a look at that picture. What were you thinking when that picture was taken?
If that boy comes here, I'm going to beat his ass.
May I pose this? May I show you?
You may.
Just real quick, this is the picture on the phone. You'll get a copy, you'll be able to look at this back. That's the expression you have.
Yeah, I was upset. I was mad.
You left. Why?
I left.
You left, you were walking back and forth?
Oh, I stayed after the time that he said, and then I was like, he ain't coming. I never thought he was coming to begin with. But after I stayed there for a while, I said, he ain't coming, so.
Okay. During the course of this 2 hours on the 11th, the texting back and forth, you told him that, oh no, she doesn't know you're coming. Again, we know why. Hope we know why. Did you ever tell her that did she know that he was texting you and what he was saying?
Yes, she knew that he was texting me. 'Cause
How?
I told her, I said, crazy's text, and she knew who I was talking about. And whenever we got in the car, I just passed her the phone. She read the text, handed it back to me and said, your child's got issues. I said, you telling me?
Okay. Did she act like she was afraid or scared or concerned?
No, I don't, Brooklyn didn't think he was, she knows how Keith was,
Okay.
how he blustered and done that. He's done that to her before.
Okay. State's opening. We went through all this, and then at 1:59 p.m., the detectives discovered, well, in other words, did you erase your phone? The text.
Yes, I did. Whenever this incident happened, and Keith ran out of the store, and I got outside, you can check my call log, I tried to call Keith 3 times to tell him to stop and turn himself in, but there was no answer. It actually went to voicemail all 3 times. And then a few minutes later, I was gonna text Keith to stop and turn himself in. And I was so mad because I had Keith saved in my phone as my baby. And when I looked down at that text and seen my baby, I said, no, you killed my baby. And on an iPhone, I don't know about now, but used to on an iPhone, you just swipe your text away. And when I said, no, you killed my baby, and I just got mad and just swiped it. I mean, it wasn't like I erased those message of text. It's like I erased every text me and him has ever texted in our whole life. I at that time, I wasn't thinking I had done anything wrong. I was just mad because of the situation that happened.
And you just said it without me asking, but did you erase it because you thought you had done something wrong?
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Jensen's going to have some questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Agee, you just said that you didn't think he would show, but if
No.
he did, you were there to beat his ass.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, that boy did show up and you didn't beat his ass, did you?
No, ma'am, I didn't see him.
Tell this jury when you warned Brooklyn that she might be in harm's way.
When we were going to lunch, I passed her the phone and I let her read the text.
What text?
The text that me and Keith had sent back and forth.
You and Keith have matching tattoos, don't you?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
And Keith in your phone is listed as my baby.
Yeah, I just said that, yes.
Right. And you said in the text messages that the jurors heard this morning that Keith will always be your baby, correct?
Yes, he's my child, yes.
And you also said in those text messages that you like Brooklyn, but you love Keith.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
She said she likes Brooklyn, but she loves Keith.
Yes, I told Keith that he's mad.
My question was.
Yes or no,
Yes,
ma'am?
yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, yes.
Is it yes or no
Yes,
question?
yes.
Mr. Ackerman, please do not interrupt.
Yes,
And in those text messages, you said you would do anything for Keith because he is your child, correct?
I said anything that I could.
Anything that you could,
Right.
like send an address, right?
No, not like that.
So Mr. Ackerman was talking to you about your different tactics depending on Keith's mood.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? You said sometimes you have to agree with him, sometimes you have to disagree with him, whatever works to calm him down,
Yes, ma'am.
right? So what was your tactic that you were using when you sent him the address to Home Depot?
Okay, my tactic then, and as a mother, I figured if I could, at the following text, I said, you would thank me when you're chilling with your daughter one day. I figured if I could get to him and I could touch him, I could stop him. That's what my tactic was, ma'am.
So your tactic was to bring him from Alabama to Pensacola so that you could touch him first?
My tactic was to bring him to me, yes, ma'am.
How did that work?
It did it, ma'am.
What part of him saying that he was going to, or excuse me, let me back up. You mentioned during your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you didn't take a lot of what Keith said seriously.
Yes, ma'am.
So what part of him saying that he was going to kill Brooklyn was not serious?
To me, all of it. because he has said this before. He said it on the 11th. But if you would go back to the text that me and Keith has had months and years and other times, I understand your job. Your job is to pick out what I done wrong. But you haven't picked out the last 3 years. It's like your job is a witch hunt.
That wasn't my question. My job is to bring out the truth.
And that's what I'm giving you.
So what part of him saying that he was going to shoot Brooklyn?
I didn't
did
believe
you
any
not-
of it.
Ma'am, I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
What part of that did you not think was serious?
I didn't believe any of it.
What part of him asking where you guys were so that he could come kill Brooklyn was not serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
What part of him counting down his travel from Alabama to Pensacola did you not think was serious?
I didn't think he was coming, ma'am.
Now, you keep talking about these other text messages. You deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I said that.
You also mentioned that Brooklyn was the best mama and was such a good girl.
She was.
And you sent your son to her location where he killed her.
No, ma'am. I sent my son to me. I told him you could come shoot me.
But he came to the location you sent and he killed her.
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Agee,
Yes, ma'am.
your son had no idea where you and Brooklyn were that day, did he?
No, ma'am.
Your family testified how you and Brooklyn were so close, you were like mother and daughter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned that your son was seeing a couple other people, but you had no idea if Brooklyn was seeing anyone
I
else.
said I didn't think Brooklyn was seeing anybody else. Yes, ma'am.
But you're so close, like mother and daughter, and you don't know that.
Well, I had never heard Brooklyn say she was dating or sleeping around with anybody else. No, ma'am. I did not.
You said at some point you started changing your tactic because Brooklyn means nothing to him, so you started using Casey, correct? To try to calm him down.
No, I didn't say Brooklyn means nothing to him. I said I was using Casey because he was mad at Brooklyn. I was using Casey to try to calm him down.
Okay, so you're trying to calm him down.
Yes, ma'am.
So then you tell him he's stupid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you tell him he's a dummy,
Yes, ma'am.
and you call him a bitch,
Yes, ma'am.
and you tell him he's got mental issues.
Yes, ma'am.
How does that tactic work? to
It has
calm-
worked in the-
I'm not done.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, ma'am.
How does that tactic work to calm him down?
It has worked in the past, ma'am.
By calling him names?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ackerman talked to you about that text message where you say, if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said your testimony at that point was that you were sick of Keith, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why you sent that.
I was sick of the way he acted, and I was being condescending, ma'am.
Okay, well, you said you were sick of Keith in your testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were sick of Keith that day, Miss Agee, why didn't you shut your phone off?
Ma'am, if I had to do it all over again, I would shut my phone off. I'd throw it out the window. I
didn't ask you.
You asking me
had-
why?
Ma'am, I didn't ask you.
Well, Ms. Jensen's not had a chance to get her full question out, so I'm asking that Ms. Agee just wait. That way the court reporter can get it down as well.
I didn't ask you what you would have done if you had to do it all over again. I asked you on that day, August 11th, 2023, why didn't you shut your phone off?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you block him?
I don't know, ma'am.
Why didn't you ignore him and just not respond?
I've asked myself that, ma'am.
You also testified at, there's a text message at about 11:10 a.m., about 2 hours prior to the shooting, where you told Mr. Ackerman that you felt like Keith was de-escalating. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you felt like it was over at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But then you continue to warn him about going to jail and giving him some consequences.
Yes, ma'am.
What's your tactic there if he's already de-escalated?
To reinforcing that you're going to jail, ma'am.
You never said, don't do it, right?
I told him you'd have to shoot me.
Excuse me?
I said you would have to shoot me.
So your testimony also was at that point, he's de-escalated. And then a few texts later, you tell him to come to Pensacola, right?
To see me, yes.
Well, you actually said, come to Pensacola and do it so he doesn't shoot Brooklyn in front of Casey.
I don't know if that's the order it come in, but yes, ma'am, I don't think that's the order it was in.
Now, you made mention about you didn't know if he was going to shoot at the police.
Yes.
Were you talking about in Citronelle or were you talking about in Pensacola?
I'm talking about anywhere because he made the statement that he would shoot at the police.
Okay, so did you think that was a possibility?
As I told Mr. Ackerman, it's a possibility if roofs fall in. I didn't think he would come in.
Well, you knew that Keith has shot at people before when he was a juvenile.
Yeah, but I didn't think Keith never shot at the police, as far as I know. But he made that statement in a text, and I didn't know.
Ms. Agee, you said that Keith loved Brooklyn, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
He put 20 plus holes in her body. And it's your testimony to this jury that he loved Brooklyn?
Yes, ma'am. I said I think Keith loved Brooklyn.
It's yes or no?
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Now, you also mentioned how you suggested that he come to Pensacola to get out of Citronelle. You said you were trying to get him out of Citronelle.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm asking those.
I'm answering you.
Okay. What made sense for you to get him out of Citronelle and send him to Pensacola?
To come to me.
It made sense to you to have him drive from another state to come to you?
At that time, ma'am, yes. I thought I was doing the right thing. I'm not, can I answer?
Sure.
Okay. I'm not saying that I made the totally right decision. I'm probably an idiot, but I was doing what I thought was right.
You acknowledge that you deleted your text messages, correct?
Yes, I did. Yes, ma'am.
And you said actually in your testimony with Mr. Ackerman that you were worried about looking stupid. You said in your text messages when you asked Keith to delete them that you were worried about looking stupid.
Yes.
But now you just testified that you deleted them because you didn't want to be associated with Keith.
When I told Keith to delete them, that was way in the beginning of the hour and a half before we stopped texting. Yes, ma'am, I did. That was an hour and a half before we stopped texting, I'm sorry.
You testified with Mr. Ackerman that you were just trying to diffuse the situation,
Yes,
right?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
At what point on August 11th, 2023, did you actually diffuse the situation?
As I stated, I was trying.
Not one of your tactics worked, did
Yes,
they?
ma'am. No, ma'am, they did not.
Now, you said never in a million years did you think that Keith would come shoot Brooklyn
No, ma'am.
in the middle of Home Depot with people everywhere.
No, ma'am.
He sure did it, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And he did it at the location that you provided him.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you testified that Keith has threatened his dad and his stepmom, right?
Okay.
And you said, but that was okay because he was taking up for Brooklyn.
No, I never said it was okay. I did not say it was okay.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Yes,
My
ma'am,
apologies.
you did.
And you said in your testimony that once he cussed you, it was now between you and him and no longer between him and Brooklyn, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So him talking about shooting Brooklyn didn't offend you. But when he cussed you, that's what set you off?
No, ma'am. I said that was my way to get him off of Brooklyn and onto me.
Now, when you and your attorney were going back through these text messages, it was quickly glossed over the part where you actually sent the address to Keith.
No, ma'am, I said I sent the address.
Right, and you said you sent the address where I was, meaning you. You said I sent the address where I was.
If you say so, yes, ma'am. I just thought I said I sent the address, but.
But that's also where Brooklyn was, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And he'd been threatening to kill her, right?
Yes, ma'am.
He never threatened to kill you.
Yeah, he told me, I see it. Well, he told me I'm only giving you one warning. Yes, he did.
In the text message?
Yes, ma'am, in the text message. He said, I'm only warning you one time, mama.
To
Yes.
stay out of his way.
Yeah, and I wasn't, and I told him I was in his way. I was gonna be in his way.
You said in one of your text messages that he was going to see you, not Brooklyn, and that he was going to thank you when he was chilling with his daughter.
Yes,
one day,
ma'am.
Right. He's not chilling with his daughter, Miss Agee, now is he?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
He's not chilling with his daughter.
No.
He's chilling in prison.
Yes, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, Miss Agee, you could have saved both of them by not sending that address.
Yes, ma'am.
So on one hand, you say that you didn't believe he was coming to the store.
Yes, ma'am.
He told you he was coming.
Yes, ma'am.
He gave you a countdown of his locations, correct? Correct?
Oh, he told me one time he was 45 minutes away. Yes, ma'am.
Well, he told you he was coming through Movico, wherever that is. That's in between his work in Pensacola.
Okay.
He told you he was getting on the interstate.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
He told you he was 45 minutes out.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were concerned enough, Miss Agee, that you lingered around the entrance looking for him, correct?
Yes.
So there was a chance he was going to show up.
I was trying to make sure that if he did, I was there.
So there was a chance you thought he might show up.
There's a chance it's still on the fall.
And you were pacing around and you were looking out the door, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So with the chance that he may show up, you don't call the police, right?
Yes.
You don't go tell a manager,
No, ma'am.
hey, my son is on the way, has been
No.
threatening one of my employees and the mother of my granddaughter. You don't tell anybody that.
No, ma'am.
You don't take Brooklyn to another location.
No.
And at this time, would you not agree that
Let's make sure your phones are turned off.
would you not agree that Keith was highly upset about this STD?
No more than he was upset about it 3 days before or 2 days before that.
Sure, the week before. He
Yes.
was very upset about this STD
Yes, yes.
that he thought Brooklyn gave him.
I sent Keith the results of Brooklyn's report that she didn't have an STD.
My question was,
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
he was very upset for however long it was about potentially having an STD.
Yes,
And he believed that Brooklyn gave it to him.
that's what he said.
And not one time on the August 11th day do you remind him that her test came back negative.
No, ma'am.
So you knew that Brooklyn had called the police on Keith before.
No, ma'am. No, he told me that. That was hearsay. Do I know? Did Brooklyn tell me that? No.
Okay,
No.
so Keith told you that Brooklyn called the
Yes.
police on him.
Yes.
And at some point, she had an injunction against him.
I don't know.
You had him arrested before, didn't you?
Yes, yes.
And his dad had an injunction.
I don't know.
Will you
Yeah,
testify?
I said that's what they said. I said that's what they said.
Okay, well, you testified to that earlier.
I said that they said.
Okay. And you knew that Keith shot at someone before.
I knew he shot. I ain't saying that someone.
Ms. Agee,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Ackerman's first question to you during your testimony was if you would ever do anything to hurt Brooklyn, right?
Yes, ma'am.
and you said no. But you sent that address where she was located.
Not to hurt Brooklyn. Not to hurt Brooklyn
You know Keith is a hothead, correct?
at times.
And you threw gasoline on his temper with those text messages. Did you not?
I did what had worked before. If you say I threw gasoline that time, I would agree with you. Yes, ma'am.
In the 2 hours that you went back and forth with text messages, 2 hours,
Yes, ma'am.
how long would it have taken you to shut your phone off?
A second.
Speaking of these text messages, so the jury has heard that 911 was called at 1:21 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
And they've also heard that you deleted your text messages at 58 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you when you deleted those text messages?
It's just, I don't want to lie to you. I think I was in the parking lot, I think.
Ms. Agee, you said at the very end of your testimony earlier that it is horrific, your words,
Yes, ma'am.
horrific,
Yes, ma'am.
what your son did to your child's mother. And it is equally horrific that you helped him do it, isn't it?
No, ma'am, I didn't help him to do anything. No, ma'am, not at all.
There's not a question right now.
Was it horrific that Keith took a life?
Yes, sir.
Despicable?
Yes, sir.
Horrific?
Yes, sir.
Did you think when this happened that you were pouring gasoline on it?
No, sir.
Did you have any inkling that you were encouraging him? Did you think that that's what you were doing?
No, sir.
The state's asking you, if you pour gasoline on a fire, we all know what's going to happen, correct? It's going to increase. Are you visualizing this? When this is going on,
No,
your
sir.
son is talking stupid.
Yes, sir.
A young lady that you care very much for is on the other end of it.
Yes, sir.
It's not the first time, the second time, or the third time he's done that.
No, sir.
Did you think you were pouring gasoline on a?
Objection, asked and answered.
No, sir.
Sustained.
First question that the state asked you was, you said you liked Brooklyn, but you loved him.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean by that? Why did you say that?
Because he was saying I was totally taken up for Brooklyn all the time. So what was I supposed to say? Yeah, I love Brooklyn. I mean, I love Brooklyn. I love Brooklyn now. I will love Brooklyn till I die. Am I an idiot?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Will Brooklyn's memory stay with you for the rest of your life?
Objection, relevant.
Sustained.
Throughout every one of these texts, what was your goal?
To not let anything, to stop Keith. That was my goal, just to stop Keith.
Did you think in reality that he was coming?
No, I did not. When I called my mother, I'm sorry.
Sustained. Just, Ms. Agee, just wait for
sorry.
Mr. Ackerman to ask you a question, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
When you called your mother, you what? Did you say?
When I called my mother and I told her,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Every time you responded to one of his texts, were you thinking I should hang up or I should stop this or anything like that?
I was thinking just to stop him, trying to calm him down. Just hopefully make him see what he was doing.
All the questions that the state asked you, did you ever have any intent to help him, to induce him, entice, whatever, the words that the state used?
Sustained. Mr. Ackerman, if you have a new area of inquiry based on the cross, you can ask it, but
Trying to
these
read my
questions
notes.
have been asked a number of times.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Agee, you can step down. An opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support Mr. Ackerman?
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant, Sheila Agee, did not physically pull the trigger on the gun that killed Brooklyn Sims. But this defendant's words were her weapon. Sharper than a knife, faster than a bullet. Her words, "If you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch." That is what this mother, this defendant, said to her son. Her words were her weapon that assisted and aided and encouraged and incited her son to murder the mother of his child. And her actions were her weapon. She changed the whole path of this crime. She changed the whole direction of her homicidal son's mission to kill Brooklyn Sims. He was initially talking about killing her in Alabama, which is not okay. He wanted to shoot Brooklyn when they got back from Pensacola and got to Alabama and Citronelle. And what did this defendant do? She brought him to Pensacola and said, do it there instead. Ladies and gentlemen, she guided her son like a missile to its target. He had no idea where they were on August 11th, 2023, until his mother, his principal to this crime, directed him to that Home Depot on Davis Highway. But it's not only her words, and it's not only her actions, but it's her inactions. Her inactions were also her weapon that aided in killing Brooklyn Sims. Ladies and gentlemen, this defendant did nothing to save Brooklyn. She knew Keith was coming to Pensacola. He told her over and over again. She sent him the address. Come get her here. He said he was coming to kill Brooklyn over and over again, and she did nothing. He gave her a countdown. You have the text messages. He said, I'm on my way. I'm coming through Movico. I'm getting on the interstate. 45 minutes away. Stay out of my way. And she did nothing. She didn't call 911. She didn't get Brooklyn out of that store. She didn't get her out of harm's way. She didn't take her somewhere. Lock her in the back somewhere. Get her out of there. She did nothing. She didn't even put Brooklyn on notice, that Keith was threatening to come kill her. Now, she testified today and said that she did give Brooklyn information while they were at lunch. But you heard from the two young ladies that were on the aisle that day when Brooklyn got murdered. And they were asked how Brooklyn acted that day. And they said she was her normal, happy self. She wasn't concerned. She wasn't nervous. She wasn't worried. Because she had no idea that she was going to lose her life that day on aisle 52 in Home Depot. Because this defendant did nothing. At 11:28, this defendant, Sheila Agee, sent the text message to Keith for her to come do it in Pensacola. 26 seconds later, this defendant said, I'm on the way, send it. Keith Agee showed up less than 2 hours later and riddled Brooklyn Sims with bullet holes. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheila Agee set Brooklyn up to get murdered. She knew it was going to happen. She intended for it to happen. And it happened through her words, her actions, and her inactions. The text messages don't lie. I know that you have seen so many of them over the past couple of days, and I know you're probably tired of looking at them. But I want to put some up now that Sheila Agee has had a chance to put her self-serving spin on those text messages. At 11 o'clock, Keith says to Sheila, okay, I'll be waiting on y'all in Citro. At 11:06, Sheila says, but I'm not telling you not to be in Citronelle. That's up to you. Never dissuades him. Keith says, she ain't done none but cost me money and gave me a disease. I'm fit and just shoot her. I hate that for Casey, but like I said, I can't take it. IDGAF, no more. Sheila responds at 11:09 and says, okay. At 11:10, Sheila sends Keith a text message and says, okay, I'll call you and tell you, MF, if you want to go to jail, I'll tell you when we get close. But if you don't come kill her, you a MF bitch. Sheila sends another text message at 11:23, assuring Keith that somebody will take care of his daughter. Keith sends a text message to Sheila at 11:24 and says, I'm just about to leave work, so I'll be off. Sheila responds at 11:24 and says, don't call Nanny and tell her she will try to talk you out of it. Sheila sends a text at 11:25, don't shoot at my MF car. I don't want to die. Sheila sends another text message, wait till I put her out. Keith sends a message at 11:26, says, because I'm open the door and just shoot her. Sheila responds and says, as long as you don't shoot me. Sheila sends another message at 11:28 and says, hell, this is where it becomes her idea on where to do it. Hell, if you're getting off work now, I'll give you the address here. You can ride over here and do it so you don't have to do it in front of Casey. And then she says, we just in Pensacola. He says at 11:28, I'm OTW, send it. Sheila responds at 11:29 and says, hold up, let me get it. Erase the text because I don't want nobody to know I was texting you, stupid ass. At 11:32, Keith sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm coming through Movico. What's the address? 11:43, again, he asks her for the address. At 11:45, Sheila responds to Keith and says, which she'll probably end up committing suicide, talking about Casey, and she'll be with y'all anyway, meaning Brooklyn will be dead. Give me 10 men. I'm going to give you the address. You ain't close yet. Keith sends a message at 11:48 and says, I'm on the interstate. At 11:55, Keith says or asks, she going to be on the floor, right? Then this defendant sends the exact location for the Home Depot on Davis Highway so that Keith knows where to go. And then he says at 11:56, he's 45 minutes away. She gives him a thumbs up, waiting on you. At 12:03, he sends a message to Sheila and says, I'm saying I'm going to have to find her in the back or something. Sheila responds and says, nope. Sheila sends a message at 12:06 and says, but just know I'll be the first MF you see, but I ain't even told her you were coming, so you good, but you gonna see me for cussing me. She says at 12:06, no, I'm gonna come out. She will be in, she won't know nothing. Keith at 12:10 sends Sheila a message and says, stay out my way. Sheila responds at 12:12 and says, I am. At 12:13, Keith says, you probably done called the police for that girl. Sheila responds and says, I swear to God, I ain't told her nothing about you. At 12:30, Keith says, yeah, you called the police. Sheila responds and says, okay, if you're trying to say I called the law on God, she says, okay, God, I ain't called nobody. She then says at 12:31, if I called the law or told her anything, I hope Kaya never take another breath. Remember, Kaya is her youngest child. Swearing on Kaya's life that she did not call the law or tell Brooklyn. At 12:38, Keith says, so that last thought of her knowing she effed and the regret in her face will be enough to satisfy me. IDGAF what she see when she dead. So a lot of time was spent, obviously, during the course of the state's case talking about Keith. And that's because, as Mr. Myers explained to you in his opening statement, the state first has to prove that there was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims for us to then prove that this defendant, Sheila Agee, was a principal to that homicide. You've heard the facts and the evidence, so let's take a look at the law. And the judge is going to give you a set of instructions, and she's going to read it to you. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Number one, Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number two, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. There was a premeditated killing of Brooklyn Sims. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow for reflection. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. So what is the evidence that you have? You heard from the DNA witness that Keith Agee's DNA is on the gun that was found on the side of the road near Home Depot. You heard from the firearms expert that the shell casings that were recovered in the Home Depot, as well as the projectiles that were recovered during Brooklyn's autopsy, were fired from that firearm that has Keith's DNA. You have the cell tower records that show Keith's movement, that show his movement from Alabama to Florida to Pensacola. You have the video surveillance from the Home Depot. You have the pictures of Keith when he was taken into custody, and then again when he was at the sheriff's office. And then you've got him at the Home Depot in a still shot to show ID. Keith Agee is the trigger man. The evidence that you have for premeditation is that this started 2 hours before the shooting actually occurred, before they, Keith and Sheila, killed Brooklyn. Keith Agee had to leave work in Alabama. He had to go get a gun. He had to drive for at least an hour and a half, if not longer. He gets to Florida. He parks in the parking spot next to his mother's truck. He goes into the store. He goes straight to aisle 52. He shot Brooklyn at least 7 times. And we say at least 7 times because 7 casings were found on that aisle. And then he left. He threw the gun out of the car. He ditched his vehicle. He waded through some water. He ended up at the movie theater on Bayou, and he was taken into custody. And ladies and gentlemen, based on the law and the evidence, that is first-degree premeditated murder. You are going to have some options of what are called lesser included offenses. And that's exactly what they are. They are lesser offenses of first-degree murder. The first lesser included offense of first-degree murder is second-degree murder. The judge will instruct you that to prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, Brooklyn Sims is dead. 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee. And 3, that there was an unlawful killing of Brooklyn Sims by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, number 1, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another, and 2, is done from an ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent, and is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. There is no intent to kill with second-degree murder. That's what separates it from first degree murder. The next lesser offense that you will have is manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state has to prove that Brooklyn Sims is dead. Number two, that Sheila Agee or her accomplice, Keith Agee, intentionally committed an act or act that caused the death of Brooklyn Sims. With manslaughter, there is no ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent like there is required with second degree. And there is no intent to kill. And again, this is why this is a lesser, and these elements are not required for manslaughter. You're also going to see in your packet of definitions that there is a definition for culpable negligence with manslaughter. And once you read that instruction, you will see that it does not apply to the facts of this case. This honorable judge is also going to instruct you that a verdict of guilty should be for the highest offense, which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The judge is also going to instruct you on rules for deliberation. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Even if you don't like the law, you must follow it. Principles. Mr. Myers went over this with you in jury selection on Monday. If the defendant helped another person commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person did if the defendant intended the crime occur, and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. Sheila Agee became a witness in this case. She testified before you, and it is up to you to decide her credibility. And one of the things that the judge is going to tell you that you should take into consideration is if the witness has some interest in how the case should be decided. Sheila Agee is on trial before you for being a principal to first-degree premeditated murder. She absolutely has an interest in the outcome of this case, and you should consider that in weighing her testimony before you. Keith Agee also became a witness in this case. And ladies and gentlemen, bless his heart, he is trying to save his mom. He has nothing to lose at this point. He's been convicted. He told you that there was nothing that would have stopped him that day. But ladies and gentlemen, this defendant not telling him where Brooklyn was would have stopped him. You have heard the shocking evidence in this case, horrific, as Ms. Agee described it, and you will be instructed on the law. And if you render a verdict in accordance with the law and the evidence, there can only be one just verdict in this case, and that is Sheila Agee is guilty of being a principal to the first-degree murder of Brooklyn Sims.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Well, let me get organized here for a minute. The state was, I hope, successful in convincing you that Keith Agee obviously committed first-degree murder. There is no doubt here. What he did, as we've all said, horrific, horrendous. He caused such harm to so many people. You'll note, it's interesting to me when Sheila was testifying, she was talking about the harm he did to the Sims family and everything else. And again, no one's making a hero out of Sheila. She did what she did, she said what she said, and we'll get that in a minute. But if you come into this case believing she's innocent, which was such a big thing we talked about in jury selection, if you came in totally clean and you left your minds open and you weren't going to be impressed enough by the first thing you heard that you were going to judge everything by it, then there's also other people that were hurt too. She was hurt tremendously. She lost her son. She lost her new daughter. She lost her grandchild. She lost her piece of life. She's going about her business. She's got a great job. She's working. She's doing her best to get through life. She's got a son that is, you saw him, you heard about him, and you've seen the text. But she's living a life, and this catastrophe happens, okay? So let's back up. The state's proven that Keith did this. They do the same thing in their closing, and they're going to have a chance to come back, and after I've said everything, they're going to reiterate it and exploit what I've said. So I ask you again, till the very, very end, keep your minds without a decision till you've heard it, okay? So Keith tells Mom, I'm going to do this terrible thing, and then you've heard the testimony. He said it numerous times. He's threatened to kill his father. He's threatened to kill everybody. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. But he never did. There was that talk about when he was a teenager and he had a thing with another teenager, et cetera. That's not relevant to you. It may say, well, she should have known he had a propensity and all that. That's history. Remember, every time you think about things here, every text, everything she's doing is to stop this from happening. Again, she doesn't believe he's coming. He's the kind of guy that says these things constantly, puffs up things that he blisters, and that's him. So she's dealing with work, she's dealing with this, and you've seen the text from, well, let me get there. Back up. Again, Keith did a horrible, crazy, stupid, vile, vulgar thing that affected everybody. Okay? It turns lives around, it turned her life around. So let's put it into perspective, in the context. She's at work, taking care of these 20, 25 people. She's just been through the last week with him with his nonsense. Is it a vaginal infection? Is it gonorrhea? This you've heard, and I'm not going to put them up. My plan was to put up every single one of those and go over them again with you, just like we did with Sheila. But you're going to have those in evidence. So every time state puts up something like that, just please remember that they're leaving out the whole context. The context is what enables you to understand intent. And so when they argue from their perspective, well, she did this, she did that, she admits that. Didn't come here to say she didn't say those things. She's not even defending them in any other way except, I'm his mother. I try and comfort him, I try and calm him down, I try and keep him in line. That's what mothers do. They don't always do it right. Remember when we talked about, I asked you some questions in Bardier, and what I was trying to get you to respond to was, are we all perfect? Do we all respond to situations perfectly? Do we all deal with stress, nonsense, all this stuff? How do we deal with it differently? And we deal with it differently on different days. So there's Mom at work, taking care of business, gets the text. Oh no, I thought this was over. Now you had a chance, and if you'll recall, the state is very content, as they are in closing, to just include that 2 hours of tapes without giving you any insight or feel for what was going on before that. So we have Mom at work, dealing with stuff, dealing with what she's been through the last week. Thank goodness from the 8th to the 11th, it's over. He's apologizing, he's saying this, he's all over the place. How do you deal with someone like that? How do you figure? Do you know what they're going to do, even if they say it? So he says this, she says that. Everything she says to him, and please look at the tapes again, at the text again, I keep saying that, and understand the context. She is trying to calm him down. This is all Keith. He's not coming. But you never know. The ceiling could fall down. He could come. Because anybody who's rational and intelligent thinks, I don't think this is going to happen in a million years, but maybe. So the conversation goes on, and she's back and forth. I mean, for you to think, in the context of those conversations, that when she said, don't shoot at the car, you might hit me, you've watched her, heard her. Is she serious? The state wants you to think that was, hey man, kill her, but don't kill me. I'm your mother. I'm the grandmother of your kid. I mean, it's insane. And they're pulling her out of, he's saying, I'm gonna have to pull you out of the car. Can you imagine how stupid and crazy that sounds? Well, yeah, pull me, don't hit me. You don't wanna do this up there where your child is. She's trying to just stop the nonsense. I mean, how in the world would she, where's the plan? So we have all the week before with the text back and forth, not one word about from Sheila, not one word that she's terrible, that this, that, and the other. He's trying to keep him level. And so all of a sudden, now there's a plan. There's no plan, there's no motive. Why in the world would she want favorite kid? Yeah. That's how her whole life is the grandchild now and the mother of the child. And why in the world? Oh, because she told Keith, I like her, but I love you, Keith. And I'm gonna help you do this because you're my son. Murder? You from that woman who's telling him all those things about how the lovely life he has, what a got a child, he's got a future, and she's telling him, yeah, don't kill her. I'm gonna step aside here. State says she guided him like a bullet. All that stuff to get your juices flowing. If you listen to what was said, that's the opposite of what she wants. We've all been sarcastic. There are different words to describe it. We don't always say exactly what we mean because we want someone to be, we're all trying to get someone to go to our side and manipulate them to stop being fools or something. Give up your life, son. Shoot somebody. Come on down here. Shoot somebody right in the middle of the day, in the middle of the store with cameras and everything else. Yeah, do that. I'll be waiting. Because I want to watch. Where's the motive? What is this? What are they trying to say? Here's what they're trying to say. We've got these texts. And remember, that's all they had for a minute, for a moment, whatever it was. So if you take those texts out of context and you don't know anything about anything else, then yeah, that's a mother who thinks her son's been wronged and she's going to go after this person who wronged her. She doesn't think her son's wrong. She thinks he's ridiculous. I mean, it's difficult to make, some of us see things from different perspectives, and that's human nature, and that's what we've been talking about in our theory. To me, the case for Sheila was proven more so than the case against Sheila. Why would she want him to do this? And even if you say, well, she was just stepping aside, as the statement said, where does that come from? 50 times? 40 times? What are you doing, son? What are you doing? She's a good mother. She's a good person. And you're here making all of these ridiculous statements and allegations. One minute she's terrible. One minute she's great. I want to have a relationship with Casey, so I'm going to be a good boy. I'm putting this all past me. You'll see that in the text. Please, if you still have questions, when you go back to that room, study those texts. They are not from somebody who is saying, yeah, let's get together and do this. No more. The opposite. No plan. If there was a plan, would it be by text? Wouldn't there be a phone call? I'm going to meet you. The state saying he walks right in and goes right to the aisle. He doesn't walk in and go where he thinks he walks in the aisle, he goes right up the front of the store, and he's looking down each aisle, and he looks and he sees her. What, is there some kind of, are they trying to say that they can't? That she told him there's no phone calls, there's just a text. So he finds her there on that aisle. Okay? No plan for her to get there or anything else. She finds it. As far as coming here, she looks at you when she was asked that question, me and everybody else. And the state asks Keith, you would not have known where to go unless she told you. No, I wouldn't. Not trying to fudge or hide anything. And again, Keith's not the ideal witness. Nobody wants to call a murderer to the trial of someone accused who's supposed to be a principal. You watched his demeanor. You watched him. All I can say is what he said to you, and what clear to all of us, that there was no collusion between the two. Nothing he says this is the way, nothing he said indicates one iota that he was motivated by mother, induced by mother, etc. by mother. Everything was, don't do this. And again, the state wants to say, but you never said don't do it. He's a contrary guy. You don't confront them with that. You go around it. You say this, that, and the other to convince them not to. But this whole concept that mother wanted this to happen, again, you take it out of context. It's just those 4 or 5 words. But you also take out of context from the 40 words that she didn't want this to happen. And we're going to go through reasonable doubt in a minute. But if you weigh these statements, and then you weigh in the conversation prior to this, you will see that there's absolutely no proof beyond it, to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, that she wanted Keith to commit this heinous act. It's not there. Very difficult when you're accused of something and you've done stupid things or said stupid things, or what is stupid to others, but to you at the time. It's very difficult to defend that. I mean, every one of us, if you take out of context what we've said or done at a certain time, did you say that? What? What did you mean? Well, and then you explain it. Oh, intent. That's the key word here. We all agree. I mean, State put on that wonderful case against Keith. We sat there all through it. Very few objections from me, a few things. If you remember, I asked the fellow who ran the videos at the Home Depot, and, you listen to his testimony, and sure, because one would think that, there's cameras all over the place, and that people who work there would know where they were. Did Sheila have any idea? Is there any way she would know where the cameras were? No. So please, if there's any thought about aisle 52 and no camera, Sheila had no knowledge of cameras. Okay. You saw the video of Keith pulling up. I think the state said something about he pulled up alongside Mom. First of all, he probably didn't know what car she was driving. We didn't hear testimony, I don't remember, but she drives different cars all the time, and she drives a company car. He doesn't know well enough, and you can see by the conversations, he doesn't talk to Mom every day, doesn't see Mom every day. They text a lot when they text, but he comes right off the road, pulls right into his spot. And he was not right next to her car. He was about 2 or 3 cars away. But there's no evidence that he knew where her car was or that was her car. So he pulls in, he walks down, and you see him on the video do his thing, goes down the aisle. You saw her waiting, I'm going to guess 30 minutes, plus or minus, maybe 40 minutes, walking back and forth, back and forth. She's waiting for him if he's coming. She's not sure. She ends up, after all that time, my gut feeling was right, he's not coming. This was all typical Keith. So takes a breath, goes back to work. Still probably, looking over her shoulder once in a while. Wasn't long. He gets there, walks right down the aisle. Yeah, whatever. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but look at this picture. This is a still from those videos. And I guess maybe, would you take a quick look at this, pass it around? Look at the expression on the face. Again, maybe it's me. I've been around a long time and looked at a lot of expressions and heard a lot of things. That's not a happy face. That's not a face of somebody who's walking up and down the aisles waiting for somebody so that somebody can commit a heinous crime. That's the face of an angry, distraught mother waiting for her son to come, who she said, "You're going to come, you're going to see me, and you're going to have to shoot me." A mother who's controlled her son for the most part over the years. Nothing like this was even in the remotest of her mind. He's saying the same old nonsense, but now he's pushed it. I've just spent an hour and a half on the phone with this guy, trying to reason with him, trying to be the mother that I'm supposed to be, and then he's telling me I'm an MF. And, you know, this is a great little chance for me to switch it. It's no longer going to be me. You called me an MF? You come see me now. It's not her anymore, it's me. Again, an attempt to mollify it, to change his mind, manipulate him so that he's not going to do this stupid thing. I mean, it's, to me, clear as day. This is evidence for you. You're going to bring it back along with the other evidence that I encourage you to look at. We had the ballistics and all of that. And, it was very thorough and very good. And the state, they're going to charge Sheila with the murder. They have to prove the murder. So, all that stuff, we just, yes. We know that. We're not here to say that. We're here to say today that everything Sheila did was not with an intent for anything harmful to happen. And that's the key to this case. Intent. The state, and unfortunately, I can't read my own writing most of the time. Mr. Martinez to stand, and I did this and I did that, and I'm the investigator on the case. Okay, that means, someone's charged with murder. You must have been pretty thorough to come up with that. And, well, no, I really wasn't. Saw the texts. That's where my focus was. Rush to judgment. And that's what we do as human beings. He saw that. Hey, let me just get the day and that's it. Well, that's maybe par for the course, unfortunately, but this is serious stuff. Sorry if I upset him. Sorry if he was, maybe, I don't know, listen, whatever. But you knew from those texts that there was something going on before, and then he puts into evidence from the 5th or the 6th, whatever it was, that there was this thing about the gonorrhea and about an infection. And why not go back and look? But it didn't, so it's easy. If we hadn't been able to show you that, then I don't know that you'd have that perspective. And so I guess that goes along with the whole point of jumping the gun. And you came in here, she's charged. She's charged with murder. She must have done something. And that's what I really tried to get you all to just clear it away. Open up the thought process and let it all come in at one time, hear it all, and then see if the state meets their burden of proof. The state was reading to you from the instructions, and these are a little bigger for me. Murder in the first degree. To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The victim is dead. Yes. The death was caused by the criminal act of, it says here, defendant. Let's say another. Yes. There was a premeditated killing of the victim by that another, Keith, yes. Definition. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuing to a single design or purpose. We all agree that Keith appeared to have a single design or purpose. Clear from the evidence, if not clear, then certainly a reasonable doubt from the evidence that Sheila did not have a purpose, a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. Keith, not Sheila. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditation intent to kill and the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. Keith, not Sheila. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It'll be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Keith, not Sheila. An issue in this case is whether Sheila did not act, well, I don't know that we need to read that. Talk about excusable homicide and other things that all apply. In other words, for it not to have been premeditated, they thought, the judge is going to read you this. I'm just going to leave it out for time purposes. At the end of the charge, Judge reads, if you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant acted with a premeditated design to kill, Keith, in the heat of passion based on it, you should not find it. Okay. The state went into second-degree murder to prove the crime of second-degree murder, which is a lesser, and they explained that to you. If you don't think there's not enough evidence that Sheila committed first-degree murder. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Victim is dead, Keith. The death was caused by a criminal act of Keith, yes. There was an unlawful killing by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. Well, if Keith was on trial, a jury could listen to that and surmise that, maybe he didn't have to, whatever, and maybe do that. Again, not Sheila. An act includes a series of related actions arising from performed pursuant to a single act purpose, imminently dangerous. I'm not going to read any more of that. The third lesser included manslaughter. And one could say this could be interesting in this case. I'm going to read you, after I'm done with manslaughter, principle. So please bear with me, okay? To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, there are two ways to do this. Well, the victim is dead, and then two. A, the defendant intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of the victim. Well, Keith certainly did that. The defendant intentionally procured an act that caused the death of the victim. Keith did it, but let's stick Sheila's name in here. Sheila intentionally, remember that's the key to everything. The state, you're going to have to make a decision based on that, these facts, the context, the desire of each person. The death was caused by the culpable negligence of the defendant, okay? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable. That's never applied in this case. To either first, second, there's nothing justifiable or excusable with what Keith did. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was merely negligent. Let me read this again. Okay. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. To procure means to persuade, induce, prevail upon, or cause a person to do something in 2C. Okay. I don't have that here, but they go on to define culpable negligence. Let me see my jury instructions a little bit better. As I'm looking for this, remember, intent. Manslaughter. To prove the crime of manslaughter, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Brooklyn Sims is dead. Sheila Agee or her accomplice intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death. We know Keith intentionally did. Did Sheila Agee intentionally commit acts to cause that death? Were her conversations with her son, her actions that day, intentionally to cause the death of Brooklyn? Every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. If there's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I previously instructed you. The explanations of justifiable, it's not necessary. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death, only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable. Your questions that you go back and discuss. The question here, was Sheila's act an intentional act to cause this? And if it was an intentional act, was it just negligence on her part, or was it gross negligence on her part? Culpable negligence is going to be defined for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably towards others. There's a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm. That violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care to others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a grossly careless regard for the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the right of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such right. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Okay. I'm sorry I'm going on so long here, and I hope I'm not boring you to death previously. But all of these require a consciousness that what's going to happen is going to happen. When you read, you've heard them once or twice, the states showed you some of them. Again, just the ones they want you to hear, leaving out. But when you go through those, okay, is there a conscious, on her part, desire for the act of murder to occur, for these acts to occur? Now, I've read you those definitions, but here is the final one, that if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did, if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, not just beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant intended the crime to occur. And the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to, and that did, intended to, and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And the state is saying, she gave him the address. She told him, if you don't kill her, you're a... She said, don't shoot because you might hit me. Do it here, do it there. Obviously, if you think that with what Sheila did that day, August 11, 23, if you think when you read those texts and the text before, and you put everything in context, then if you think that she wanted this to happen and aided and abetted it happening, then she's a principal. But if you're not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, it's not just, well, she said those things and it's terrible, and maybe she, that's not enough. You must be convinced. This is our backbone of our law, beyond it, to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt, that that was her intent. The evidence you've heard is just some words, and the state aggrandizes them. She said stupid things when you come back to the end result. She wishes she'd have done it differently. Goodness only knows she wishes she'd have done it differently. But that's not a crime. That's not crime. The next instruction is plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and the burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe, coming in here, she's innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, everything we've heard, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. So this all comes down to the text. What did they mean? What was her intent? You've heard from her, you've heard from the state. You've heard that she did this, that, and the other, she said this, but you've also heard the rest. You've heard that after it happened, she was in shock, she's whatever. Did you erase your text? She told you what happened. She's in that state, she's this, she's trying to call him, she's trying to text him, turn yourself in. And then she saw baby next to his name there, that's what she has him listed as, and erased. Now, she also said to him, or he said during the course of the text, this is so stupid, erase this. Why? Because it was stupid, it was obnoxious, I don't want to be reminded of this. This sounds terrible. And God only knows it sounds terrible. That's why we're here. We're here for the very...
Right, I can't do it anymore. I mean, he's just waffling on now for no reason. Let's skip it, because I've had enough for this guy. I've had enough for it. Let's get to the verdict, people, because I can't be asked. Right. Because there's like another 10 minutes of this, and I just can't. So they went out. They went out at about 8:05. 8:05. And then they came back in. Verdict is in 8:05. Verdict is in 10:51. So 8:05. 8, 9, 8. So 2 hours, 45 minutes it took. I'm sorry, lovely. I am sorry. It's just he's just speaking so much. It didn't make sense. He just droning, and I just can't do it with him. Sorry, lovely. I do feel bad for you. Not for anyone else, though, just you, lovely. But literally, if a name ever suits somebody, is this lovely, because you're always lovely to everybody. I mean, Sarah P tried nicking your name. I mean, I don't know why she did that, because she ain't lovely, you know. Right, this is the verdict. Jury charge. They went out. Right, verdict is in. I don't know if they took a break. They didn't say. It just says the jury are out. So let's go back here. This is where it starts. So I'm going to slow it down back to normal. Back to normal. No more 1.5. And apologies for that. Here we go. And just look at the scores on the doors. 50% do you think manslaughter? 50% thinks not guilty. So there you go. I bet you would as well, Sarah P. There you go. There's a split between guilt, manslaughter, and no wonder my computer's slow. If you're putting links in there. Right, here we go, everybody.
You can be seated. State's present, defendant is present with counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict? Okay, and are you the foreperson? Yes. Okay, if you would hand the verdict form to our court deputy, I'm going to review it, make sure it's been filled out completely. Believed to be in proper order, and I'll have Madam Clerk publish the verdict. Ms. Agee, please rise to accept the jury's verdict.
In the Circuit Court for Escambia County, Florida, State of Florida Plaintiff versus Sheila Agee, Defendant, Clerk number 1723 CF 003379B, Division A, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as to the count charged in the indictment. Count 1, guilty of principal to first-degree murder as charged. So say we all, the 6th day of August, 2025, Juror Carpenter, foreperson.
Would either party like the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so that was guilty of premeditated murder. Murder 1. I don't know why it's gone silent. I have not pressed it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at I am going to reintroduce the attorneys. We have Ms. Bridget Myers-Jensen. She's the Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit, and Mr. Alvin Trey Myers, and he's the Deputy Chief Assistant State Attorney here in the First Judicial Circuit for the state of Florida, and Mr. David Ackerman, who's in private practice here in Pensacola. And I always like to reintroduce them in case you wish to reach out to them. They won't reach out to you, but if you'd like to, I know when I was trying cases, I did on a few occasions have jurors contact me, and it was helpful to understand, what the discussions were in the jury room. But again, that's up to you. You're not required to do that in any way, and you can find their contact information online. And again, this will count as your jury service for the year. And we again appreciate your hard work and time and consideration this week. So on behalf of myself, the Assistant State Attorney, Defense Attorney, Defendant, we thank you. You are now free to go, and our court deputy will get you checked out. And have a nice rest of your week. Thank you.
So that would have been 6 jurors, I think, as well. 6 jurors. It's in Florida, so it's not death penalty, so 6 jurors. Wow. I didn't think murder 1. Jeepers.
Your Honor.
Thing is, though, Dave, you think everyone's guilty, Dave. You go into every trial thinking they're guilty. So you're always, most 95%, you'll always be right because you always say guilty.
Based on the jury's verdict, we should proceed to sentencing today. Ms. Brooklyn's mother is here, and she would like to speak before the court in her sentencing. You want to come forward this? Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, if you'll raise your right hand for me.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, if you'll just state your name for me, ma'am.
Cornelia Sims.
You have something to read for the judge?
I do.
Okay, please, go ahead.
Webster's dictionary defines a mother as a woman who has given birth to a child, provided an egg for a child, or who has legally adopted a child. My definition of a mother is a selfless, loving human who often sacrifices many of her own wants and needs for those needs of her children. A mother makes sure that her children are equipped with knowledge, skills, and the abilities to make it as a competent human being. It has been 1 year, 11 months, and 25 days since my daughter, Brooklyn Taylor Dior Sims, was tragically taken from me. I miss my daughter. Casey lost her mama. Casey lost her daddy. Casey lost her other grandmother. When I say my granddaughter does not understand, and I don't know if she ever will, what happened on August the 11th, 2023. When I say this, I'll never be the same. Try to go on for Casey's sake, but I'll never be the same. I want to thank you, Trey, Ms. Bridget. Thank the jurors. That today, Justin for Brooklyn Taylor Sims has been served.
Can I ask you one more question?
Yes.
How's Casey doing now?
She's thriving. She's getting big. At the time of the incident, Casey was 15 months. October, Casey will turn 4. She's just like Brooklyn. When I say identical, she looks like her from head to toe. She's her mom.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor,
Anybody else that wanted to be heard?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Based on the jury's verdict, though, there's only one lawful sentence, Your Honor, and that's adjudication of guilt, life in state prison without the possibility of parole. I believe the court costs are $518, and that's all the state has, Your Honor.
I believe her credit was 722 days.
Judge, may I, my client would like to say something.
Yes, sir. Just 1 second.
Your Honor, I would like to say that Ms. Sims is 100% correct. I failed as a mother. I failed as a friend. And I failed as a grandmother. And it was something Brooklyn didn't deserve. There's no way I can express my sorrow to you. And I'm sorry, I don't ask for forgiveness. I don't ask for forgiveness. And I don't ask for forgiveness when you need to forgive. But I want to let you know you are a great mother. You are a great mother. You are a great grandmother. And you were a great friend. And I let you down. And I apologize from the bottom of my heart for letting you down. And I hope you strive. And I hope Casey strives. And PP, I hope you and Ada strive. And I'm sorry from the bottom of my heart. And thank you, Ms. Shipp, and thank you, Mr. Trump. And thank you, Mr. David. And I am so sorry for my family. I love y'all. In Your Honor, I apologize to you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Agee. Mr. Ackerman, anything else from you, sir?
I'm sorry.
I said, was there anything else from you?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, fine.
Based on the jury's verdict finding you guilty as charged of principal to first degree murder, I will adjudicate you guilty of that charge, sentence you to life in the Florida Department of Corrections without the possibility of parole. I believe she has credit for 722 days. Any objection to that amount of credit? And she'll be given that credit. I'll impose $518 in court costs. Madam Clerk, there's no other required cost, correct? All right, and this is the judgment and sentence of the court. You have 30 days to appeal. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. And all financial obligations will be reduced to judgment lien. I'll remain to observe Ms. Agee get fingerprinted, but otherwise, court is adjourned.
Wow. I can't watch that. Wow. I knew she was found guilty of something, but I didn't know what it was. I thought at the most it would be manslaughter. Do you know what I mean? I thought there's no way premeditated murder. Wow. Shit. I thought she was great on the stand as well. I thought how the court and the prosecutors treated her was very, very, like they were very nasty towards her, and she kept her composure. She's fighting for her life, and they treated her like shit, don't they? I thought she was honest. I mean, it's heartbreaking to hear her speech at the end there, you know, where she just took it on the chin. She took it all on the chin and was like, yep, okay, I just apologize to everybody, thanked everybody, thanked the judge, the prosecutors, the defense, just such grace. And it's like, whoa, fuck. She will appeal, and hopefully she gets, I don't think her attorney was very good. I don't see how they got to premeditated murder one. I mean, there was doubt there. You know, I don't know. I don't think she had a very good lawyer, to be quite honest with you. That's Florida though, same as Texas, in a way, very harsh. But Florida, no chance of parole. I mean, as you've all commented all day about the actual killer is behind bars. He's behind bars. So how is she getting life without parole? I don't get it. I don't get it. Fine, a guilty, fine, but life without parole. Yeah, I thought the way she described you know, obviously there were some bad messages there, but when she described what she was thinking, I thought, yeah, okay. Do you know what I mean? It's not that bad. They pinned it on the fact that she told him where she was. But like in a moment, you're not actually thinking he's going to murder her. You know, you don't think like that. No sane person thinks like that. Ah, that's very sad. I am sad there. I don't think she deserved that. I don't. I'm sad at that. And somebody said it in there. Do you remember that trial we covered? That 17-year-old, was he 16, 17? Where he killed his mother, and 2 years previously he'd killed his father, and he was found not guilty. If you all remember that. Maybe it was Lady Di that said it. Like, I think we were all in shock that he was not found guilty. And then this was like, son's trial's over, he's in prison, yes. Hey, Jen. I still go down this. I understand why they do it, right, to a certain extent. I still go down this route of prosecutors now feel free to overcharge everything. They would go murder one for everything. Look at Karen Reid. Karen Reid should never have been murder two. Manslaughter at most, if you're going to charge her. But they went for murder two because they know they can add stuff in. Same for this. They should never have charged her for murder one premeditated and then got to add in murder two, manslaughter, you know. I just think you should be able to go for one. If you're overcharging it, tough shit, mate. Go for what's reasonable. Don't overcharge it. And then think, oh, don't worry, we got a safety net. We'll chuck some other ones in there, so at least you'll be found guilty of something. I hate that. Who's Melly? I don't know who Melly is. I agree, Wicked. She gave him the address and he knew exactly what aisle she was in. But yeah, I'm not saying she's completely I don't think she's at fault for murder, as in to be for life. Do I think she had a hand in the sense of maybe slap on the wrist, time served? Yeah, I think time served would have been appropriate, I think. So Melly's a rapper. I could be a rapper. She was found guilty of murder 1, premeditated, Dana Leonard. Over 700 days is more than enough. I don't know, what is the Melly trial? I don't know what the Melly trial is. I will have to hack, me. You're going to have to send me some stuff. Let's see when the trial is. Okay, well, I'm in shock. So and read all charged with I think all around the world there should be one charge only, and I think that would stop people from overcharging. I think they would have gone in with this as manslaughter at best. But they knew that they could go in for murder 1, and if that fails, they got murder 2 and manslaughter to fall back on. I just don't like that. I don't like that. Just one charge, that's it. And if you overcharge it and they found them not guilty, that's your fucking problem. And maybe they will stop overcharging defendants then. Because I hate to be I understand there's some people that may have walked in the past with one charge, but again, that's the justice system. There should be one charge and that's it. I just think prosecutors now just know, right, you know what, we can fucking just charge anything we want. And there's going to be a host of stuff that we can add on to it. I just don't like it. I think it gives the state too much power. And it fucks the defendants up all the time. If it's a murder 2, charge murder 2. Don't charge murder 1 and hope that they will, set. Because a lot of people think, oh, well, if we go for murder 1, they might settle for murder 2, and it's actually a murder 2 charge. That's what they do it for, because people do the compromise vote. I don't like that. Fucking see. Lady Di, so demanding, but it's fine, Lady Di. I love you, so it's fine. Which states do not allow lesser charges to be added? Right. Let's see. Which states do not? Oh, it doesn't tell me. It doesn't tell me. It just gives me loads of different things. Anyway, there we are. Well, as some of you know, we have got another trial. Another stream set up. We got another fight. When is the trial, Erin Hack? When is the trial? We've got another stream now. I was going to do. We'll go over there. Let's have a chat over there. You should get redirected over there. If not, I know for a fact Sarah P will post a link in here because she's a links queen. So right, I will see you on the other stream in about 30 seconds. See you in a bit. Bye bye.